Good morning, afternoon, evening. How are we all doing there, guys? It's that time again. It's Saturday, and we have today, for your very pleasure, Focus Break. Along with Luca, Searle, Sturcore, This Is Not Tea, and of course, your favourite Dusty, and some guy called Harmless Affiliations? I can't remember your name. Sorry, what was that, sir?
That's the one. You got it right. Oh, no, sorry, it's Exaggeration.
Exaggerations. It's Mr. Harmless Exaggerations. How you doing, mate?
Not bad, how are you?
I heard on the grapevine that you've had a bit of a week.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've enjoyed it very much.
What exactly has been going on, Harmful? We're worried about you, mate. Do we need to perform an intervention?
People made the terrible mistake of responding to me.
Oh.
I mean, you know, feminists are normally smart enough not to respond when you do that stuff.
Well,
you're skeptics, they just fall for it every single time.
You're like the YouTube version of AIDS. If anyone tries to attack you, it's simply going to get them killed.
Harmful is God.
Harmful is AIDS.
Yeah, I've said this before. Shame-resistant AIDS people.
Exactly. You're like the new.
We make the connection here. Like harmful is God, and harmful is AIDS. So God is AIDS.
That's the right equivalency. You figured it out.
I would personally say that harmful is the new punk right now.
Does that mean that the Christian right was right all along?
No, don't you watch new media? Conservatism is the new punk.
Oh god.
Oh god, yeah, conservatism, the new punk. And then the next day we're going to post pictures of Sweden where we have some actual punk rockers.
So we might
especially the more traditionalist conservatives. That's really punk.
Actually, it's funny because before they say, "Oh, punk really scares me," and then conservatism is the new punk. Yeah, then therefore you should be scared of yourselves.
I'm just waiting for the next Amish metal band.
The next
Amish metal band.
Is there?
That
already
implies
one?
that there was one. Is there an Amish metal band? I need to know about this.
Before my golden pants.
I know there's an Armenian. There's an Armenian metal band, a very famous one.
Well, I heard there's a band Hatebeak that's entirely vocaled by a parrot.
Anyway, yes.
If you want to talk Armenian music, you got to check out this guy called Tigran Hamasyan. I'm not sure if that's how you say his name. Fucking amazing Armenian jazz pianist.
Sweet. I was talking about System of a Down, but okay.
Oh, we got some butthurt people. Already.
Already?
Yeah. Who would have thought if you annoy some famous YouTuber, everyone gets upset? That's a new one.
Yeah, how dare you? Yeah, how dare you insult Paul Joseph Watson? He speaks the truth. Yeah, by yelling at his camera for.
It's just
a thing.
What should I say? It's just a comment.
Just a meme.
So Harmful. What exactly? Give us the history of all of this, just for any of our audience who weren't paying attention at all in any way, shape, or form. What happened to you in the last? Well, this has happened a couple of months ago, didn't it? Really?
You know,
it just happens over and over again. It's just a hobby at this point.
So you took a
you notice a ton of people doing ads. You give them a poke. You go, hey, loads of people are doing ads. I know loads of people who watch these people do ads. Watch me. These people didn't mention something I thought you'd like to know about, and then the reaction rolls on forever.
And now Harmful is God.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I've been God since like October. Yeah, it was in October.
Well, we were discussing it early, but what really started you off, though? Because you just said a few things, hadn't you? And then things started to ramp up a little bit.
Oh yeah. I mean, the first reaction that got me like into it was the CEO of this company's reaction when she immediately was trying to get me to do a video for her. And that's when I was like, okay, now we've got to go. And
so
then,
Bindi Reddy, she approached you.
Yeah, after I made my video, she approached me.
Oh, right.
The response was to try to get me to do a video.
So that once that's obviously done, you won't be interested in saying anything bad about it, or at least be legally obliged not to.
But she wouldn't write it down, what she would have wanted me to do. She refused to. So I said, no phone calls, all text. And we didn't go down that route. But, yeah, the reaction of YouTubers like Mundane Matt way back in the day, back in September, set things rolling. And then the reason I'm happy, just so glad if I can possibly ever troll and mess with anyone who's, still trying to defend themselves for having done this, is, fuck with my mum in any way at all, and you don't, make up for it. You and people defending you or whatever, or doing work for you and not mentioning it and helping you in your endeavors related to that, I'm going to really enjoy trolling.
You've done fucked up at that point if you're after somebody's mum.
Harmful, could you just explain, to everyone what exactly happened between you and your mother and Bindu, and all that sort of stuff?
Because I think some people don't get this, and part of the reason it's confusing is because it involves a collection of information that came out at different times, and some of it I couldn't release publicly because I had a guy helping me called the Guardian, and he was actually working with Bindu Reddy, pretending to help her look into me and what I've been doing. So my mum comments on one of my things on Twitter, and suddenly this CEO pops up to respond to her and is saying, "Oh, we've had some tips about you. We think your account is Harmful's other one," which we played off or whatever. But to my mum, who at the time knew, because I was telling her that Bindu had a guy looking into me and had offered him rewards, that shook her, knowing that a CEO who has offered rewards to people for info on me is telling her she's had tips about her. It shook her. So you mess with my mum, you make her upset, especially because I live with my family and I have a disabled sister who I help care with. We're all very, very close. You upset her, I'm going to upset you forever until you do something about it.
That's fair enough, but what I wanted to know is, what do you think they would do with that information? What was their aims?
Oh, I think they were trying to get information on me and were just so incompetent that they ended up looking into my mother instead, accidentally.
You don't think they were trying to sort of intimidate you in any way?
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't have said it otherwise. They wouldn't have made it out there. I think it's just purely try and figure out what I know and to try and intimidate me into stopping. Which is really funny because the real reason they got any damage at all was the reactions of the people they paid. If the people they paid hadn't reacted, nothing much would have happened. There would have been a bit of upset for a little while and it would have gone away.
Yeah, but the skeptic community is a lot more volatile than that, isn't it?
It seems to be more of a bitching community than a skeptic community to me.
Most of the time, yes. But then again, I've noticed there's this, this trend of people who are only skeptical in one particular direction.
Mm. And then when you find their blind spot, they're like, "Oh, fuck off."
We have a lot of complaints. What's wrong with that?
I mean, here's the thing. Ever since it started, and I looked into it, and people were like, "Yeah, but Candid is doing some shady bullshit with their bot and everything." And to be honest, my first reaction of your videos, Harmful, was just she's blowing this out of proportion. It's just a bot.
Well, most of my videos aren't about that.
Yeah, I know.
I made the one thing, and then it's mostly responding to what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just going back all the way to October, and I'm ignoring all the advertisement. I'm just about the app itself and the bot itself. So I started using the app. I installed it on my phone, and to be honest, it had some uses for me. When it came to, let's say, when I want to discuss something about depression, it's one of the best apps to use. Just go there and you don't use your name or your handle or anything. You just have a discussion with people. It kind of works. But I drew the line when it came to the actions of Bindu herself, not the advertisers, not the skeptic community. Bindu herself just turned me off from the whole app. If she just chose to stay away from all the drama and be let it play off, then most probably I would still be using it.
I had never seen a CEO get so entailed in drama before, really, up till
Steve Jobs used to do it. Steve Jobs would stay awake until 3 a.m. arguing with people about how he's banning porn from the App Store. On Twitter.
Right. Talk about being a workaholic.
It's astounding. It's astounding how much ignorance people generally have. You think that somebody, with a CEO level position would have a ton of experience dealing with people, but they really don't.
That's not the experience. Yeah. You've got to remember that being able to run a company has absolutely nothing to do with being able to run people.
Yeah,
I don't think she runs the company.
And being good at marketing and licensing has nothing to do with being a good businessman.
Yeah.
Woman.
I would say that ignorance is not necessarily a bad thing. It's willful ignorance that's the bad thing. You know.
Well, from what I've seen, if you're going to be running around trying to find out somebody's details and stuff like that, and
It's the intent,
that's some nefarious business.
Doesn't that also require you being ignorant of the law?
I don't know if it's anything to do with legal issues, but I think most people aren't very happy about that happening.
I don't know about UK law for this exact subject or US law, but I know under EU law that's actually illegal to literally go and ask, I want information about this person.
I think under EU law you can request any data that a person has on you as well.
Yeah.
So you could, the maximum they can charge you is €6.35.
I think that's for information they've collected that you've willingly given, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is. There's a big difference.
I think it's not. It's any.
It doesn't matter. You see, the thing is that it's to do with people's intent and purposes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are illegal in this world that don't necessarily get looked into that much. Now, if somebody is, say, finding out some details of somebody, needs to find their address, needs to contact them or whatever like that, you do have that availability. Some people do want to be contacted in some fashion or another.
If our morality is defined by the legality of the situation, we can do some pretty horrible things.
Yeah. What are you? Well, like I said, you can use a gun to defend yourself. You can use it to shoot another person. But it's the intent that's important here. And in this particular case,
primarily, the information she desired was wanted this guy to keep track of everything I was doing and offered a reward.
Well,
I want to know why.
Share over here, going on over here.
I want to know why Amazing Atheist completely took that out of his rebuttal video. Why did he take out everything related towards
wasn't that in there later?
The whole video.
No, he talked for an hour, and to be honest, the whole video is okay, but the only thing that he didn't address is Bindo going after Harmful's family.
Yeah,
and
he said that was fine though, because I looked into the company.
That's what the hell?
Companies are people, and they deserve the same rights.
So let me get this straight.
Companies are psychos.
Would he be okay with them sending thugs to your house and killing your family? Would he be okay with that? Okay.
Oh my god! Always
okay. Hyperbole alert.
What I would like to know is if Amazing Atheist was paid to do that rebuttal video as well, because he didn't disclaim it. He did disclaim that he wasn't paid by Candid to do that rebuttal video of you.
Well, he was paid by Harmful in this case. Harmful paid him 50 quid for mentioning it.
I mean, that's lower than what I normally pay for a sponsorship, but we didn't agree beforehand. I'm just grateful for the subs and nice comments he sent me. Genuinely, I have people just giving me loads of nice comments. So,
to be honest, most people at the moment would accept a deal for a couple of pence.
Some of us.
I offered. I'll give you a preview of. Do you guys know the Western Front podcast?
No.
And I'll be on the next episode. And did a deal on that podcast with Naked Ape.
Oh yes, I was hearing about this one. Yeah,
$5.
Yeah, I think $5.
Sweet,
swoo.
Got a deal.
What does he have to do?
Mention my name.
That's all it takes for a name mention. Fuck me. There we go.
Oh, you should try get a sponsorship on the Drunken Peasants. That's TJ's.
I bet he would.
I bet he would.
Yeah.
So are you all in each other's good books now? Are we seeing it at the end of this particular process, or do you think there's more on its way over the hill, Harmful?
If other people do stuff and I can respond to it in an entertaining way, I will. So, if people just don't do anything, I can't respond to them doing anything. It's that simple.
That makes sense.
Like I said, he's video AIDS. He's YouTube AIDS.
It's like no one complains when I just fucking rail on a feminist or rail on something random stupid I found. But if it's the non-stupids community, no, you're not allowed to do this.
Mate.
Oh, that's the other. Mate, come on.
Let's be honest.
They're not
We
people.
we are living in a post Gamergate world right now, where we're looking at people who think that they're now the established, who think that they should be protected in some way because they're fighting the good fight. I wonder who that sounds like.
That makes it suddenly really, really, really much funnier to fuck with them because they respond.
Harmful.
They haven't got to the point where they know not to respond yet. They're not quite at the feministy point yet, but they'll get there eventually, where they'll learn to just ignore and like echo chamber properly.
Have you noticed this whole thing in the community that we've got a lot of people who are trying to get a movement together?
Yeah. It's a big problem that there's this movement towards. It's weird because a group is not necessarily a bad thing to be a part of a group, but that group needs to be diverse in what its nature is. Pulling together under an ideal is what is part of human nature, but we need to have. We need to rally the troops and send out forces is something that is kind of worrying in this community.
Well, I think it depends what you want.
It's a lot to do with the fact that there's people who are very much defensive folks. So when they see somebody attacking somebody else, they rush to their defense.
Right.
And once they've defended and sawn off said enemies, everyone's all sitting around kind of going, now what? What should we do, guys? And you kind of go, well, why don't we go to that place where those guys came from and have a go at them there? Because we're all here, aren't we? And I mean, we know what to do with these people. Let's have at them. And then beforehand, you were the defender. Now you're the aggressor. And you think, well, if we just get rid of those people over there, they won't be able to harm us or anybody else around us. Aren't we great? Well, that sounds exactly like social justice warriors at this point. It's the behaviour, isn't it, that we were upset with, not so much any of the particular rules, or was it?
All those years ago when this shit started, yeah, what's the behaviour?
That's the split, though, with a lot of people, you see, that they assume that what they believe and what they think is the thing that is actually making them do what they do.
I do seem to recall a very big rallying cry for a lot of people was Bob Chipman saying there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. Like, that seemed to typify everything that people were enraged by a few years ago.
That's a good point. It seems to me, Robin, like you're saying you don't like the attack sort of side,
Well,
where I'd say that's what I do. That's what I'm interested in.
No. You
And
get
I'd
me
go for
wrong.
the
You
whole- I'd go-
attack.
Oh, okay.
You attack specifics. You're an old gamergator, and I think you're probably one of the more honest gamergators out there, who were really there just to kind of go, could we just have some ethical journalism, please? Or at least behave like you're supposed to fucking behave.
Well, I went into the cultural side as well, but I think I was quite specific with.
Absolutely, that's the thing. Specific.
Some
think people are a little less specific. I find.
I think the core idea here is that the problem is not in attacking ideas. We can be as aggressive as we like with ideas. The problem is in going and attacking people just for, because it's funny, right? Mm. And that idea, the thing that's kind of started to grow because we've been bored, because there's been a general, we feel protected in our community. We have gone and said, well, now, like Robin said, we can say, look at that fucker over there, let's go attack him. And then they go and they attack in the swarm, and instead of attacking what they're saying, they're attacking the person. And that's punditry, right? That's what everyone's annoyed.
I don't necessarily view that as too big a problem, as long as you reverse the Bob Chipman thing, and you're going to be going no bad targets, only bad tactics. I'm not too bothered with insults on the internet. I don't find much of a problem, and I think a lot of the issues that are probably affecting a lot of you guys come from people. To boil it down simply, people who are happy to dish things out but are very, very frightened of taking it back at all.
It's almost like a protection method if they sort of like balkanize themselves. So there's
I think if everyone's happy to attack one another, it's fine. I think we either have to have no one attacking each other or everyone attacking each other. Things get really shitty and complicated when they're all different standards, and you can attack this person in this way, but not this person in this way. Whoa.
Yeah, it's like throw shit at you, and then when you do the same to them, they just tell their fans to go and attack this person and shut him up. I mean,
personal
really? It's kind of like, really?
Harmful. I was going to ask if you're going to do like some sort of video comparing the recent like escapades with Sargon and TJ to the ethics of Gamergate, like drawing up the parallels between their sort of cohesion and collusion.
I'm sure you could do that if you wanted
possibly, but I'm not as versed in Gamergate as you are, possibly.
Well, we can.
It really depends if I someday wake up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this today.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. It's like videos to me are like a brain fart. They're not like a professional thing.
Like, I think videos for me are better if they're not scripted. Sometimes I script things if I think it's important to talk about, but I much prefer not scripting and just talking.
Okay, I'm going to go for a cigarette. I'm going to go for a cigarette right now, guys.
Things.
Harmful.
All right.
You are in charge of this group, so you're
I'm
moderator now. Enjoy.
Oh, so you're a squad leader.
I was saying I'm the other way around when it comes to scripting. If I don't script, then I end up rambling for like half an hour.
Me too.
And I listen to my rambling, and I'm like, this is incoherent and stupid. No one wanted to listen to this. So
I just like stumble and stutter all over my words if I don't
Habib,
script.
you do know
I
what
used to
part
do
of the world is
videos
from,
that
don't
were
you?
like 2 minutes long, and that worked really well for that, and just the length's been expanding. So I practice that a lot. It's not necessarily a natural thing to just speak a video.
actually, do I call you Harmful or should I call you Tim? Because I'm more used to calling you Tim, to be honest.
You're welcome.
Because I remember you from the ukulele days from the early days of Gamergate. And you were the one who got me to ramble on YouTube.
I think your first video was Gamergate and feminism are the same thing.
No, that was on my new channel. On my previous channel that I took down, it was what annoys me about whatever annoys me about PC culture, like the PC, not PC, like politically correct. The PC master race culture cultivating around it, where people started getting more and more tribalistic around it. Like, oh yeah, I'm not going to play a game just because it's on a console, even though I own that console. And I'm like, yeah, this is just being silly.
Are you saying console peasants are human?
They're obviously not.
No, look, console peasants are not human, but you wouldn't just kick a dog in the street either, would you?
I suppose that's true, but you've also got.
I mean, here's the thing. I know a guy, and this happened just recently. He never played any of the DSX games. He doesn't even like stealth elements in first-person shooters. But just because the latest game had DirectX 12 support, he's like, I want to pick it up because the API interests me. And I'm like, this is not what gaming is about. We don't play with APIs. You play with the game itself.
Well, I think what.
It's
Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. No, I mean, it's just getting so stupid. And when you ask some of them, like the hardcore PC Master Race people, like, is there any game on any console that you can't get on PC that you'd like to play? Like, no, none. I'm like, no, you're not a real gamer, dude. Like, I'm sorry, you just.
They're not real gamers.
No, I mean, here's the thing. There's always going to be games that I don't have access to that I would like to play.
That reminds me of like when Angry Joe went up to like the president of Xbox and said, "You're not a real gamer, are you? You don't look like one."
How did the moderation go? Did they behave
Horribly.
themselves harmfully?
Horribly.
Horribly. Habib started saying that people are people.
This is the second.
Here's the thing. Actually,
This is actually the second time that I've actually handed over to you, Harmful. Do you remember doing a certain thing with Habib and me? This is a while ago.
Do you mean the salt mine?
The salt mine, yeah.
I don't remember being handed off to you though.
Oh well, I was doing the moderation beforehand, and we sort of like gave you a spot. I thought it was quite fun.
I remember
that was why.
The gender game.
Yeah,
Maybe-
gender roulette.
Maybe Tim just didn't notice, so there was no moderation during that period.
I don't do moderation anyway. Like
That was you, yeah. You were the quiz master.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
But the point you just made there, Tim, about how you wouldn't kick a dog in the street. That's true, and and like cats. When
If
you
it's
find
attacking
them,
my mum, I will.
you've got to be honest. The sheer population of them is not good for them. So when you find them, neuter them. Just please neuter the console peasants, just to keep the numbers.
Okay, I actually have a better way of describing this. When you see a console peasant randomly in the street, what they're doing is not the equivalent of being a dog in the street. It's the equivalent of a dog that's run into an art gallery and is shitting all over one.
So it is okay to kill them.
Okay, we've got a question here, folks.
And then the dog starts shouting about how, but I can play Bloodborne.
Okay, 07 says, Sargon loves to poison the well. I think this was with Furious Fozzer, where he started to bring up Gamergate and whatnot, where it was totally not relevant. Did anyone see this?
It was Pizzagate. I saw that.
Oh yeah, he kept throwing Pizzagate at Fozzer. I think he had some. He's been doing this Alinsky thing.
Let's go through the chronology now.
Okay.
So we're talking about a video that was done by Crown T recently about Mr. Milo Youngboys Yiannopoulos.
Very young boys.
Very young boys.
I know everybody did at the same time.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people who are coming in some sort of muddying the waters stroke protection force, it seems.
Are you saying a 7-year-old cannot consent to sex with 12 years?
Oh, dude.
Oh boy. I just had to refresh for a second, and now we're talking about like
very young.
Yeah, Harmful, what's your opinion on very young boys?
Well, my next band's going to be called Milo Yiannopoulos and the Very Young Boys.
That sounds like a cover band. What kind of covers would you do?
What's that band that...
Are you ready, kids? Oh yeah,
Well,
Captain.
it would obviously have to be Catholic hymns.
Surely.
That's
a metal version of Catholic hymns, right?
Catholic girls with their tiny little mustache.
Catholic girls.
Catholic Schoolgirls Rule by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was thinking we went Zappa. Robin
To
Hood.
any of you that are listening, we now have a full house. So just hang in there. I am sending out the links to you as and when. When somebody decides that they've had enough of this place, they can go and you can pop yourself in.
Naka Levi wants in.
I have just thrown him a link. So we will have to see. But like I said, this really depends on everybody else. If you haven't got much to say, guys, please drop and just pop yourself down to the side chat there. You can always come in later.
That's the tweet of Sargon.
That way we can get a bit of movement here. We don't want to have everyone just sat here squatting.
Let me ask this of Harmful, because this is something that I've noticed with a lot of people from the skeptic community, quote unquote.
Community.
Said the word.
It's like whenever someone is into Providence, and I got that thrown at me as well. They try to come in and try to recruit you, like, why don't you talk about this topic rather than whatever you're talking about? Did this happen to you? I mean, I've noticed this with the last trip that you did with Sargon, but does this happen to you even behind the scenes a lot?
Not anymore.
Did it used to happen before?
A bit. I'm trying to remember specific examples, but I remember it happening. I just basically ignore it. And like you get added to groups and stuff, and just ignore it or leave.
Yeah, there's a few of us out there that have ended up in these cabals, isn't it? And it's mainly to do with people just shit posting each other, but there's a lot of people.
Sometimes it isn't. I'm in some very interesting groups.
Oh, are you?
Collusion.
No, I'm just talking about the fact that some of them are just basically just shit posting channels. And then you've got some people that are looking to paint a narrative, if you will.
And others that just use pugs to bring the message of global genocide.
Exactly.
If you would like to have Pugly in your chat, and so we don't have to.
Unfortunately, that's not how it works.
He's not for rent, he's very cheap.
He's not for rent, we will give him to you for free.
By the way, this stream is sponsored by Harmful. I expect my 50 quid in the post.
This is how old that typifies just how old-fashioned Robin is he wants his 50 quid in the post.
Not via PayPal. Not via PayPal.
He doesn't trust. He doesn't trust PayPal. He's a Luddite.
I want a postal order with a self-addressed envelope in the back.
What you'll have is you'll get a big brown like some fucking manila envelope with a sock in it that just has £50 in coins.
And you light a gun and goes, "This smells of cum. What the hell?"
Think about
Oh my god, that would be worth a lot more than 50 quid on eBay.
It will be now because Harmful is God. So
In my Easter socks. I was in London last week, and normally I wear Crocs, but because I was going to a nice restaurant, I wore shoes.
Oh wow!
And,
Swoo.
Shoot! How lucky are you?
Did you change our tracksuit bottoms though?
Did you wear socks as well?
No, not normally, but because I'm not used to it, I've ended up just wrecking my feet. They were just bleeding everywhere. I'll send you those socks.
Make sure you wash them, Robin.
Okay.
Why would he wash them before putting them in his mouth?
Apparently, is it true that Unpopular Opinions is a stalker of yours?
I wouldn't call him a stalker.
No. More like an voluntary personal assistant.
An anti-fan. He's not actually that mean or anything. Sometimes he's nice, sometimes he's not so nice. He's an alright dude.
So if you would like to have a chat with Harmful Opinions or myself, me preferably, at RSOL GTP, see the big ginormous arrow that I bothered to render for your enjoyment? I can change the colour if you like.
Especially if you play Overwatch. Let me know what you think of Orisa.
I've just noticed, I've been aware of Unpopular Opinions avatar being that political compass thing for a while, because they turn up here a lot. But I've just noticed the irony of, you can see if you look at that icon, the red dot appears to be in the sort of lower quadrant, just off to the left of the center line. That's where like 90% of people end up. So you're not very unpopular opinions, are you?
Yeah, you fucking cunt.
No, but they are very
fucking poser.
Government, because it's not 7 or 8 points up. And frankly, if you're in government and want to have power and be able to maintain it and do anything, you need to be fairly authoritarian just to kind of try and herd the cats.
Okay, calm down,
That's
sir.
Robin is with the stream.
Okay, Cyril, don't go on about the Jews again. That was weird last time.
Lower your arm. Lower your arm.
There's nothing wrong with purging the Jews. They properly deserve it for some
So,
reason.
guys, any questions for Mr. Opinions?
What do you make of this? I'm gonna open a can of worms. What do you make of this culture war talk?
Depends what you mean by it.
If we're talking about the culture war, I'd prefer to be referred to as Colonel Fenian. You know.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's a lot of that. You know, if you can imagine, there was a lot of people in the Gamergate world that were very much anti-social justice warrior, and they weren't so much concentrating so much about the ethical side of things. They certainly grew in a lot of prominence during the whole Gamergate thing, and have, well, I would say, scooped up quite a lot of GGers to fight the good fight, and to continue it. To the point, of course, where they're basically, well, mirroring the same behaviour of what we were fighting against not 2 years ago. Some people seem to have very short memories.
It's funny that, like, they complain about the whole, perpetual warfare sort of aspect of maintaining power. They're doing the same thing. It's kind of like, let's just stir up the pot so we can keep fighting the good fight.
It depends what you mean as well. You're talking Glenn Becky culture war?
Oh,
Or do you mean this new, it's libertarians versus authoritarians angle?
Well, harmful. Conservatism is the new counterculture, you know that, right?
I think there's a certain people that have never been very skeptical or individualist. They kind of just turned up because it's like, hey, this is popular, this appeals to me.
I think it was who it was
got
appealing
on board.
against. That's the thing. I think you have people that have their own political bias.
Yeah.
I've met a few of these people who think that they're right wing, and then they say things like, I don't know, Fox News is centrist. and I'm sitting there kind of going, so you think you're right wing, but you think that Fox is centrist?
Let's just acknowledge a core reality just about the world, Robin, that some animals are more skeptical than others.
That's an Animal Farm joke for
being
anyone.
one of them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you can know if a cat loves you, they truly love you, because they've asked themselves the question of, is it just better to eat them now?
So this is the house, by the way, Harmful. I've got my cat, I've got my dog, I've got my...
The Irish.
I've got an Irish, I've got my token...
Token Irishman!
No one told me they'd be Irish.
I've got my token woman, I've got my token Arab, I've got my token Spurglord.
Hello?
Harmful, you'll keep that kind of attitude out of here if you don't want a car bomb tomorrow morning, okay?
I've drunk a few of those.
What car bombs?
Yeah, it's a drink. It's what is it? It's a mix of what is it?
It's a mix of Ford Fiesta and 50
I don't remember.
Oh, some people in the chat are picking. Some people in the chat are just picking up on this whole cultural libertarian thing, and someone's saying that it's classical liberal cringe factory on something. In other words, and I think let's just be honest. If you're in Britain or America or Canada, if you're in the liberal West and you're not in some sense a classical liberal, then you are probably a very strange, obscure religious denomination.
It depends what you mean by classical liberal, though.
No, it's a specific thing, though. And it tends to be aligned with modern conservative.
Okay, I had to stop you there for a minute, Etherin. Can I just interrupt you there? And now, Harmful.
Right, I'm just saying it depends. Some people just say it to mean old liberalism rather than classical liberalism in particular, which is why I have an extension on my Chrome browser that filters classical liberal to fancy libertarian.
there is a certain way of people who like to convert something that's already failed on the list, sort of like creationism. We're going to call that intelligent design now. Racism. Yeah. We're going to call it race realism because that means it's back to normal.
I do hold those to be two separate things, because the condition as to whether someone is one seems to be slightly different.
Well, that's the whole point.
We can label blindly accepting something dogmatically, even against all evidence, as skepticism.
Well, like I said, this is the...
I guess we could.
If you can imagine, we don't need to have skeptics of 1 + 1 = 2. They're just sort of perfunctory at this point. There's no point having them there.
I've heard a conspiracy theorist refer to their community as the truther community, and it's just so fucking amazing.
This truthers, a lot of them were the nicknames that people used to give 9/11 Truth.
Yeah, I of course think that we should all just form a unified lockstep movement to police this kind of foolishness. We will call ourselves the
Big Brother.
The Truthitarians.
Sorry to jump back a bit, but I have a slight theory that the use of the label classical liberal is a way to make it more likely that US liberals will listen to you, even though you might have some more right-leaning ideas. Anyone else notice that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know though, because virtually anything about liberalism is definitely on the left in America.
It's kind of what's happened to Dave Rubin, though, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
Who started the classical liberal?
Where you are.
He's not. Here's the thing with Rubin. He calls himself the last liberal. I call him the lost liberal.
Yeah, he does seem to think that he's in a very small minority, which is very strange when you look at basically all evidence.
Well, he has basically no subscribers, right? It's a very small channel.
I don't know.
No, it's a massive.
15 people subscribing and actually.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Nobody else follows him at all. He's like a grassroots movement over there.
Yes, Augusto Pinochet, this is a leftist jerk fest. Because we may at some point say something bad about the right.
Yeah, that girl's not left.
I'm actually left or right wing, so.
Wait, you're right wing?
Right leaning.
Get out!
All right.
Whenever I do the political compass
You pretty much agreed with my sentiment in the last video. So how does that explain it?
Let's not fight.
Come on.
Let's not.
No, I'm not. Racist.
No, if you're right wing, you should believe in the white genocide.
Yeah.
So
Habib, what's the gender identity?
When I do that, I come out right and down.
Say that again.
When I do the political compass test, that popular one, I come out to the right and down.
So you would consider yourself sort of like a right-leaning libertarian, yeah.
No, but that compass initially was designed by one of the founders of the modern right-wing libertarian movement to convince people that they were correct.
Yeah, a lot of them are really sketchy. There's one really, really hilarious one where basically everyone's an anarchist.
Yeah.
Hang on, I did that test and I managed to come out as an authoritarian, but that's just because I'm a
No,
monarchist.
it's basically it's not so much that the leaning is wrong. It's that the variance is just fucked.
Well,
how far you are in the middle is meaningless.
A croak a dill pickle says, actually, Robin, to call something classical liberal is to more or less regressively move backwards, make right-wingism centrist again.
What?
This is what Crocodile says.
I'm lost.
Can I just
I would say, there is a certain method that you see people coming from the left and the right when it comes to centrists, is that they need to scoop this majority out somehow. They need to take a little chunk of you and sort of like, it's like those people are annoying you. Let me put my arm around your shoulder and lead you down this new garden path. And I often feel that please lefties, stay lefty. Please, righties, stay righty, so that the centre can have its own place that can borrow from both of you and tell the pair of you to fuck off.
I'm an agnostic, and the atheists always try to convince me that I'm atheist.
Well, you're just a pussy atheist.
Are you part of a theistic religion? Yes
well,
or
it depends how precise you're being. If you're talking about what you're comfortable identifying is in like polite conversation, that's an entirely different proposition to like actual serious.
Well, I think
discussion.
both arguments that God exists and God does not exist is logically flawed. Because you can't prove the existence.
Hang on. You said you're an agnostic, not an atheist. An atheist is someone that is not part of an organised religion. A theist is someone that is part of an organised religion.
This is where we're getting bogged down, isn't it?
Someone
Guys?
who
Remember when we had that chat about us getting bogged down in ridiculous conversation?
Yeah, so that's wrong as well. Are you deliberately trying to trigger me?
In descriptive terms, like I always took it to mean, if you do not believe there is a god or gods, you're an atheist. You might not want to label yourself though, but that's all it takes.
It's called an agnostic atheist. Pretty much agnostic atheist
everybody
means
doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know. Agnostic just means anybody.
Yeah.
You might as well say human.
Agnostic just means you don't know, and the way I think about it is that if there was evidence that a god existed, all atheists would have to be God believers. That's the way I think about it anyway.
What do you think of agnostics?
Agnostics, that's a new term to me.
There are a lot of Jewish agnostics. They're the people who I think they're like, I don't know and I believe that you can't know. It's something.
No. Agnostic means that the existence of a deity is completely irrelevant.
Right. Okay.
That's fair enough.
It just doesn't matter.
That's fair enough to me.
Yeah,
there's I've never heard the term.
There's agnosticism, and then there's say apatheism, which is there is a god and he doesn't give a fuck about you.
That's Bill Maher.
Are you suggesting Bill Maher is the god that doesn't give a fuck about you?
Probably.
So the god is harmful.
That is Bill Maher.
No, harmful to is the god that cares.
You guys know that everyone genuinely believes I'm God, and I actually lead a cult.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I don't know many people
I'd like to join that cult as well. I'm enjoying it.
It's like it's going to be the new cult of Keck.
The harmful cult.
The cult of Keck.
It's going to be the cult of Keck times 2.
We're going to move all the people out of Kekistan into your little commune.
That's right. Does that mean that Tim is now Merkel?
No, he's Lolestinian.
God, I was out in Oxford and I nearly shit a brick because I was in Jamie's Italian.
That'll be the kebab mainly.
I was having a meal and it was downstairs and there's like this winding staircase and this woman comes down and it looks exactly like Merkel, and for a second my heart stopped.
You're like, oh God.
She's come for me.
9.
She knows.
I didn't realise you were such a fan of Merkel. Really, you know.
Did you get the whole like flashback of being in a meadow running after her and stuff like that?
At that point, you had some sort of weapon so that you could end Merkel. Is that?
She's not.
For some reason, I could speak perfect Arabic in my hallucination.
I can teach you if you want.
That's genocide, Habib. Come on.
How do you say in Arabic, Merkel? I want to take you for a drink.
Oh God.
Merkel Abghanikik.
How about Merkel? I'd like to. Would you like to come and walk my dog?
Same. Pretty much. No. What I said is, Merkel, I want to fuck you, but whatever.
Habibti, Merkel, Habibti.
Arabic is so much nicer sounding language than Germany, because I imagine the German equivalent of saying I want to fuck you is angry screaming.
Well, I think it's
Everybody in German is angry screaming.
No, but if you notice
the point.
that there's just this general trend of like the proper accent of any like hot countries language that's been there for a while is very soft spoken a lot of the time, and I think that's just because over the years people just couldn't be bothered. It's too hot.
You have a conversation that can really kill everybody else's, can't you?
Yeah.
It's just I don't know what it is. It's it's amazing how it happens.
Please explain the proper Finnish accent and why it's so soft spoken.
No, let's not.
I was trying to make a joke about being lazy, and everyone seems to be like.
We all know where your jokes lead to a pun.
I know one specific phrase in Spanish, and that is the first line of the Lord's Prayer. Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos.
I know Spanish for Neme la Puglia.
And I know Italian because I'm Italian.
I lived in. Well, I didn't live. I mean, I stayed in Cuba for like a month and a half, and the only two words that I learned were pollo when I wanted to order chicken, and mojito.
Excellent. That's all you really need to know in Spanish.
Let's be honest. We all understand expat Spanish at the very least.
And por qué? Just por qué for everything.
Seriously, I had to learn.
You can get away with speaking Spanish by just saying por qué all the time. It's brilliant.
Well, you can just say K.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what's por qué?
Por qué means for what?
I've been getting really angry at loads of
their
Mexicans.
version of why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were calling
No, in Italian is perché, so same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I had to learn the first line of the Lord's Prayer. We were supposed to learn the full line, but the full Lord's Prayer. But my teacher was fired because she was a fucking crazy loon. I went to a Christian high school, so
unlucky.
She made us shout it to the sky.
What?
Welcome to America.
Were there very young boys present?
Very young.
What's this comment?
Very
young. Boys.
Well, I just want to point out that they're not that young, really, because it's relative to the 70-year-old men that were sleeping with them, and they were still very young compared to the 22-year-old at the time, Milo, but that's totally... They were like 19, because that's how the words work, right?
I think you've watched a certain colleague of ours response video to Robin et al. I did as well, and I agreed with Woz right from this. Well, no, on one point I agreed with Woz, and that is that Milo is a bullshit artist, and we should not trust what he says. On the other hand, I do think that's exactly what he meant to imply, but because he's a bullshit artist, not because that's the truth.
Well, this is the problem, and Woz, if you're listening, and you probably are. All you've done in your argument was kind of go, oh dear, look at all this clear water, it needs to be muddied. You really didn't actually add anything to it by basically saying, well, according to who, in what way, these are all vagaries in order to basically muddy the argument.
I don't think it's muddying.
If you look a little bit further on, this is the only way to keep him under control, by the way.
You were sounding like Obama for a second.
Yeah, just go over the top of him. It's the only way to shut him up. It's the only way.
Well, that explains American foreign policy.
And him as well. Just shout over these two.
We're cats.
Yeah, if you want to translate that to looking at things out of context, all you have to do is actually watch the actual context, and he's basically talking about 14-year-old boys not 10 seconds before, and you're saying that he segued into something completely unrelated. I think that's bollocks. And that's it's not difficult to spot that he wasn't segueing into, somebody might say, well, on something completely unrelated, that helps as a segue. Not when you don't just say anything and just kind of go, well, I was invited to a few parties and there were very young boys there. After talking about 14-year-old very young boys.
It wasn't that extreme.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a very sharp thing. I get where you're coming from when you say that it's muddying the waters to sort of say, well, maybe he didn't mean that. But on the point of it's Milo, that's not muddying the waters.
Well, this is the thing, you see. If you are going to say something, you say, oh, well, I saw somebody murder another human being. And then somebody kind of goes, well, why didn't you call the police then? You should have called the police. You've just basically been witness to a crime and you haven't said anything. Kind of goes, yeah, but he's just bullshitting.
That's
so
something
what
that
is this
I
at this point?
saw getting used to confuse the issue with him being disinvited from CPAC, because people started making it seem like he was getting disinvited from CPAC for not reporting people or something, when it's more like they don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, no matter what, because he said it at all. Not because they're upset he didn't report it, they're upset he brought that up at all.
Well, harmful. The guy's going to Hollywood parties. He's already out the club. He's going to gay parties. Well out they're barely into accepting blacks and women.
Well, let's be honest, the gay parties are more fun.
Well, I read. Do you remember I directed us to read that altright.com article about this the other week? And that argument put forward there is just amazing. The idea that Milo was able to make such gains in the discourse because of his gay privilege that liberals just didn't want to contradict him outright. It said that they did all the time, and it's only that more conservative people were just very pleased to have a flamboyant gay friend to stand next to and look inclusive.
Exactly. Well, yeah, he was the token person for the community. They could say, "Hey, we got somebody."
And there's a certain victim narrative in being an egregious cunt with the way that you express yourself, because then you get to go, look at these people who are offended at the blatantly offensive things I deliberately said to offend them. They're censoring.
Yeah, it's like with Naked Ape. Oh, I go and piss at liberals for, all this shit. And then, I get angry because they were angry at me. It's like, dude, you went over there, you punched them in the face. They have the right to be angry.
Well, I would say
it's fighting, doesn't he? He doesn't pretend to be a victim or anything, doesn't he? Just keep fighting.
Well, I would say that there is something to be said. The message that a lot of them are putting across is there's more to life than getting offended about things, isn't there? It's like kind of going, why of all of the things that we're talking about, you're just getting offended because of somebody saying something. Well, that's just wrong, okay? Well, there is something to be said for people who are just trying to be offensive about everything in just the same way. They're not actually making a point. If anyone can look around and kind of go, there's no need to be over-offensive. Okay, we've won that battle. Now you're kind of going, right, I'm going to be offensive about everything, and anybody saying anything against me, I can just basically hark back and say, yeah, but I'm just being offensive. Fuck you. It's the Ann Coulter defense.
I don't like the whole I was being offensive, just being offensive, so that it doesn't count. It's like when someone says something and it's just a joke. There's a defense in if you say something and it's a joke and people are trying to say you literally meant that, then yeah, that's a poor criticism. It doesn't apply. But you can still criticize the actual meaning behind the joke.
Yeah, it's like when Kraut was making that video about the alt-right, and he's just, but my memes, it's a similar sort of line of argument.
I think this whole offense and being offended in particular has become like a thought-terminating trick. In response, perhaps, to the common notion that once you've become angry, or you get into a heated, as long as the other person is calm and reasonable, you're angry, then they've won and you've lost.
It's a cheap trick. It's a cheap trick
and
to win a debate.
Offending someone to get them to be angry is one way to win the debate.
I've talked to a lot of Fortran trolls about this, and they've basically said, yeah, that's what we do. If we upset you and get you pissed off, you see, we've got to win here. And it's to, if you can imagine, if you're having an argument with somebody and they're losing terribly, they get upset anyway. And they start lashing out or saying whatever the hell they like. So you having a decent argument is argument enough. But if you're doing it specifically to annoy people, specifically to wreck their conversation, Also, for
Piss
example,
off.
on Twitter, for example, if somebody says something that you think is obnoxious, and then you basically just throw everything you have, get all your mates together, and you all just basically just post, and this person's got 99 notifications up, they're not going to listen to what you've got to say. You aren't actually saying anything at this point. You're just part of some army that now they've either got to block or just forget about. And it interrupts their own conversations and gets in their way. So I find it somewhat hypocritical of people complaining about the fact that there's more people getting, on Twitter, for example. There's all these things to stop harassment. But before Gamergate, they weren't there before. And I have to question, in some cases people like to do this. What they do is they martyr themselves for free speech. So what they do is it's like there is a form of censorship called disruption. I'm going to highlight it this way. Imagine, for example, a bunch of church-going Nazis have decided to make a little sort of like an area, public space, or whatever like that, and they've done their little...
An Aryan public space,
if you will. They've made a little protest, whatever like that. Yeah, on they've even sort of like got permission from, say, a university or whatever like that, so they're allowed to do it. They've put it all up, and there's all these signs, sort of like God hates fags, all that sort of thing. If you are a left-leaning liberal type, you might want to tear that down, and you can then make an excuse, kind of going, well, that's my freedom of speech. No. You just done fucked up.
I don't think that applies to the internet, though, with how many tools we have to get around it.
Well, that's the point,
is
you see. There's all these people complaining about the tools. As though...
I'm not so sure people are complaining about tools as the enforced things, like filters. Maybe they are, but my issue is with enforced filters by Twitter that you can't get around. I'm all for people being given the ability to do it for themselves if they want to. Even if the filter Twitter has now was something where you could have a switch on or off, I'd be fine with that.
Absolutely.
The problem for me is that it's covering my eyes.
There is that, isn't there? You just go into your filter settings and change it.
Yeah,
that's you can only partially turn it off.
Here's the other problem, of course, is money. It is a free service. There are adverts on there, but not really a lot.
Yeah,
and you only have so much capacity to be able to deal with this. If you're talking about a billion, just under a billion people use Twitter. So if you can imagine having some human interaction in this particular thing is a very costly affair. And so you want everything as automated as you possibly can. The less human interactivity that you can pass off to a machine to do the job for you, the better. This obviously does lead to things that are, what's the word? You can call it censorship. I think it's really to do with people trying to police their own spaces, if you see what I mean.
Well, the problem what I have with a lot of people...
Okay, here's the thing, Robin, with it. It's not the censorship that's the main issue when it comes to a platform like Twitter. It's the favoritism. And what I mean by that, look at the situation between Milo and Leslie Jones, for example. Now, anyone would say that, they both flung shit at one another. They both did the things that I would disagree with. They chose to ban Milo rather than Leslie Jones.
Okay.
And
Question. Do you think, as far as I was talking to you about disruptive behavior, people disrupting others on Twitter. Hang on. Do you think Leslie Jones is more disruptive or less disruptive than Milo?
That's not the point. That's not the point at all.
I don't think either of them are particularly disruptive. It's the random.
No. Here's the thing, though.
I'm thinking about it from their point of view. There's people that are complaining about
I am
disruption.
As well, and you interrupted me before I made my point, Robin.
I'm waiting.
So, here's the thing when it comes to Twitter, and the reason why they're one of the most popular platforms, social media platforms on the internet, is because they have celebrity power behind it. Yes, it's one of the only platforms that you can go in and send a message to, let's say, I don't know, William Shatner, or the President of the United States, or whoever you want. And that's something that they keep clinging to it with whatever power that they have. They actually draft contracts and they send it to PR agencies, and you have to get these celebrities in there and you have to get them involved with the platform, even if they hire someone else to manage their social media, but they have to have a presence there. So, of course, when it comes to them choosing, let's say, even if, I know that your opinion is Milo has done something wrong there, and that's okay. I can agree with you there. But even if he didn't, if they were in a situation where they would either lose Leslie Jones or let go of Milo, they would let go of Milo because they want to keep Leslie Jones because that's the kind of person that brings them money, and that's what I mean about favoritism.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, here's the thing. Okay, I've got Harmful on here. I've got Sturkor. Imagine if, for example, somebody who I've invited onto the house comes in and has shared that with, say, Pol. And so now every 2 seconds or so, I've got people coming in to disrupt the thing. Would I be a censor just to basically kind of go, well, the person who shared that is no longer invited back onto the house? Would I be a censor at this point, or would I just be basically making sure that the house operates as it should operate?
Well, it's
my place, my house, my rules, right?
Yeah, I think this is the thing where basically because of the internet, we've gotten very confused now about the difference between free speech and free association.
Well, there's an entitlement complex now, isn't there?
And it's also a problem because we think of the internet as a public place, but if you think about it, it also has private companies running sites, websites in it. I mean, it's like your public squares and the bars or cafes around them. You know, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want in the public square, but as soon as you go into a bar, then you can't just piss on everybody and punch them or disrupt them because the owner can kick you out.
Here's the other thing. You can stand on any street corner right now and start saying Hitler didn't do nothing. You're not being censored, if you will. If you go onto a public square where everybody is, and there's 20 of you all shouting the same fucking thing, the people that are there already might not want to hear your shit. You've decided to put yourself into the popular place that nobody wants to fucking hear your crap. And they do have some rights themselves to ignore you. And if you insist that on people, that can come you a cropper somewhat. I have a lot more respect for, say, Kraut T, who just went to mines.
Are you saying that other people have human rights? And
everybody does. Yeah, everybody does. And sometimes
the thing with the internet, though, is that you can choose to not be able to see that. You can filter that very easily. So that they can be there, but for you, it's as if they are not.
Well, it's like, for example, CPAC. Do you think that the Conservatives who decided to not invite Milo Yiannopoulos, they had the right to say, no, go fuck yourself. You know, there's no point. Or should they have been basically told, no, there's some people out there that do want to listen to Milo, and you should have him on as your key speaker regardless?
The former, however, I wouldn't compare that to something like Twitter. I wouldn't compare it to a media publishing platform.
I have a very big problem with companies who say that they are a free and open platform, such as Twitter. They say they're like a town hall or something like that, or town square.
They said they were the free speech platform.
Yes, and they say they are, but then their actions completely contradict that. So they're basically false advertising, saying that they are for this, but there are limits.
First Amendment, you're talking about free speech, right?
And
for example, a university is a place of free speech, right?
Yes.
Or at least should be. So if you were basically in a class, for example, and the teacher's trying to teach you, say, biology or whatever like that, and you've got some twat there who's just basically kind of going, memes, Hitler did nothing wrong, nigger, like constantly through the entire lesson. Do you think it is against freedom of speech to tell that person to shut the fuck up?
No, there is a difference between free speech and also the freedom of other people to live their lives. And of course, I understand that you on a platform don't want to have to deal with the trolls or whatever, and it'd be best if they weren't there. But if you say that you are for free speech, shutting down literally, basically cherry picking and shutting down people based on that, and then saying that you're still for free whatever. Free association for those people to associate with you or not associate with you.
Well, there is.
Well, like
there is
the thing I see is
there is the argument against disruptive speech. You see, there's you've heard hate speech, but nobody seems to really give a shit about disruptive speech.
But yes, I know about disruptive speech.
Well, you can't. The thing like Twitter is, I feel like people who go into Twitter and then complain about it, it's like going into the house. You see the rules, and it says you can't say this, and then you go into the house and you say that thing you're not allowed to say, and then you're like, why did you kick me out?
I'm a martyr.
But Twitter is a different. Twitter doesn't follow this analogy that well. Like, sitting in a classroom is different than being on Twitter. Yes. People can ignore you in Twitter. And what's more, I wanted to circle back to your
and your sock accounts.
Yeah.
Filtering.
No.
The
I wanted to
filtering's quite sophisticated.
circle back.
A different thing if say you go into a house and there's the rules and then you're kicked out of the say business or whatever because you broke the rules, and also the house in the middle of you doing something say, nope, we just made up this rule that said you can't be here, and then kick you out, or just make it so that you're shoved into a corner because they don't want to hear what you say, and then.
It's not so much.
The thing is, I do see a pretty.
That you're talking about here.
I see a pretty consistent application of the rules.
Subject. What you're talking about is the they.
What's far more sinister is what's happening on Twitter right now is not the banning or anything. It's the stuff that is not transparent whatsoever, where people are not necessarily breaking rules, but without you being able to opt out of this happening, stuff's being hidden on
the bot. Yeah.
And
that's actually quite annoying, as it stops you being able to actually talk to friends on Twitter.
It stops people from getting too angry about it as well.
This is a disruptive influence as well. You see, this is disruption. This is disruption of people's free flow of argument themselves. But this is in the authoritarian world. So you've got it in the libertarian world, and you have the authoritarian world. Where in the libertarian world, their form of disruption is to basically annoy you to the point of giving up. Get in your face.
It's very easy to deal with on the internet, though.
Whereas the authoritarian version is to basically just have those just disappear. One is protecting the other, or at least one is so this is the sort of like the bite point between the two of them, and there should be some sort of synthesis between the two here.
So Robin, are you trying to say that kicking Milo out of Twitter was all fair game by Twitter?
It's their job. They can do what they like.
Right, they can do what they like.
It's their platform. If they feel as if it's their thing, that's up to them. I don't
the
think it
synthesis
was
I propose is developing tools and then putting it in the hands of the users.
But the AI is a step over the line. Is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then again, and this is why I have to caveat almost everything I say, the problem that you also have is that you've got a free service here by being used by under 1 billion people almost, and you're expecting human interaction to be able to solve all of these problems. This is where we struggle. So if
AI are not necessarily a bad thing. Sorry.
Well, I mean, this same AI got me suspended just because I'm sure most of you guys know the story that back when I was more active in the Stop Enslaving Saudi Women campaign. Here's the lighter. My housemate wants a lighter. Anyway, back when I was active, I was targeted by some, I would say, Saudis that were really pissed off with whatever I had to say. So they organized this campaign to just flag every single tweet that I had. And there was like thousands of people just flagging everything. And I got suspended for over a week because of it. Mm-hmm. Even though I haven't broken any rule, they
there's
just
a lot of
gamed the AI.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing flagging exercises that basically trick the AI into doing this, that, and the other. So you've also got to understand and assume that there are people that do have a particular bent. I mean, I did a video the other day, and because fans of said YouTuber didn't like what my comments were, they came and did exactly what I was expecting them to do. They viewed it by about the 6,000s and downvoted it by the 2. So they're trying to send a message that you say that about my hero, and I'm going to downvote your video regardless.
What's the problem with that, though?
Well, isn't that their freedom of?
That is their freedom, but what they're actually trying to do is, this is a form of intimidation. Let's say I've had other YouTubers, little guys. I know you don't know many of them harmful, but a lot of these little guys are terrified to actually say what they want to say because of this particular personal army type deal. There's a lot of this group out there that wish to. I can show you DMs of this person. Tell him if you'd like.
I mean, this is mafia tactics at this point.
But Robin, I was a small. I'm still relatively small compared to everyone else. I just don't give a fuck.
That's right. You're a brave type.
I don't.
Not everybody is. Not everybody is that brave.
He's just
okay. Let me just say this. It does take some sort of I would say certain sort of person to go against the grain in certain communities.
That's right. That's why those people are approaching me.
And right now, like for example, like for more than a year now, there's been this guy, this more obsessed with me. Like he's always around whenever I'm on a stream. Probably he's in the chat. I'm not sure because I'm not next to my computer. And he keeps even approaching my friends and telling them that I'm an ISIS plant, and they shouldn't.
Oh God!
Habib the ISIS plant.
Who's going
So
to
he's like, yeah, he's
Who's going to
just
be
a
in charge,
big
by the way?
atheist.
I'm just going to go out and have a cigarette. It's going to be that girl.
You're doomed.
Sweet.
You're in charge, darling. Enjoy.
Habib, I
So
do
yeah,
have
I
an
mean,
important question.
I have that guy, and you know how I deal with him? I just completely and utterly not engage. I didn't block him. I didn't even mute him. I just don't engage, and I just watch as he keeps going deeper and deeper into anger and obsession.
Yeah, you just sit there and watch him make a fool out of himself. It's like, yep, just gonna sit here.
Habib, you sadist.
You should take notes and write a psychological journal.
Don't downvote. Still count
The
as
slow
interaction.
insanity of
Yes, they do still count as interaction for the Google thing.
Good God, Tim actually brought us back on topic.
However, Habib, he said
you
you're
could
an
try and
ISIS
be the
plant,
Howard
but what
Stern
type?
of YouTube.
Sorry, wait, Harper, what was that?
You could like if you have tons of people who hate you, you can just be the Howard Stern of YouTube.
Yeah,
Just make all your money out of people hating you.
Oh, by the way, that girl, you were talking about like Twitter and all these platforms saying they're free speech. The reason why they go away from that promise is because of the monetary gain from advertising. They have to restrict their speech to have advertising on their platforms.
That's why that's something that is something that I disagree with, because it kind of does. I mean, obviously Twitter is not the same as, say, a newspaper or other, but the fact that they are limiting the things, allowed to be said in their platform because of advertisers, it's something I just disagree with.
Whereas you may disagree with it, but it's a request from the advertisers.
Yes.
Otherwise, they
Well,
won't.
at the same time, like, what is the purpose of a
It's
company?
not the
It's to make
advertisers that
profit.
do that, by the way. It's not the advertisers, because advertisers, they just promote their tweets, and
That's
it's basically
no.
there's an algorithm. No, hold on. There's an
I-
algorithm that would just detect what your interests are and would just push those tweets at you. That's what the advertisers do. The main push is coming from the celebrities that they want to be associated with the platform.
And also Jack
they-
Dorsey.
So I was a software
that sounds like Scientology.
Well, actually,
It is. I mean,
I was a software engineer at YouTube at a YouTube network for about 2 years, and then I moved to another one. And I did engage with a lot of the advertising, what they do, and there's a difference. So there's advertisers who are like big advertisers like GE or big companies, big conglomerates, and they want a lot of control. They want a lot of brand control. And so if your platform is kind of a sketchy platform, they might not even engage with you. Whereas there's some smaller advertisers, people who just want to get their word out, and they are willing to take the risk of having their name associated with a thing, right? With a sort of less reputable things, more or less controlled.
I think that I don't think that it's one. I don't think that's all of one or none of the other. I think that it's
Exactly.
a mixture between everything else.
Right.
Wait, are you saying that
since
there's
we're talking about advertisers, and let me bring this back to Harmful Opinion and his latest feud with a lot of YouTubers, like
It's a mere
Armored
conversation.
Skeptic.
I don't think anyone's feuding.
Yeah. It's Armored Skeptic, and you have people like the Amazing Atheist. Now, when it comes to, if you compare this situation with what Gamergate used to deal with gaming journalism, we had some journalistic ethics, and one of the main things with those ethics is the separation between the marketing department and the editorial department. You can't really do that with YouTubers, because a YouTuber is mainly like one guy, or it's like a team of like 3 or 4 people when it comes to like drunken peasants.
Right.
How do you make the separation then?
You don't, and that's the problem. YouTubers need to build an ethic, right? We need to have a sort of a standard at which we say that what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
No, that's actually that AdSense could.
Well, like,
making money off AdSense.
That is that people normally
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
The degradation is occurring across all media. Like you can see what you might call old media shifting more toward native advertising, breaking down that wall a bit. YouTubers are just a bit ahead of the curve. Everything's going to shit.
Everything in the back of a YouTuber's video most of the time has been paid for by advertisers.
I mean, I'm going to give you an example now, and it's not coming from gaming media, but it's kind of related. AMD just released their new platform, Ryzen, 3 new processors, and there's been a lot of YouTubers just going out, like especially like the PC centered or the hardware centered kind of YouTubers started doing all their coverage. None of them said anything negative about it. None of them. And when you look at the numbers, it's just meh at best. Mm-hmm. You look back, and every single one of them was paid by AMD, not for that particular video, not for the review, but before that, they were dragged into parties, big, or at least events.
They don't want to get cut off from that.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, and that is one of the biggest problems. That's
the tech sector right there.
Yeah, tech is fucking disgusting. Tech on YouTube is so vile. It's
and that is why there is the I think SBJ or whatever, the board of or the code of ethics, where one of the codes is that you do not take anything from anybody, any advertisers. Like way back when, or decades ago, there was a certain push by Disney to have journalists go to Disney World to review the park, and after that they decided that was unethical, because mostly what they said was good things, because they were being paid by Disney. All of it was all inclusive.
Okay, we have QQ in.
Sorry,
just to interrupt everybody, we have QQ in. Say hi, QQ. Or don't say hi,
nothing.
QQ. That was your moment, mate. You've spoiled it completely. That was your.
I mean,
intro,
okay, I can compare something like that with another YouTuber that does, unboxing reviews, Unbox Therapy, and he unboxes a box every single day.
Yes.
Oh, hey. Oh,
And-
there we go. Sorry, I was having some technical trouble. I'm glad we brought it back around to Candid, because most of what I wanted to discuss was around that. And let me bring something up real quick, because I think this is a concern that Robin has with regards to the whole culture war thing, and that is there exist people who are more looking to talk about the culture war for the sake of their own popularity than actually looking for any solutions to any problems whatsoever.
Sure.
That's something that I'm always wary about whenever it comes to any big controversy. Like during GG, there was a lot of people who jumped on the bandwagon and were very clearly just there because it was the popular thing to talk about. And you're starting to see that, especially now, when you're examining the personal responsibility, the personal ethic of some of the people that were involved in that, and it's becoming very clear that they don't believe anything that they were talking about back
Ethics
then.
are a tool for some people to attack the SJWs with.
People aren't even considering a very, very basic idea, which is, okay, no one's going to stop you from taking sponsors. No one's going to convince you otherwise. Please, at the very least, don't take sponsorships related to the sort of stuff you criticize or talk about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
QQ, just to bring up your point about the culture war thing, I recently had a spat on Twitter with Sargon, and I wanted to ask him the big question: is what is the end goal? And he says, well, there isn't an end goal because the fight for free speech is perpetual. And I was just thinking, you're just saying this to be relevant. You're not actually trying to, find an end goal and say this is where we stop and this is what we can achieve. You're just trying to be perpetual. And I just think that's a bit dangerous, because if you don't have an end goal, you can keep going into more of a rabbit hole.
You should have two lines in the sand. One is as far as you're willing to go back, and one as far as you're willing to go forward.
Yeah, someone needs to open up 1984 at the chapter where it says perpetual warfare and show them. So, like, this is what you're turning into.
Or
you're
just
going to turn into that.
I'm just going to say I'm a bit worried about the same thing possibly happening with this whole Candid situation. Like, I think I've already seen some smaller channels, like maybe 700 subs, that are jumping in. They have no idea about anything, and they're talking about this issue just because it's going to make them popular, and they aren't really looking towards solutions. It's like I don't know. You know how there's the smaller fish that swim around larger fish and just feed off of their excrement and things like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that just sort of turn up and just be like, I agree, subscribe to my channel, by the way. I am going to be doing a video on Candid confirming all of your pre-existing biases. Subscribe to my channel now.
Well, this is. I noticed this. I know.
Hey,
you know,
it's tough out
QQ,
there
how
for
many?
us.
You know, you've known about the house for God knows how many years now, and we've had all kinds of people come through here, haven't we? Now?
Yeah.
And in some cases it's my own doing. I will spot somebody that I think has good potential to do some good, do some harm, if you will. And in some cases that people just are inviting themselves on, getting themselves sort of heard, and doing their thing, a la John Kelly. So that is a dynamic that's running around, of course. I mean, I'm not going to mention names, but there are a few people out there that will advise you to watch who you're hanging around with. Just make sure that you've got enough and they've got enough subscribers. So it's like a subscriber leeching thing. You get yourself involved with those people for a little bit, grab all of their subscribers, then get involved in these people for a little bit, grab all of their subscribers, they'll grab yours, and you sort of build each other up that way.
It sounds very Hollywood cliquey the way you describe it.
Well, this is.
It sounds like cohesion. It sounds like cohesion.
This is what I've noticed. This is what I've noticed from people. They stick onto each other for a while.
But is that wrong? I'm
just
kind of
saying
confused.
it's a thing. It's just a thing.
It's just a thing.
Here's the reason why I don't like it personally is that if everyone had this mindset, what you'd end up with is nothing getting done, because the people are actually end up making money off of perpetuating things instead of making money off of solving things. And that's actually one of the things I wanted to bring up today was some very direct solutions to this whole problem that we're seeing, because there are some. And I can bring up solutions for the Candid situation and actually solutions for this whole Twitter one, although the Twitter one will never happen because Jack Dorsey doesn't listen to anyone who doesn't sniff his farts.
Well, what's interesting, QQ, is that this particular kind of dynamic, it has two prongs to it. One of those prongs is kind of going, I imagine you're edgy, and it's like kind of going, I want as many followers as possible. That's what you're after. You're after as many followers as possible. Now, why are you after so many followers? Is it because you wish to get whatever message you're doing, or is it so that you can make a bit of cash? In some cases, both is necessary, because of course if you want to get your message out and you're working everything for free all the time, you may not be able to spend enough time getting that message out there or researching said message, that sort of thing. So you can understand why people would want to, give themselves a little bit of cash so they can actually do what they want to do. That's understandable. It's when it's either one or the other. You get the absolute authoritarian types, or you have the absolute ideologues out there. And then you have people that are just absolutely there just to basically make as much money. They'll say whatever is necessary. They'll ramp it up as much as possible. They'll make it a big deal, a Clash of Civilizations type deal.
And then
Feed the movement.
And then they complain about politicians when they do the same. It's kind of like, dude, you should be a politician. You will win the presidency immediately. You're a perfect bullshitter.
Now here's the real thing, guys. That's exactly what Gamergate was. Both people who are trying to get money and people that were trying to get a message out there as well, and people who are trying to get a message out there while making money.
Well,
now,
there's another thing
incestuous of each other. They become incestuous of each other, and you're seeing this within the skeptic community at present.
There's two real currencies on social media. There's actually making money, which you can do on YouTube, but there's also social capital as well. So you'll see people who will do things just for the social capital, but there is here's my take on things that can be done to very quickly wrap up the whole Candid situation, because a big part of the problem is that this solidarity thing, skeptic solidarity or whatever it's called, leads to the circumstance where there's certain topics that they just won't touch with a 10-foot pole. And there's actually one that was missed that happened a while back around July 11th of 2016 was when it concluded. But do you remember the whole Shadows of Mordor circumstance with WB?
Yes.
Yeah. that was somewhat brushed under the rug, and it was very interesting because you could see a little bit of that groupthink in action. Again, I can't prove that there was something going on behind the scenes, but how almost every YouTuber that I saw covered that. Yeah, there doesn't need to be, and that's the scary thing, is they will fall in line just for that social capital. The angle that almost every YouTuber took on that was that PewDiePie was the victim, because all of these publications were coming out and using him in their headlines to talk about this issue. Now, this left out a few things. Number one, it left out what the actual issue that was going on was, like the real actual issue, and I'll get to that in a little bit.
Sargon's law, mate.
He was the FTC's example.
Yeah, the other thing was, the FTC gave exactly one example of a YouTuber, and that example was PewDiePie. So if you were going to write an article on this and source the FTC directly, there's only one name you could put in that headline, and it was PewDiePie. So it ended up just being this whole narrative that kind of brushed away the thing that the YouTubers didn't want to talk about. And I'll tell you exactly what it was that they didn't want to talk about. It's that it was influencer marketing. What PewDiePie was doing and these other YouTubers were doing was they got 5.5 million views on videos that were doing influencer marketing, and they weren't disclosing up to the standards of the FTC.
But YouTubers are just little babies. They can't think about these things. They can't be held responsible for anything.
They can only rail against it for 2 years.
And Q, let me just say this. I think the main reason why there's a lot of people that ignored it or just like to brush it off is because who was the whistleblower on that? It was someone that a lot of GGers didn't try to like.
Yeah, I was just thinking of Jim Sterling breaking that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
I knew about that straight away because I watched it.
And there's something that just ended, I think, a couple of weeks, maybe a month ago, with Jim Sterling, where there was a company suing him for bad reviews, and I haven't seen any single GGer taking his side because fuck Jim Sterling, he was against us GGers.
Didn't he just put
it's not about the ethics,
it's about...
No, they dropped the case finally.
Oh, I thought it got dropped and then picked up again.
Well, they dropped it again a few weeks ago, and he made like a 1-hour video where he shat on the entire company. And by the way, there's another company that's trying to sue him now.
Oh, that'll be it. That'll be the one. That's what I was thinking of. Different company. Never mind.
No, it's a different company now. But Digital Homicide, they pretty much committed like suicide.
So there was a little bit more that came out that Jim Sterling didn't cover on July 11th, because a lot of this is to do with guidelines, right? The FTC put out these new guidelines, and no one was really sure if these guidelines were just that, if they're just, say, best practices, or if these were actual like clarifications of existing law, like if you could get in deep doo-doo if you didn't follow them. And what we learned when the FTC put out their press release about this, which was quite a bit after Jim Sterling stopped talking about it, is that they absolutely are treating this as law. If you do not meet their clear and conspicuous threshold, then you're in big trouble, and the company that paid you to do this is also in big trouble too. So that's where we can get to this whole solution thing, because I wanted to this is going to be really dry, I'm just going to warn you, but I wanted to read some things off of the FTC website, if that would be okay with you.
Oh, exciting.
He's going in dry.
I'm on pins and needles.
So here we go. This is one of the things that blows my mind, is because so many people involved in GG championed this exact webpage. Like, they posted it everywhere, and like, look at this, the FTC's clarifying its guidelines or whatever. Isn't this great news? And then they completely ignored it, like they never wrote this. So here's exactly what was from that page. If I upload a video to YouTube and that video requires a disclosure, can I just put the disclosure in the description that I upload together with the video? That's a hypothetical question that the FTC puts on its website. And the FTC's answer is no, because it's easy for consumers to miss disclosure in the video description. Many people might watch the video without even seeing the description page, and those who do might not see the disclosure.
Exactly.
The disclosure has the most chance of being effective if it is made clearly and prominently in the video itself. That's not to say that you couldn't have disclosures in both the video and the description. And another one that's a little bit later is, I guess I need to make a disclosure. I've gotten paid for a review that I'm uploading to YouTube. when in the review should I make the disclosure? Is it okay if it's at the end? And the FTC says it's more likely that a disclosure at the end of the video will be missed, especially if someone doesn't watch the whole thing. Having it at the beginning of the review would be better. Having multiple disclosures during the video would be even better. Of course, no one should promote a link to your review that bypasses the beginning of the video and skips over the disclosure. If YouTube has enabled to run ads on your video, a disclosure that is obscured by ads is not clear and conspicuous. So what do they mean when they say clear and conspicuous? This is what they say. It has to be close to the claims to which they relate, in a font that is easy to read, in a shade that stands out against the background, for video ads on the screen long enough to be noticed, read, and understood.
Conspicuous.
And for audio disclosures,
conspicuous is the word, isn't it?
Yes. And audio disclosures read at a cadence that is easier for consumers to follow and in words consumers will understand. And they have said in other texts that if you're doing a video, the disclosure must appear both on screen and you must say it aloud as well. You can't do one or the other. And
what I have the YouTube as I sponsor do.
Am I the only one in thinking that actually it's clearly never going to be quite as effective to just prescribe all of this so much as it is going to be to just give a title card and an audio clip and say, you must play this and this must be the start. Like they do that with other legal declarations at the beginning of media, don't they? I'm not sure what it is called, but I'm sure I've seen them. That's actually what WB got in trouble for with regards to the whole PewDiePie situation. Is they said when you disclose, they didn't give orders to disclose in the video. They just were completely silent on that. They did require disclosure in the description, but again, that's not enough.
Okay, Q.
One other thing that I wanted to say about
Q. We're overblowing the whole thing at this point. I was just thinking about making up maybe a different thing on here. We've got any of you guys heard of somebody called Robert Mercer?
Nope. Rings a bell from somewhere.
That rings a bell. I'm not sure why.
Look, just put it in the news. This is a billionaire who's with Cambridge Analytica. There was a story in the Guardian about this last
about
February.
Them tilting the election with AI analysis.
Yes.
To promote fake news or something?
In
or
something
have
like
it hit
that,
at the
yes.
right time?
All a bit of a mess.
Look at his fucking Wikipedia page summary and it has an HO scale.
It has an HO scale?
A harmful opinion scale.
You know too much. Why have you brought this up, Robin? What have you found out about me?
What's his name? Robert
Mercer, his name is. I'm going to give you the Wikipedia entry so you can have a look at this. Explain your harmful thing here, harmful. Your harmful, list or scale here?
Oh, it just says it on when you search his name in Google, at the top is his Wikipedia thing, and one of the subsections of his Wikipedia page is the HO scale.
Is that going to be a new research term?
We could do that, yeah. Well, it's
a number based on how many advertisers you make pull out of a community.
Apparently, it's a scale. It's a scale in model railroading. I can think of a metaphor there.
So your scale, Tim, would just be 1 then, wouldn't it?
That we know of.
It's off or re. So yeah, Mr. Obviously not a lot of people seem to know this. Apparently Robert Mercer is the right-wing George Soros. You're not really helping here, to be honest. Apparently George Soros funds everything, and he's behind me right now. Hello,
obviously, his name is actually pronounced Saurus because that means lizard.
I haven't seen any proof to back up any of these claims, mainly because I haven't looked into it, but nothing's come to light to say glaringly that that's true.
I don't think anyone who believes the claims has looked into it.
Okay, we have Mr. Zliryu, and we've also got Knuckle. How do too?
Hey, Knuck.
Say stuff to us.
Hey, everybody. How you all doing?
Word.
What's nice up? To finally friggin' talk to you, handful.
All right, how's it going?
It's all right. You know. just enjoying the shit show you create on a daily basis.
Everyone is enjoying the shit show. I would like to pretty much sum it up in just this, really.
Honest to God.
Clapping!
Well done.
Okay, let's flick. There you go. Jazz hands. I'm jazz handing right now. You're just gonna have to believe me, folks. It doesn't work.
I'm slightly unsettled by Willem Dafoe staring at us.
By the way, yeah, I joined. It's terrifying.
How do you think it feels for William Dafoe? He's got to look out in the mirror and kind of go, "Whoa!"
By the way, I'm more unsettled by that girl because I remember a few weeks ago I saw her her picture just somewhere on Twitter or YouTube or something, and I was thinking, is that my fucking sister? You are the spitting image of my fucking sister, and I'm
looking to fuck you. There you go.
Scottish after all, he wouldn't put it past him.
Listen to that accent.
Hold on just a second here. Robin, I thought this was an English-speaking stream. What happened?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Get it started.
This dialect is there simply to confound the English. He can speak perfectly good if he wishes to.
My first is in windmill, but not in canoe. What am I?
But yeah, so there's you, and then there's you. How do you say it? It's your chance, mate. Don't just stare at us. Your mic's dead, damn it. Oh, well done, great. I know, let's come into a chat show without a microphone working.
Well, I had the same problem.
I think Hangouts has a bug right now where sometimes when you join the first time, the mic doesn't work. But if you refresh again, then the mic will work. Because I've had it happen to me multiple times.
Going to happen to you at the start.
Videos.
But then just sit there, and then when you actually finally get round to actually introducing him, it's like kind of going, yeah, my mic's fucked.
Hey,
Jeff.
Hey, it's Jeff. Welcome to the community.
How you doing, man?
This is actually a cult. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
a cabal.
Have you not been keeping track of the chat, Harmful? I haven't actually.
He's not been reading.
If I look at the chat, I can't listen to people at the same time.
I'm reading on his behalf. Let's say if there's any poignant questions that you could maybe arrange in your brains, try and put it down in text and stick it into the chat area, and I will feel that best as I can.
Usually, we get accused of being an echo chamber. There'll be at least one person during the stream at some point who just spams for a few minutes, going, "You're just an echo chamber. You're all just here to agree with Robin."
Well,
we're a skeptic chamber.
All left-wingers do is just collectivize people.
Yeah.
I never agree with Robin. I'm always like, no, Robin, you're wrong.
But the thing is, Jeff, the thing I love about Jeff is he says it so nicely.
I do. I say it very
Let me explain why you're wrong. That's what I can't stand somebody going to go, "You're an arsehole, and here's why." I'm going to go, "No, let me explain exactly, specifically why you're an arsehole." That's so much nicer, you know.
I'm not going to be nice today though, because I'm eating my Trump taco bowl. I know the stream can't see it, but you guys can see my.
You're drinking your milk as well.
Lemonade. But I'm going to infuse some milk with some ketchup. While I eat my well-done steak here in a minute.
Well, I'd like to say I bet that's making the lefties feel terrible, but I feel as if that's making you feel terrible.
Wait a minute.
I imagine the Trumps come after you eat it.
If milk's like supremacist and fucking like purple stuff is like black supremacy,
I swear.
Lemonade? Is that like Chinese?
I swear these people are now picking on companies and kind of going, how can we make this company more money? We'll just say that lefties hate it. And then people, I'm going to gobble that up. Rah! Is that upsetting you? Is it? Ah! And they're just.
I wonder. You know how some people like to immediately point to like deep government. Why don't we just arbitrarily attribute that whole milk thing to deep government? Have come to the belief that a lot of the fucking crazy bullshit that does appear in certain sections of the core alt-right, we know who they are. Well, maybe not personally, but we know what I'm talking about, right?
Do we? Do we really, Anthony?
What are you fucking talking
about? Anyway, maybe the quote-unquote deep government has discovered that actually it's a calcium deficiency, and they're thinking, well, the left, oh my
Yeah, this is a
You know
joke,
where I'm going with
according
this.
to Earthrin.
Nobody does.
No, but playing the whole PC culture war thing off each other has actually been used successfully in forms of marketing for a while now.
Yeah.
Blizzard actually did it quite successfully with Overwatch, where they had they did this funky little dynamic where they had people like Patricia Hernandez going, "This is so great, this is so diverse," and then they did the thing with Tracer's butt, and all the anti-PC people were like, "Oh, this is awesome, she's a pinup girl now," and then they made Tracer into a lesbian, and the Patricia Hernandez of the world were like, "Oh, this is great, it's representation," and all of that, and they basically just snaked their way through and managed to get all the political points from everyone. Like, everyone was giving them kudos for being on their side in the culture war.
Well played.
It's a well-known fact that Soros pays for Overwatch.
I never played Overwatch, but what I found very, very interesting and very funny was how there was a lot of autistic screeching over one of the characters being autistic.
Is there one of the characters being autistic?
I wonder if Overwatch read rules for radicals like Sargon.
Symmetra's the autistic one.
Oh wait, the Indian woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I mean, how do you tell? How do you tell?
Well, it does come across that, like, all of her voice lines going on about, like, efficiency and everyone needs to perform their function, and she's extremely pedantic.
That
I thought
sounds like
she
you.
posted on Tumblr.
Yeah.
If she was really autistic, she'd know that the best way to go is with a hit scan weapon.
Well, I guess she does, doesn't she? Her charge up thing, like, it's not. But, yeah, short range. Here's how fucking autistic I am. It actually annoys me slightly.
Don't outsperg everyone, please.
It annoys me slightly that a weapon is called, like, photon projector or something. You know what a photon projector is? You just translate that from slightly bullshit
right?
jargon. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Flashlight?
A projector would do.
It's a flashlight, yeah.
It's a projector of photons. It's the
Yeah.
flashlight.
Yeah,
Well,
and
so
not
is a
only that,
laser
but
mine,
apparently
you
that's
know.
the name of a weapon, which has light bending around.
It's
Light goes in straight line.
Deep photons. That's how you make it work.
This is what you're doing when you're playing a cartoon game where you're just blowing up your mates and having a giggle. You sit there and you complain about the name of a cannon.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Overwatch is serious as fuck.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Rob.
I understand that it is indeed sick.
You're speaking ill of our cultural heritage.
I have no problems with its sickness. I'd like to make that absolutely clear. I have checked it in my sickness library. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying no one is chill playing Overwatch, at least not in competitive.
I am.
This
To be
is
fair, I'm extremely chill because I just don't give a fuck. I enjoy playing, not winning.
I
For the
hate that
sake of
fucking
full
game.
disclosure, I have to ask, how much is Blizzard paying y'all to promote Overwatch?
Well, I don't know. The check hasn't arrived yet.
So you're not a fan of esports then, Jeff?
Well, I had access to the closed beta, but that was it.
I'm fine with esports. Esports are alright. I used to play a lot of MOBAs and shit like that, but
Yeah,
I fucking hate Overwatch. I hate Overwatch for one specific reason. I am fucking terrible at it.
Those sound quite well. Those are actually quite heavy ground for when it comes to investigative journalism, and there's actually quite a lot there to have a look into. There's now and again you'll find a story of somebody getting caught doing something dodgy.
With very young boys.
Not with very young boys. Well, they're already with very young boys there anyway. But what I'm talking about is the principle of people throwing a fight, let's say. It only takes one person to then fuck up, and they can make themselves quite a little bit of money, either by gambling against themselves, because there's very little in the way of people checking this sort of business up, but also like telling their mates they're going to throw it so they can gamble.
See, we need to like update some of our like modern movie tropes. Hollywood needs to get in on this because we need like a retelling of Pulp Fiction, but instead of throwing a fight, Butch throws like the ESL tournament for League of Legends. You know?
Oh, wow.
No, I mean, I think I already told you my idea,
You
Jeff.
feel that? That's called pride. Messing with you.
We need Bollywood to get into gaming.
What?
Yes, we need a game designed and made by Bollywood.
Not
Yeah.
unpopular
Yes.
opinions. It's not very, very, very young boys. It's
I
just
don't
very
know
young boys.
that there exists a sound card that could handle that.
I want a Tunak Tun game.
Give it time. That guy's going to be on the Overwatch character roster eventually.
It's so diverse. So basically, the whole point of this is that we think that Overwatch is actually a secret AI designed by Blizzard to see if they can actually make it so that people will push the payload.
No.
It's
It's a philosophical life lesson. They're trying to heal the wounds of society of the modern era by teaching everyone, even if you don't feel like participating, even though sometimes it sucks, even though you feel like that fucking widow keeps getting you, then you will still push the payload, because what else are you going to do?
On a more serious note, it is a bit of an experiment on Blizzard's part. It's an experiment in business model. This is, if I recall, the first time Blizzard has done the combination of a free-to-play business model and a pay-up-front business model. They're seeing if people will accept that, if they'll accept the fact that you pay up front for a game that also has pretty much the identical business model to Candy Crush slapped on there as well. And it turns out that people will, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily great.
EA has been doing that for ages.
Yeah, EA does that all the time.
EA does that all the time.
Yeah, EA does that all the time. This is the first time Blizzard's experimenting to see if
Well,
they're
like it's shown to be effective. Like, I wouldn't really call it some.
Well, the thing is, World of Warcraft is that already. It's not. It's not got the free to. I don't know. Actually, I haven't played it in years.
Subscription based, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well,
Doesn't count.
it's. I'm not saying that it's exactly the thing. I'm just saying that with the subscription, they've also got the upfront fees. If you want a fully upgraded, up to date World of Warcraft account now, what's your buy-in from scratch right now for a WoW account? I have no idea. It must be huge at this point.
Yeah, the issue's a little bit different when it comes to monthly subscriptions and things like that, because you don't have the issue of whales subsidizing people.
What?
If
You guys don't know what a whale is?
Oh, you don't know what a whale is? Okay, I can explain what a whale is. Basically, a whale is
a whale.
the way that people set up
A whale
microtransactions.
is a chump who keeps buying the microtransactions.
A whale would be described as anybody who has paid more than $1,000 to Star Citizen, say.
You know when you go to a casino and you see someone sitting at a slot machine, and then you go and you have your fun and you come back and they're still sitting at the same slot machine, pushing the same button, and they very clearly haven't won anything. That's a whale. It's basically the ideal customer.
That's an interesting comparison, because a lot of these games, the microtransaction stuff does have an element of gambling in it. It almost always has an element of chance, which must hook some people in.
Okay,
Just-
Battlefield 1's like that.
That's
with
the era of Facebook.
Okay, I'm going to come to some.
This stream
defense
brought to you
here.
by CS:GO Lottery.
Yeah, to defend to microtransactions. A lot of the time is that people can't necessarily want to buy a game; they want to try a game out first of all, that sort of thing. If you were to spend, say, $30 on microtransactions for any particular game, it really depends if that is as good. Imagine if it's a very, very good free game, really beautiful graphics, AAA, the whole works, everything's lovely, and you've got about $30 worth of microtransactions that would say either build your character to its maximum, so you just go into competing straight away rather than having to build up. Or perhaps, it's just all, just silly hats and all that sort of thing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad sign. It's when you are locked out of all kinds of different things. It's when you are stuck without being able to do certain tasks. So, for instance, you're playing a game and it's, say, a 4-player co-op, that type deal, but you haven't got the DLC, they've got the DLC. So then there's that enforcement thing.
I don't remember the last.
EA does that like their Battlefield series. You will buy map packs, and suddenly you won't be able to play with people who haven't bought the same map pack.
That makes you want to buy it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the thing with EA and multiplayer shooters, kind of like Call of Duty and Battlefield, they do study how the community is divided at every single moment. Like, they're always worried if they release the game with, let's say, 24 maps or 30 maps, the community is already going to be divided between all those maps. So they have to just segment it. Like, okay, we're going to release a limited number of maps where the community is always going to be playing with those maps, and it's going to be like huge battles. After a while, the game is going to die off anyway. Like, you see the numbers just falling down. We're going to release another map pack. And that's how they keep the communities together somehow. They haven't perfected the formula yet. I mean, I'm not saying that the current model or the way they're doing it is perfect, but they are aware of why they're doing it, and they're trying to perfect it in a way where it just like keeps the community together the entire time.
The last big game I got was fucking For Honor. I got that, and it's been a bit of a nightmare with the peer-to-peer and shit. But they've got a system thing where, like, the in-game currency, you earn a wee tiny bit of it, and you do dailies and stuff to get it. But you can straight up buy the currency for the game in it, and you can only use it to get like random bits of gear and stuff like that. So, and you generally don't know if you'll ever get anything good or whatnot. So, I always think it's a bit nefarious when it's like somebody could pay for this shit and they might not get fuck all for it.
No, that's intentional. You'll almost always notice that a microtransaction system will try and put an element of randomness in there. For example, the chest system that's in many games, a lot of Blizzard, not a lot of Blizzard games, Overwatch, but a lot of Valve games actually have this, where you buy a key, and then the key will give you some random item from the chest. And that's partially because that creates a better Skinner box effect than if you were to just buy the item outright. It makes you more like
gacha. It's gacha. That's what you
And
call
if
it,
people
innit?
want
Gacha.
one thing in particular, they keep going, and then after a certain point, they're like, "Oh no, maybe if I just do one more, I'll get the thing I want."
It's gacha.
Yeah,
that's
there's
what we call
something
it, gacha.
else.
Right.
There's something else in common with slot machines and that model, and that is they don't have an odds table printed out. You don't know what your odds of getting any item in that box are. That's confidential.
Don't they have to do that in China now?
I will admit, on the Chinese New Year event on Overwatch, because I had 2 maths exams that week, that I just thought, fuck it, I've got my student loan money, I'm gonna just buy a pack of 50 boxes so that I'm not tempted to like spend the weekend playing. It worked. I didn't. I bought the boxes, opened them all, got all like the costumes and things, and then just thought, okay, I'm done now. Turned it off and actually studied.
So
okay,
the question
let me
is,
ask this. Let me ask this instead of I don't know what you're going to ask, but you can ask it later. There has been this talk. I think from
Who are you talking to?
there's been this talk in the gaming industry for the last at least 5 years, which is instead of charging for microtransactions or subscription fees, to raise the price of a game to $70. Would you guys be willing to do that if the game doesn't have any extra costs? Let's say they're going to give you all the map packs, all the DLCs, but just raise the price a little bit.
Well,
They do that already.
They'd ruin
They do
themselves.
that already, yeah. They do it
No,
like
they-
the special edition or
they call
whatever,
it a
and it
season
includes all the
pass.
DLC. Yeah, season
Yeah.
packs, Call of Duty.
Here's one
So-
for you guys. Here's a proffering a suggestion on this sort of front, and I still think that this is a perfectly adequate model. Is that, for example, Habib, what sort of machine are you running right now?
GTX 980 Ti and an old ass processor.
Booyah! Not too bad. So as far as sort of graphics, all that sort of thing is concerned, you wouldn't mind, and you've got a few dollars to spare, so you're okay with say paying that little bit extra and you get everything, right?
Yeah.
And then anyone here with a potato?
Yes.
Yeah, mine
I
does.
use a laptop.
Okay. So you have a potato right now, and is it a very expensive potato?
No, it is
No,
not.
it's not a very expensive potato. Have you got a lot of cash lying around?
No, not at all.
Oh, right. Okay, so we've got 2 people here, and then there's all these people in the middle, and these game manufacturers want to find some way of making it so that let's say could you make a game where everybody gets to play it for free, but those with a really decent machine who can afford it get to pay for something extra that the potato people won't be able to actually have access to. My suggestion being is graphical fidelity. Lots of people are prepared to spend $1,000, $2,000 on the machine, so they've got the most tip-top premium-looking machine. Why? because they want their graphics to be tip.
Autistic.
People on potatoes, however, not only do not get the access to that because it's no point, and they end up with like a 30-40 gigabyte download, and then they're going to turn all this crap off anyway. Or you could do it in a tiered model where you have, say, free to play for everybody, looks okay. Second tier is sort of like a few extra gimmicks, that sort of thing, making it look really nice. And then for the top tier people, you've got all your bells and whistles.
I don't think that would actually be as compelling as the current model.
I don't think that would.
Because part of the reason why people pay for they're not even paying for a cosmetic item. They're paying for the chance to get a cosmetic item, and part of that is.
No, I'm not talking about that though, Q.
No,
I'm talking about this premise itself. Rather than
yes, I'm getting to that. Give me a moment. The reason why this wouldn't work as well is because it's not social. You having better graphics for yourself isn't something that other people playing the game are going to be aware of. You can't brag about it or show it off unless you take screenshots and post them on social media. So it lacks that social element. It doesn't fit you quite as
well. Okay, here's the question.
If you're paying for better graphics in Overwatch, you're a fucking idiot, because everything should be on minimum.
We see that depends on the viewer, but once again, we're talking about.
I run it without a graphics card.
No, Robin, I just don't think that makes sense at all. I mean,
you on your potato get a freebie, and somebody who's willing to spend the money spends the money.
Let me try and get this concept in my head, because right now I don't really believe that you're saying what I think you're saying.
Okay.
So let's say if I want to play The Witcher 3 and I have a potato, I can get it for like $10. But since I have a PC that can run it in 60 FPS with everything in full settings, I have to pay extra.
Yeah.
Well it would be like you go to the settings and it has low, medium, and then it says high and it says locked. $10 and you unlock high graphics mode.
People would lose their shit over that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily like the fully tiered system, but a premium for the ultra extra settings and stuff.
Basically,
No,
an
but
extra
that's
$10 for like the Ubermensch sort of fucking.
No, but that is the reason the games are beginning to cost so much to develop, is because they're trying to get them onto that thing. Why, as a low-end computer user, should you be paying that price for games when that price has been inflated by pandering to people, giving them that high-end graphics? You can't experience that.
It's not even that, because
you end up pirating it.
I would be paying for something that's already in the game. It's something that I already bought anyway. And besides, people with potatoes, they already have access to the game if it has good scaling.
That's the point. You see, though, this is the point, is that they can't afford the game as it is because it's there built for you.
But what I would say is that, well, while the technology keeps advancing, it's not the onus on the games designers to keep downgrading their graphics, is it?
Well, the point is that you can start with a low base that is the basic game. You can have some sort of mid-range, and then you have stuff that basically nobody can use already. And then over the course of the actual career of the game, obviously the prices of those particular things can come down.
So
there's nothing to stop that from happening, for example. But what it means is that everybody gets a chance to have a go at it, see if it's any good, and if they really like it and they really appreciate it, well, then they can say, well, let's have a look at it, looking a bit better from these Let's Plays that I've been looking at. Maybe I want to play it like that.
I'm going to play armchair economist for a bit here, because what you essentially are talking about when you're talking about DLC and microtransactions and things like that is the game company for some reason doesn't want to charge a higher sticker price, and that may even be they don't want to charge a sticker price that's higher than $0. But it's usually they don't want to charge a higher price up front, so they're finding some way for a certain class of user to subsidize the rest.
That's right.
And yes, so the current model with the microtransactions, what they're using to subsidize the others is basically two classes of user. There's the whales, who there's very few of, but they spend tons of cash on the game. And then there's the enthusiasts, who there's a lot of, who are willing to give their money and subsidize everyone else to maybe get a few chests here and there, or a few keys.
No, you're missing somebody else, Q, because a lot of these games are to do with the amount of grind that you put in. And what that is for anyone who doesn't have the time. They can only spend an hour on their computer for the evening or whatever, let's say, and they want to play their game, and they don't want to waste the fucking time. They've just been working their ass off. And so they're impatient to do the whole grind thing. They just want to get the gun they want. So they put a few dollars in there. That sort of thing. That's the main junk
what
of it.
he was describing is called price discrimination, and it's a very good way of eliminating deadweight loss from it's a very good way of eliminating market failure due to an incompatibility of this generic product with everyone. No, there is no product that's good for everyone, and if you can discriminate to some extent, you're allowing the consumer to have more choice over what they buy.
You'll usually see the model that you just described where they're looking for the people who play less often to be able to pay to advance themselves in mobile games like Candy Crush, where they disguise it as power-ups. You pay for a power-up, the power-up makes the level just a little bit easier, and then you're able to beat that level in advance because Candy Crush is very carefully engineered so that each level has just the right probability that it's really, really hard to beat, but it is possible. I think if you just give yourself that little bit of an edge by buying one of the power-ups, then you can get through that level and get on to the next one.
Yeah, what I think is actually a really good way to do it is Wargaming.net's approach to this with World of Tanks, that they've said they've been asked about what their policy now and in the future has been towards the sort of potential for pay to win or what's this paid content thing. And they just say that their approach to it, their ethic regarding this is that the premium bonuses in game, in order to progress, you must either invest time or money or both, and that is they want that to be interchangeable. That's their doctrine going forward.
I think people have a big problem with DLCs when it's no matter how much time you put into it, you're not going to get it, and it's only accessible to an in-game currency that's only accessible when you actually spend money. That's when people really, I think, have a problem with DLCs and microtransactions, in my opinion, anyway.
So, I would actually offer an interesting thought experiment because I think it's worth considering. What if some of these, because there exist games right now that have both. They have an upfront sticker price, and then they have some form of microtransaction system. If they were to take all of the expected money that they were to make off of microtransactions, divide that by their expected user base, and slap that much extra onto the sticker price, how much do you think the sticker price would go up?
It was calculated to be $10. That's why they suggested the games would be sold for $70. Remember that whole talk that EA started Project $10 extra, and they were pushing for a $70 price tag, and that didn't really go through. And then they introduced the online pass for $10, and that was before DLCs were so prominent, and that didn't go well. So they were
are we assuming that's $10 with the same sales volume though?
Yeah, same sales volume.
Well, that's not going to happen though. You can't raise the price and expect exactly the same sales volume.
That's why they were pushing it as a market standard, because they didn't want to compete against games that are sold for less. So they're let's just sell all the games for $70.
I don't think that holds either, because I don't believe that games are. Because even in a monopoly, that doesn't hold. It
encourages people to pirate. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's not that people have alternatives to just buying games, and that's piracy.
Yeah,
or
but again, I mean, that's basically why they didn't go with it, because they didn't really they didn't find a lot of good reception from the gaming community. So they were like, well, let's just find another way to make that extra $10 per game, and that was maybe the price changed right now, because those numbers came I think back in 2008, 2009. It was a long time ago, but yeah, that was back then. It was $10 per game.
I mean, it depends what you can do to actually give the premium users their extra little bits that they buy. But I don't see.
I'm doing it on the quality basis. I mean, people pay more money for a 4K TV than they would a 1080p TV. They pay more money for a Blu-ray player than they would a DVD player. So, I mean,
Now,
it does make sense that people would want a higher quality, a higher definition if they're willing to pay $2,000-$3,000 for a computer.
It's whatever works, but the one thing we shouldn't really be expecting them to do is to eliminate price discrimination when there's no reason to do so, because it is very much in favour of the seller.
Well, a lot of
and
it is
the
to
audience
do
in this
with, a lot of
case.
it is to do. A lot of them make their money by making sure that there's a lot of people playing something. If you don't have a lot of people playing your game, nobody's going to buy it because there's no one to play with. So that there's this encouragement of saying, yeah, we've got 1 million people on our stream for you to to fuck with. That's great. That makes people really, it encourages people to buy. So a game's popularity then, at least in the model that I'm saying, would be related more to its gameplay more than its graphical fidelity. And
so
that would
the issue I would
encourage
think
gameplay
with charging for higher graphical fidelity is that if you were to take, let's say, the dollar amount of $10 per unit sold is the amount that they roughly expect to make extra out of whatever crazy business model they come up with. I think that the intersection of people with high-end machines who would be willing to pay extra for graphical fidelity is so small that the price for that extra graphical fidelity to make up for it would be very expensive, and that would create a backlash. And the reason for that is
it's a niche market. It's just a niche market like that they can access.
But I know people with enthusiast machines who play games like Counter-Strike Go on the lowest setting. And the reason why they play on the lowest setting is because
they want 200 FPS.
Yeah.
Yes, they want the highest FPS possible. They want it to be as responsive as
the
possible.
problem is what you're doing is using an exception and promoting it as a way to defeat the rule.
Well, this is the thing. Why does it have to be a
exception?
rule?
Oh, hold on, Robin. I hang out with a lot of PC enthusiasts. I mean, I post in the PC Master Race Reddit all the time. And you know what we mostly play over there? CS:GO and Dota.
Yeah, Dota. Why do they do that? Why get a computer that's like $2,000 and play Dota on it? I mean, I do it myself, but
$2,000. I mean, there was okay. I mean, my computer cost around $2,000.
Okay,
and most of what I play is Doom.
Niche there, though. You're looking at another niche.
Yeah, but
you're talking about
if you talk about like top tier graphics and you want to charge for them, then that's the niche that would pay for them.
What is it called? What is this Reddit forum called?
PC Master Race.
PC Master Race. So it's people basically talking about their PCs.
It's joking about being the master.
This is nothing. Go to high fidelity gaming or something like that, and then maybe you'll see that. If you're looking at somebody who wants to up the ante of their computer, that doesn't actually matter whether they're interested in high quality games or not. That's a different thing.
What's the percentage of
kind of do this jump of the galaxy? It doesn't matter if it.
Let's have a game like Battlefield 1. I think it has a concurrent player base of 20,000 on PC at any given time. The last time I checked, anyway. I don't know. Maybe the numbers have changed.
Yeah, BF4.
What percentage?
Really
what percentage of those would pay for extra fidelity? I would say less than 10%.
Well,
less than even 5%.
They already have paid.
Well, okay. Why don't we solve the funding problem with the games by just offering bonus content in the form of harmful opinions? 50 quid right there.
That's a segue into you, Tim.
Oh.
Go on, harmful.
We have really gone off track.
I mean,
cameo floating brain.
Tim, I just wanted to ask you about your most recent video on Richard Dawkins. How fucked is how fucked is that?
Well, it's not really about Richard Dawkins. It's about the game named Richard Dawkins.
Actually, something I was watching it earlier, about an hour ago. Well, about an hour before the stream started, I should say. And one thing I really want to know, and that is, does Richard Dawkins even know that discussion is being used to represent him as if he's endorsing this?
Who knows? Hopefully, people will get in touch, because Richard Dawkins has been taken advantage of. He's trusted these people.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't even know that he has even endorsed it as they've represented. He obviously seems very naive about it.
He does look a little weak after the stroke, doesn't he?
He doesn't seem to be a patron of this project in that video.
I mean, the last bit where he talks about it,
and then that's it.
That's clearly scripted, I think. Yeah, I don't think he's totally unaware. He's not like
okay. Can you guys run me through this, because I haven't. I mean, all I saw about this game is a tweet that's Richard Dawkins, a game called Evolution, and I have no idea what's going on. So what is going on? Can someone tell me?
There's like this dog shit game that looks like a rip-off Kickstarter where he wants to do an MMO that models Evolution for 50 grand and have it done within the year.
Well, the thing is, though, actually, on the level of complexity here, like, what are we talking about? Game? You know, there's a game called, I think it's called Fold It, and in like 13 weeks they solved a protein folding problem, like that has real medical applications.
Yeah,
that had been identified but had remained unsolved for like 30 years.
They're doing that in EVE Online.
That's a little bit different in that the Fold It thing was the way that Fold It got its revenue, if I recall, was it was state sponsored, right? It was paid for by an educational institution.
You're talking about folding at home.
No, Fold It. Folding at home is something different. Folding at home is you donate CPU cycles to solve problems. Fold It was a game where there were still this class of folding problems that computers had trouble with, so they basically turned it into a game, released it out there, and had actual humans try and solve it.
Yeah, that's very different to this. This is asking people to pay a monthly to fund it with Kickstarter and then pay a monthly subscription to have an MMO universe game where the creatures evolve and you collect them and trade them, and
So
it looks
it's-
like absolute dog shit.
Well,
to
be fair to the intention of the goodwill behind attempting this, it's not like they can expect funding from the current US government for promoting evolution.
But I was just thinking, watching it, I was thinking like that frame rate though.
I think Dawkins has goodwill. I think the dev guy is out for a quick buck.
So I'm going to say we're in a little bit of a transitory period with regards to Kickstarter in general. Just like I think we're the same with paid promotions. I think we're in a period right now where paid promotions, nobody understands how to do them, and they kind of shortcut your brain so that there's been studies on this that show this, you don't realize you're being advertised to, and that means that this market is more lucrative than perhaps it should be. I think with Kickstarter, you're in a similar situation where there's been such a short history of Kickstarter, and there's been so many success stories that have been paraded around that people have in their brain this assumption that Kickstarters tend to succeed. And that's not the case. Kickstarters tend to fail. When you're paying into a Kickstarter, you're likely just throwing your money into the trash can and not going to get anything out of it.
I think there's plenty out there that do realise that.
I always think they're fucking going to be horrible shit. I mean, like, what was there, like Mighty Number 9 and whatnot?
Yeah, I paid into Mighty Number 9, and I regret it.
I have a day one Ouya here, so yeah.
Yeah, so I think
Harmful.
what you're
Carry
seeing
on,
again
mate.
is
I think
similar.
QQ, you've just got to talk over him as well. What was that, Harmful?
Yeah.
I was whistling at the day one Ouya.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I made some stupid decisions.
Habib has enough money.
He bought into you bought 4 Star Citizen passes, didn't you?
I bought 4 passes for $120.
Each or total?
No, just total for 4
So
passes.
I've got a friend.
Using all 4 of those, or what's...
I've got a friend that bought a bunch of passes.
Jeff,
so
nobody's using them.
I've played it.
No, I here's the thing. I gave 2 of them to friends. I used 1, and one of them I gave away on the internet.
That's like cursing
And
your friends.
Yeah.
I tried to get a refund because 2 of my friends were like, "Yeah, we're done with this," but I can't get a refund unless I find the 4th guy who I don't even know.
Oh.
I
So
played
I
it for
can't
an evening for
that.
shite. It's
Oh
so
my
bad.
god, this could be like the start of an adventure film.
Well, I was just thinking. Hang on, isn't that the plot of Pirates of the Caribbean?
No, it's funny that now every now and then I'll just log into the game and go to the persistent universe where there's like you get a lot of people just hanging out and pretending that they're playing, which is like a glorified version of PlayStation Home. And I just go like, this is fucking dog shit. And people are like, no, this is the best thing ever.
Is it more a glorified version of a few kids having a cardboard box?
I think it's a bunch of existentialists who have found a refuge away from the crushing regimen of strict academia, who are just going, let us explore the concept of pointlessness.
I played it. There's some interesting things. Let me tell you about fucking Star Citizen.
Right, we won't be pilling anybody. Thank you. Don't pill over here. Okay, otherwise I'm going to have to hit you with my Slytherin hat.
Let's get Derek Smart into this.
I'm just getting sick and tired of whenever anyone sees sort of like a Harry Potter reference in somebody's tweets, and they're like kind of going, "Read another book," and then they go, "Let me red pill you about this." It's like kind of going, "Oh, so you don't mind the odd movie reference yourself, do you, Neo?"
Oh fuck! No, I love my fucking pills. What's it called? Fucking.
Well, you're Scottish, of course you love your pills. But
well, it's needles, to be honest.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, direct to the source.
No, I'm always on with Layman. We're always talking about pills. It's what we do. It's literally all our streams are.
And Iron Brew.
Just talking about pills and Iron Brew.
Yeah.
And heroin. And Layman calling me a whole nigger.
I was a bit curious about this, so I went over to Kickstarter just to see what's on there. And the very first one that pops up is an audio book of Queers Destroy Science Fiction.
That's really where it belongs, let's be honest.
I think I want this to exist.
They're streaming live right now. It's these two old people like sitting there talking about their books. And I think
you're not shitting me. You're not shitting me. Fuck.
Oh yeah, no. Queers Destroy Science Fiction. It's an audiobook.
That's the kind of project you put up on a Kickstarter because it can't fail. Because the expectations are so low that no matter what you crap out, the target audience will just lap it up.
No, it's not so much the low expectations. It's just that you just go somewhere where people are like, oh, let's see what's going on today, and it's like, oh yeah, we're making a movie called Snakes on a Plane, and no one thinks it's good, but everyone wants it to exist.
Have I shown you my favorite Kickstarter? Have I published this online?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You tell us about it anyway.
I'll put it in the chat box.
I can show it to the world if you like.
Have a little click on that. Have a little click on that, baby.
Right, for if anyone's wondering, okay, just for anybody listening to us giggling away to ourselves, what this is a Kickstarter for a cereal spoon for those who are lactose intolerant.
It's got such a high goal. It's got such a high goal as well.
I'm just going to share it with everybody so they can see what's up.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the reason that the spoon is for those who are lactose intolerant is because it's got holes in it for the milk to dribble out the bottom.
It's got like diagrams and everything. Even specifies the perforations. There's 14 of them.
Well, you do need at least 14. There it is, look, guys. There you go for anybody watching. There you go. Look, cereal spoon for those who are lactose intolerant. So far, they've got $42.
I've got to disappoint you. It's already failed. It's already ended.
Funding unsuccessful. Who would have thought?
14 perforations to allow fluids.
But look at that gorgeous spoon. Isn't that a wonderful spoon? It's a very well-made spoon.
Ratio. I mean,
look at that.
is that a lot?
I tell you what, if somebody wants one of those, give me $50. I got a drill. I got a bunch of old spoons.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you're lactose intolerant, and you really. No, here's the thing that really, even if someone thought it'd be a great idea to have something like this, just use a fucking fork.
We're just like, there are spoons.
Hold on. Let me be the Spurg here for once.
Oh God.
Wouldn't the cereal actually absorb some of the milk?
Yes. This would not work.
It would get
completely.
If I remember correctly, they address that and they're just like, well, it will lessen the effects.
Oh well, that's fully explored, isn't it? Yeah.
You know another thing you could use a fork, or you could just put water on cereal. Like most cereal tastes
just fucking like soya milk or something like.
You can get lactose-free milk. So.
Or we could just let them die naturally.
I love the pitch. I have sold over 10,000 sporks in less than a year. My sporks are currently rated 5 out of 5 stars with 39 reviews written.
I'd love to find out who rates sporks. I'd like to find that sort of like rotten tomatoes, but for particularly plastic cups.
No, you know who it is, Robin. It's camping enthusiasts.
We love those people. Oh my god! Very
talking about the queers against science fiction. Yeah, talking about the queers against science fiction and that though, that was making me think if somebody was going to do a remake of the film, the science fiction classic, Gay Niggers from Outer Space.
Dude, that's such a good movie.
That movie has actually been displayed on our longest ever stream, the 65-hour one.
Has it?
Yes,
well, I did not know that.
Yeah.
We're all connoisseurs here.
No, it broke the internet. YouTube wouldn't actually allow me.
Yeah.
I still have it saved on my computer though. It's a 24 gigabyte video.
Wow.
Everyone who's watching that stream is now more prepared to join the GNAA than most people, as they offer an entrance quiz on the movie in order to join.
I think absolutely everybody in Gamergate at one point went on that stream.
Oh, enter what did you say, QQ?
The GNAA.
What's that?
The Gay Nigger Association of America.
Oh,
it's a trolling tool.
Hey, guys.
Well, that defeats the purpose. It needs to be the Gay Nigger Association of the Galaxy or something like that.
Can I change the topic and have a little chat about very young boys a minute?
Oh, hello.
Your favorite topic, isn't it?
Well,
that doesn't
no,
sound
I'd just like
dodgy
to
at all,
ask,
does it?
I was proffering the suggestion. I'd like to ask any of you that if do you think what Milo had said, if it were true, was wrong, bad, naughty, possibly illegal?
I do think so, yeah.
What if it was young boys?
Depending on which part of what he said, he says a lot of things.
The thing I would proffer a suggestion to any of those who are saying, "Nah, Milo didn't do nothing." I'd like to ask you all to put on your own Twitter feed, "I have no problem with men having sex with very young boys."
No, but their contention is about what he meant.
It raises questions. At the very least, there are questions I would like to see answered.
What I would say on principle, it's fucking awful. But like, there's no evidence.
Well, like I said, but the thing is where people are kind of going, yeah, but what it might mean this, it might mean that. I say, right, okay, so you think that if you say on your Twitter feed, "I don't mind men having sex with very young boys," everyone's going to kind of go, "Oh, well, it's subject to interpretation." Do you honestly think that they would turn around and kind of go, "Oh, yeah, well, he probably means sort of late teens or something,"
No, but that's the thing, though. Milo does have a habit of utilizing vague speech and manipulating context and jumping around a lot, playing fast and loose, as the cool kids say. And
cool kids
just
say
being
that,
full of shit.
He
went pretty hard on this one though, because he was like, "I've seen things that beggar belief."
But that's the thing.
And it was an emphasis
when I say that to just reiterate what he said. I'm saying he definitely, virtually certainly did mean what people are saying that he meant. But I just think he was still bullshitting.
Probably.
To be salacious.
Yeah, but he can't just say, "Oh, I was just lying, gotcha," because
he can't. He's fucked his career, and that's his own fault.
Like I said, those that do the defense, those are in the defense force. I ask you, please, if you were to go up to any member of your friendship, anything like that, anybody right now, and just kind of go, "You know what? I've been thinking about having sex with some very young boys." They're going to call the cops on your ass. They're not going to kind of go, "Oh, do you want to specify exactly how young?" They're not. They're just that's.
Yeah, and no, and then don't specify.
Yeah,
never specify.
Don't specify at all. That's not going to freak.
Oh, you have to say it would beggar belief.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love this party that beggars belief, and I'm telling you, young boys, mwah. But very young boys, oh my god.
It kind of like.
Well, the code there was very young boys.
Emphasize.
It wasn't boys because he said very young.
Very young. Not just very young.
Is he still associated with Breitbart, by the way?
Oh, no. He had to leave.
Very young boy.
Okay, because I was going to say that was one of Andrew Breitbart himself's big things that he went after very aggressively.
Yeah.
Was the very young boys type of stuff. So having Milo and Breitbart associated after that is not something that I would expect to keep up. It's kind of a dishonor to Andrew Breitbart's name. That's hard to pull off. But
Milo went after pedos as well.
A while ago.
Well, that's
he said this a while ago, and it's only the recent thing that has actually made. Well, he resigned, I suppose, which means they didn't actually insist on him leaving, even though he did say this publicly.
Yeah, but
how long ago
no one resigns without having some kind of pressure put on them.
No, but that's the point I'm making.
His colleagues wanted him.
It's a big time lag. Like, it's only like the optics. If it was the principle of what he said and that them objecting, if it was his colleagues objecting to what he said, why didn't he quote unquote resign after the Joe Rogan interview?
But it's Milo. Everything
How come he didn't say to all the right wingers? Why are you getting so offended, lol? How come he didn't say to the right wingers?
Oh, Gabrielle Montreal says it didn't destroyed George Takei's career. Thought. I'll try and translate that into an English sentence. It didn't destroy George Takei's career, though, and I would say to you,
does he have one?
When was he ever invited onto the what was it called, the CPAC?
CPAC.
Yeah, when was he invited to CPAC?
The thing about Milo is that right after the Joe Rogan podcast, that was when he was. I mean, at least I'm thinking that was when he was at his, most popular until now. He was getting a lot of press and everything wasn't as bad. So now that he was like, I don't know. I just don't like Milo. I don't like Milo. I think that he's a narcissist, and I don't think... I've said this a few times. I just want him to fuck off.
Well, part of my thing about saying that, I don't necessarily... I don't really want to jump on the thing of going on about Milo, especially because the thing that I actually find most alarming about the whole thing there is the clear groupthink that was demonstrated in it. There's, like, say, for example, Sargon basically just ragging on at David the whole time, in response to David's video about Milo, and Sargon just having a go at him, saying that, oh, it's autistic screeching, oh, you're dancing to the tune of the left, and all of this stuff, and it's just like that. You can say, I don't personally want to condemn this person's thing, but you can say that, but you don't have to implicitly endorse what he said. Either.
Yeah,
you don't have to implicitly endorse the prospect of fucking very young boys.
It's important to note that Milo did annoy the SJW, so I mean, come on.
That's enough. That's enough for some, I'm afraid.
If
that's the thing.
One of Milo's opponents had done or said anything similar, they would have been attacked by him far more harshly than he was attacked by anyone.
Milo just strikes me as the prototypical...
That's the state of the economy and the marketplace of ideas right now.
Hey, what's the name of the robot vacuum cleaners?
Henry's.
Roombas.
Yeah, Roombas.
I did a tweet that I'm very proud of. On hashtag #MaCultureWar. I invite any of you to post on there if you see anything.
I love the sentence. I did a tweet that I'm very proud of.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this world's first oxygen-releasing feminine hand?
I know.
It's amazing.
Infection.
Okay, yeah, and it was basically saying there's more important things in life to be than being offended. There's also more important things in life than being offensive. And that's really a lot of what I see in this particular front, is that people are kind of going, well, yeah, he was pissing off people. It's like, and that's good. Why? Why is annoying people some sort of good trait at this point?
It depends on context.
Well, it's the comedy. Whose comedy?
Yeah.
Well, it brings up a lot of things to the surface that were bubbling. I think that's one of the reasons why I enjoyed him at first, and I've changed my mind recently because of it's just I wasn't really thinking about the whole reaction that happened to.
Feels good.
I was just saying, like, I really enjoyed Milo because of he was an entertainer in some respects, because of he was bringing to light all of the bullshit on the left side, but at the same time he was touting like bullshit himself, but no one was calling him out on it, and I felt like that was a bit odd because of everyone on YouTube wasn't calling him out on his bullshit when it comes to, you know, his views on gay people, abortion, and all this other stuff. It was just a bit like a blank slate for him. He could say and do whatever he wanted because everyone's got like this sort of hidden
until he annoys his own side.
And then suddenly,
could you imagine if someone like, say, Linda Sarsour said something pretty identical on the Joe Rogan podcast? Do you think Sargon would just be like, "Nah, it's grand. She didn't actually mean it." Like, he obviously would have taken the route of, "Oh, she's definitely saying something malicious."
That's the main thing that annoys me with this whole culture war thing is the whataboutery. And you've seen that like with Milo when it happened. And there are people like, just like the person in the chat just earlier, what about George Takei? What about Bill Maher back in the 90s when he said something kind of similar when it was like a woman raping a young boy? It's like, why do we... I mean, and they use it as if it's a gotcha thing, like, oh, I just proved you wrong because those other people do it too.
It's almost as if they're treating you as if you're the one who disinvited him. But it's like, he was going to go to CPAC. They didn't want him. They wouldn't want those other people in the first place, even.
I'm the first person
no,
to
they're
come
using
up
it
and
against...
say, yeah, I'm the first person to come up and say, look, these conservatives invited Milo to UC Berkeley, let them through. When CPAC kind of goes, don't want the fucking guy, he's being disinvited by us. Guess whose rights those are? That's theirs.
Right, I know what you're saying, Habib, but I'm saying the reason that whataboutery doesn't even... the one way of pointing out why it doesn't matter is that they're not in comparable situations. It's not like, yeah, what are you meant to say? Yeah, they shouldn't go to CPAC either. Well, huh?
No, it's not only that. It's almost like they're expecting me to change my mind. It's like, oh, George Takei said it, so it should be fine. No, it's like, if I don't know the context of George Takei. And if I see the entire interview and then be like, okay, it's the same context and it's reprehensible, then I'd be like, you know what? Fuck him too.
And
I think that the big lesson you can take from that is don't have heroes. Like, you will always be disappointed if you make anyone into your hero or treat anyone like a hero.
I do think if George Takei has said some reprehensible things, he could probably make up for it by doing an audio book of 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh my!
Well, I did make this point earlier. I call it the Michael Jackson effect, and it goes something like this. Yeah, sure, he was a bit of a kiddie fiddler, but those tunes. You know what I mean? That guy, you can say, yeah, okay, maybe he drugged a few kids with some laced cola, but, the guy can dance. And
look, he's a criminal, but he's a smooth one.
Yeah, exactly. It's just bizarre to me. And harmful, you must remember Gary Glitter.
Yeah, it's our first done here.
I can never forget.
For hours
you
defending
can never
Michael
forget
Jackson.
Gary Glitter. He basically was on every small boy's mind at one point. But he was a bit of a kiddie fiddler. Yeah,
you need to think about you need to think about it logically. I mean, look at Monica Lewinsky. She sucked off Bill Clinton, and now we all know who she is.
Well, that's lovely. Thank you for
unfortunately
being
for
completely
her.
Unrelated.
Think about it. Those kids,
but Gary Glitter,
by Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing that ever happened.
But
in
Gary
their lives,
Glitter,
and
for
they should be
example,
grateful.
Gary Glitter, for example, similar situation, not quite as many hits there. If he just sort of got just a few extra out there, he would have been all right. He's just a few hits short of getting. There's like a thing in the sort of like the entertainment industry, and it goes from nobody kind of knows a few people, has done a few things with these people, managed to get on a semi-starring role, got a starring role, paedophile. See, that's sort of how you've got to get yourself to just a certain point where you become sort of untouchable. And then the paedophilia may commence.
This is beginning to sound a little bit conspiratorial, Robin.
No, I'm just saying when it comes to how people look at you.
Okay.
In general, if you're a big star, you can get away with a damn grab them by the pussy.
You're talking unspoken, right? Just norms. Not
so here's something that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, is that remember I was talking about that whole dynamic of money and social capital and everything like that. I'm thinking that it takes very little social capital to get away with certain things. And in that, I mean, will start to notice that people with who are very, very minor celebrities, have very, very small followings, will have the most rabid of defense forces. Like you can cultivate social capital in order to get away with things, and it's really easy.
It's especially if people don't really want to live with the knowledge that something occurs in their like circles, or just in general. They don't really like to know that it exists.
You don't research it as well, Etherin. I mean, harmful. You were on there with Sargon, one of Milo's BFFs. And when he was taking you to task on certain aspects of, say, it wasn't this, but it was on Candid, he didn't know anything at all.
He didn't even know things he'd talked about me with before.
He still doesn't know anything about the EU.
It's all that wacky-backy, mate.
Guys, come on, sovereignty. Guys, I mean, sovereignty.
Yes, but I'll one-up you with freedom.
Sovereignty. And there's some regulations. I cannot name the regulations, but they're there. Okay, just believe me. Take my word for it.
You actually have to include the single market to get even over 10%. I think.
Right. Okay. Let's not go down there.
I'm a sovereign citizen.
Yeah. Oh God.
You're more of a subject than anything else, mate.
He is God.
But yeah, there is this tendency for people to put themselves in these particular positions in order to give themselves, I think, this level of untouchableness. I think people can blame institutions for it. Everyone blames the BBC for
untouchable opinions.
Jimmy Savile, for example. But they forget about North Yorkshire Police. They forget about hospitals trusts. They completely forget about them. They just pick on the BBC. Why do they pick on the BBC? Just, oh, right, I forget. You read the Daily Mail, don't you? It's this, there is this certain one rule for thee, another for me type deal that I'm seeing a lot of the time.
Also, the BBC the news team especially seem to be extremely obedient to the Tory establishment whenever they're under pressure from the public. And essentially, if they lose support of the public, then their head is already on the chopping block for funding. And this is they say at this point, I'm actually against the BBC as a thing, because they're being manoeuvred into rent-seeking behaviour essentially. So they're not criticising the government as they ought to be. And thanks to the wonderfully up to pace Mr. Corbyn, who is, I'm sure, very good for some people's idea of opposition. But generally, I prefer it if, he did actually oppose when things happened and not just when he was talking about them.
I think he's ruined.
We've lost our minds.
It's alright, he'll be back probably. I think he's lost a lot of this because of his sort of lackluster opposition to, I think it was a lot of lefties that were very much in the Remain side. And I think because he was somewhat lackluster in his performance and has basically just fallen over and saying, yeah, it's going to happen anyway. And there's no real fight back at all.
Yeah, I'm very at least. Yeah, with this stuff with the BBC's rents, it's not rent-seeking behaviour. It's the other way round. They're not the ones orchestrating this relationship, but it is effectively that they have to appease the culture secretary, and
they of his business, to be honest. But there you go.
I just got a question from the chat. Harmful, what do you think of Brexit as it is now?
Tim.
Hello. Tim?
I think he's trying to get his mic together. He's still muted right now, dude. But yeah, what else we got? Bakura23, whose video Sargon made about the EU and the economy? My dad is a retired tax consultant and showed him his video and said about Sargon. He's right, he doesn't know anything about economics.
Yeah.
Well, most YouTube pundits don't know anything about what they're talking about anyway.
Well,
I mean, that's almost universal.
To quote Sargon, some people are LARPing as revolutionaries.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of celebrating how the economy of the UK is doing so much better after Brexit by quoting the FTSE, and I was slapping my head with my palm. I'm like, that's not how you measure the economy.
Well, the
Actually,
GDP of Britain has been slowly falling, so I mean, GG.
Actually, I think I can expand that a little bit. I think that most pundits in general don't know anything about what they are talking about. Like, not just YouTube pundits.
But
Most people whose job is to
there are
sit in front of a
there's plenty of individuals out there, Q. That's a rather vague term to say pundits. There's thousands and thousands of people.
But there's a lot of people who have been like talking heads in what used to be and is often still referred to as like a skeptical community that are basically verging on right-wing talk radio at this point.
Well, why I challenged Sargon on yesterday, the reason why we had this like spat on Twitter was because of he didn't know anything about climate change, but he says he's a skeptic.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about climate change, and he claims to be in the skeptic community.
No, that just makes him an ignorant pleb regarding.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like not understanding the finer intricacies of climate change doesn't necessarily mean you're disallowed from being a skeptic. It just kind of disallows you to be able to speak as an expert on the issue itself.
Oh yeah, I understand that, but I just thought, like the thing with the skepticism thing with me, it's like a standard definition outside of YouTube means you understand a bit of science to go along with that. You're not just a skeptic for the sake of being a skeptic.
Well, it's a badge of honor for a lot.
Right,
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the big problems that you have with this type of conversation, this type of thing that's going on with skepticism. Is people seem to they have this belief. No, I'm not reading about skepticism. I'll read about the community. The people have this idea that if you put in your fucking bio, I'm a skeptic, and you say, as a skeptic, suddenly, that actually like magically makes you a fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, does it? I just came up with it. I don't know. It's weird. But that somehow like magically like pulls out of the ether some sort of platform by which you actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
Jeff, have you ever worn a tuxedo?
Have I ever worn a tuxedo? I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Me and Stercore were talking about like just kind of having some kind of standard sort of, I don't know, guidelines or definition for it, but it's hard to do that without making it look like some kind of purity test and people accusing you trying to like. It's a hard thing to do.
Simply doubt. That's all it is. It's merely a change up. If you're looking at the norm and you kind of go, well, I'm not sure. That's it.
Well, what I was saying, what I was alluding to is that skepticism goes into an infinite regress without the scientific method.
Oh, it does. No, it absolutely does. Like because by the dictionary definition. Let me read you about skepticism. The basic process of it is that skepticism, it's a tool or it's a process, it's a method, and you're absolutely right. Without an understanding of, or at least the backing of scientific consensus, skepticism is wholly useless. I mean, you could be skeptical about soup, and technically you'd be right if you were feeling skeptical about your fucking soup.
You can be skeptical about skepticism.
I doubt that you doubt that.
Are you skeptical about my skepticism of soup?
How dare you? You're kind of proving my point on the infinite.
I'm already skeptical.
Right? Yeah. I think
about soup. I mean, I don't even know if cereal is soup or not. So
it's pineapple on pizza.
Fellas,
I know where we're headed with this.
Fellas, speaking 100% as an objective, rational skeptic, leak is the best.
As a black woman,
wait.
How is
Let's get real here.
Speaking as the one true arbiter of the truth, I just
the purest form of skepticism.
We already have that here. Harmful. What were you going to say, mate?
I'm just saying, look, skepticism is baby tier. You've got to be a cynic nowadays.
Ooh.
The climate nihilist.
Does misanthropy count?
I rebranded my channel. I rebranded my channel 2 days ago, and I have a tagline now that says, "I am the skeptic of peace."
I do gotta say what you're saying.
I think your point is well made, Stircore. I really, really do. It's just I feel like I would believe, and this is the position that I would take, is that if somebody is not skeptical about one thing, does not necessarily mean that they can't be skeptical of other things. I do think, however, that people should well, I think, okay, 99.
There's a uniform, though, isn't there? Jeff,
sorry,
would you at least admit that there is somewhat of a uniform of skepticism?
And it's wrong. And it's fucking wrong. Nope. 99% of the people who are on YouTube right now and they talk as an authority figure on matters of scientific literacy and various different projects, they have no platform to actually be talking about as a fucking expert.
I'm talking about different uniforms.
Like a fedora and a neckbeard.
No. More along
that's what I was thinking.
More along the lines of a uniform of skepticism. So people are skeptic in a particular direction, and you see them.
It's like groupthink.
That's just having an agenda.
That's
right. I think this is all looking at the trees and missing the forest, though, because we're not actually talking about skeptic, the ideology at all. All of these people in the skeptic community, the reason why we care about them is not because of them being all following some consistent ideology, because they don't really follow ideology. It's that they are a community. They act like this clique. That's matter what they believe or what they say.
Cause quote unquote from.
There's almost like there's two things that are distinct from each other. There's the concept of skepticism, and then there's this community which tries to claim that it's associated with that concept.
What I wanted to say...
Right. Yeah, but isn't skepticism essentially social scientific method? Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
That's what it merely is doubt. That's all. That's all it really means.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what science is. Like, you say you did this, but I'm just...
No, science isn't that, actually. Science is, you are constantly trying to prove something. You find the most reasonable assumption to be your null hypothesis, and then you constantly try to prove that it's wrong. So you're actually kind of you're doing it backwards when you're doing science, basically.
Here's a question for you. Here's something that's really popular in quote unquote the skeptic community, right?
Yeah.
You get a bunch of articles from the internet that are very obviously stupid. Like a normal person would look at those articles and go, "This is stupid." You read the article off, and then you say it's stupid. Is that really performing skepticism? Because that's a really popular format that you see all over.
Skepticism should be entertaining a question, and then looking at it, saying like, okay, here's the pros and cons, make up the decision for yourself, rather than saying, oh, this is my opinion and it's ultimately true.
Yeah, just how did your on the actual skeptic community? Skepticism. Go ahead, Q. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying, so you're telling me that pounding your fist on your table and saying that they're cretins, that's not skepticism?
All the feminist system.
Okay, all right. To be fair, I think this does need to be stated though. There is one large channel, and then there are smaller channels, perhaps, that outright identify as skeptics. Now, we're starting to infer Sargon as part of a skeptical community. I have heard him only begrudgingly state that he has anything to do with a skeptic community. That isn't necessarily something that was his creation. I don't really see him as willingly self-identifying as that. I do.
Sure. But here's the contention that I have with that is that he's trying to use the skeptic community in such a way.
No, he's
trying to do any kind of community.
The problem I have with the skeptic community in general is that people are using it as an identity. Like Armored Skeptic, he talks about being a left-wing skeptic and a right-wing skeptic. One minute. And a left-wing skeptic and a right-wing skeptic, and their identities. And then when you conflate skepticism with that, you're making skepticism an identity. I don't think that's correct. I would consider the skepticism a methodology of thinking, really. It's just a tool. It's not an identity. It's like calling yourself a fucking hammer. It's just no.
But what I would say is that, to go back to your point about purity tests, and I think I managed to find a way of separating it from a purity test, is that a purity test can be based on falsehoods, whereas science can't.
Yeah, but most of these people don't really talk about science.
Yeah, that's the problem. So when you start when you start saying stuff like, trying to separate it and trying to educate people on the difference between a purity test and the scientific method, they're going to go, "Oh, you're just doing a purity test," and it's just like the idiots win overall. Idiots
always win overall. We know this. It just depends on how much. That's all that we can be responsible for here.
It's just unwinnable arguments, honestly.
All right.
But I'm going to try. I'm going to try.
That's all you can do
Here's
is
the thing.
try.
Here's the thing.
And then win your popular sellout.
Here's the thing. Fucking this ties in with everything. Brilliant. So basically, I put out a video today. Where it was talking about at some university, where what they were doing is they were going to have like nap sessions at the University of Illinois or something.
Oh, I saw
like
that. That was tweeted out by Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, and basically they're going to have nap sessions so that they can dream and build together better diversity.
Wow.
It's like being in kindergarten.
This is
This is
a
straight up kindergarten.
This is a perfectly adequate financial model, I'm afraid, folks. If people are willing to buy it.
So basically, I did a
you're
video
absolutely
on
right.
this, and the majority, my video is basically just calling it out for how fucking stupid it is. That's pretty much it. It's all in good fun, and I see it as entertainment, but fucking. Am I skeptic? Because I think what their dream fucking inception thinking about brown people.
But I would say you're a critic and you're finding something wrong. Like skepticism is just the starting point to a hypothesis.
No, but here's the thing, right? Let's be honest about all of the effects of this, the negative effects, the reason to give a shit about any of what we're discussing here is actually because of the way the audience tends to respond to people. And it's this fallacy that exists in the community that basically that identifies people regardless of what they think of themselves or whatever. It's the way the crowds. Sargon a few weeks ago, Sargon said something about it was in response to someone. I don't remember what they were saying, but he said that he says he covers the news that. That's right. Someone called him a journalist, and he said that he's not a journalist. He covers what journalists won't talk about. And I just retweeted him with a comment and just said, "Is that why you so often just quote verbatim these news articles?" Then
yeah, isn't all This Week in Stupid just news articles?
Yeah.
And then one of his fans basically filled my mentions. I couldn't use Twitter apart from talking to this guy. For about a week.
Some sort of disruption.
There's three tiers on the internet, really. There's very, very popular people, and they tend to become popular by chasing trends. People like Milo, right? Milo's popular because he sees the trend and he chases after it.
Yeah.
Then there's the mid-tier, and these are the people who chase after the popular people. Again, they're these little fishes that eat the excrement that's dropping off of the large fishes.
Yes,
and then you have the final tier.
He's describing the marketing version of the human centipede.
Yeah, and then the final tier is everyone else, and these are the Twitter randos who rabidly defend everyone else because they think that that's a worthwhile use of their time, I guess.
Well, they're just the pilot.
I think a lot of...
Hey, don't forget, you've forgotten another group here, which is me, which is the guy on the end kind of going, what the fuck is that funny smell?
I think a lot of the greater frustrated that we're talking about today.
This is what the open house is all about. This is us sniffing each other's farts and kind of going, that stinks, dude.
Let me just say, all of your assholes smell wonderful, and I actually got to get going. I got to boogie.
Thank you once again for dropping in, mate. It's always a pleasure.
By the way, Jeff, I was on the stream with lizzreptile when she got her box with the hat. By the way.
Oh yeah. I'm glad she got that hat. Right on. Bye, everybody.
Take it easy.
Yeah. I think a lot of the issues that you're seeing that we're talking about today, even with related to the candid situation, with related to the skeptic community, is either intentionally, as in these people are presenting themselves this way, or unintentionally, as in people are taking it this way. The role that these entertainers are performing is not understood by the people who are entertained by them. An example would be, let's say, Howard Stern, right? Howard Stern. No one watches Howard Stern and says, I just watched the news. No one does that, because Howard Stern's an entertainer. That's what he does. He entertains you, and he might have amusing guests on. They may know what they're talking about. They may not know what they're talking about. But you're not going to use Howard Stern as a source for some big scientific principle or something like that, because he's an entertainer.
Sadly, though, there are people that do. There literally are.
Yeah, but on the other end of the spectrum, and this is something that ended up with a lot of problems, is someone like Jon Stewart, right? He's an entertainer too. But a lot of people misconstrued him and thought he was a news show, and started using him as their
that a
only
comedy
source
show
of
would be a
news.
news show? Where did anyone get this idea?
I'll do that back. I need to go to the bathroom.
It's more that
Well, in
just
Australia,
people.
we have comedy news shows. It's a thing.
Well, yeah,
like,
it's comedy shows about news, but that doesn't make them news shows. I mean, it's basically it's as good as punditry as anything else, really, but it's just done to a humorous nature.
I think-
What about John Oliver? What do you think about that?
Once again, this isn't somebody that's telling anybody that something that they don't already know. He's telling jokes about what somebody already knows.
No, but I think it's that if people don't really have reliable information sources that they can trust, or at least they understand how to check or whatever, they essentially all like there is no such thing as trusted information for a lot of people now, and because of that, they just disengage from it, and then that means that there's no sort of grounded information stream that is keeping their minds from just wandering onto whatever the comedian is talking about. Like, I've got attention deficit disorder. You would not believe the amount of people that have heard some comedians go on about middle-class soccer moms with their ADHD kids or something, and that's all they know about it, and they will happily, like, engage, like, even when I'm trying to end the conversation, engage with me to tell me about how my, in my case, very severe life-altering version of it doesn't exist. And they think it's very important that they should tell me this thing that they heard. And when you actually cross-examine them, it's because a comedian said it, and they thought, oh, right, yeah. And they just don't have a grounded information source, so they just pick it up.
I put that down to the work factor. There are a lot of people out there that obviously work many, many hours, and they have a short amount of time to collect information. So they go for the most entertaining and take it as gospel.
It might be that they've always taken, people in general may have always taken something as gospel. It's just now it's a lot harder to do that as a particular source. Like, it's a lot easier to see that there are dissenting opinions, and then you begin to realize that you begin to realize that there is conflicting information out there, and you think, okay, and that's.
I think this is why there's such a huge push for a real news source, like a legitimate. Like, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. Government-sanctioned news source where
a Ministry of Truth of some kind.
Yeah, some crap like that. We're bordering on needing
Here's the thing. I will correct you though and say
it would be the Ministry of Propaganda by the end.
But a publicly owned one that is not, because the BBC is a perfect demonstration about how shitty that can turn out if they're dependent on
the ABC is the same.
Well,
what I would say is that
you really shouldn't think that because something is done badly, it means that the idea.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, Robin. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying let's not have it government owned. Let's have it publicly owned instead.
The ABC
I'm going to
is
pitch you a
publicly
concept,
funded.
and let's see if this concept matches what we're seeing today. What we're seeing today is we're seeing a community of entertainers, because that's mostly what they do. And some of them actually aren't entertainers. They're actually advertisers. What they want to do with their career is they want to be pitchmen. So we've got a chunk of them that want to be entertainers and a chunk of them that want to be pitchmen. But what the veneer that they put on and how people perceive them is not as that. They instead perceive them as authoritative sources of information. They perceive these entertainers and these pitchmen as being something greater than that, and some of them are painting themselves as that. They're painting themselves as authoritative sources of information. And what you end up with when you do that is you end up with a whole bunch of people who have very weak grasp of facts and very poor rhetoric, who are just going around and echoing the rhetoric of something that they heard on YouTube.
Confirmation bias.
it doesn't actually accomplish anything, and the entertainers have a vested interest in nothing being accomplished because it perpetuates the cycle. It allows them to keep making money and keep getting social capital.
I kind of have to disagree there a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily the entertainer's responsibility. They are essentially an actor, and we all know what happens when actors go out and talk about their fifis. Everyone's just like, "Shut up, you privileged bastard!"
Yeah, I think this is I know maybe it's victim blaming or whatever, but it's very much the tendency of the audience to make these fallacious connections. Maybe they're encouraged by some individuals, but the fact is, it's like you know that you're not necessarily going to be completely sympathetic to somebody who just sat there for 2 hours whilst a used car salesman in a very dodgy suit just kept telling them these things that are obviously not true, and they didn't even check to see, and they just thought, oh well, I guess I'll just get this car that and it's shit, and then they go, oh, I got robbed by this person, tricked me, and you're not gonna feel very sympathetic to them, are you? You're not gonna be like, oh well, this is a deeper problem with car salesmen. It's like, no, the problem is gullible fuckwits making it too easy.
But it's the gullible fuckwits that are ruining the world.
Beyond YouTube too, because I'm gonna put forth the concept that there's a whole bunch of these shows that are on TV that call themselves news shows, but what they really are is they're opinionated panelists.
Yeah, the Rebel, Young Turks,
they have a panel of people who are good at sounding like they know what they're talking about, and they kind of just banter back and forth, and then by the end of it, you're entertained and you think you know what you're talking about, but who knows?
Okay, talking about
Fox News model, though, isn't it?
Just continuing to talk about very young boys.
Very young sharks.
Very young sharks. What would be anybody's position on this business with Pizzagate?
Like that poor bastard that went in and tried to rescue those kids.
With a fucking gun.
I haven't really heard much of the new stuff that's been coming out there. I remember all the initial stuff with Pizzagate, and it sounded like a load of old tosh. But has there been anything substantial?
There's been apparently investigative journalists involved in this.
They never get involved in bullshit.
No, but genuinely, has there been anything substantial in any way?
Well, as far as I can see, I mean, this is an investigation that is talking about or starting off with words that mean something else. So we are already correlating with absolutely no evidence of causation.
Yeah. Are you aware of this thing called Bible codes?
Well, there's many things under the umbrella of Pizzagate. It started with the Podesta emails, which had some things in them that made no sense on the surface, so people tried to start working out a code for them. Then it kind of got rolled into with a whole bunch of other stuff, some of which is very speculative and some of which isn't. And it's to the point now where we'll have people talking about things like what was it, Jerry Sandusky? Is that the right name?
I've just seen something interesting. Lauren Southern's just recently defected from the Rebel Media.
Oh yeah, that's been going around.
Yeah.
There's an article on the altright.com about that, and it's not even an article. It's just a few videos sort of vaguely chained together with a few bits of loose grammar just poking around, going, "Hey, look, this guy's Jewish," and there was 10 comments when I looked at it, and they were talking about how fuckable Lauren Southern is, and about the likelihood of her being Jewish. So
this is the intellect level that you're entering into.
I'm talking about. I go there. Just it's amazing. These people, they need to be studied.
Harmful, are you in this time?
Well, I'm pretty sure they are being studied.
Harmful's been having a lot of trouble actually getting a link at the moment. How are you doing there, Harmful? Any joy, mate?
He's being hacked by the Candid AI.
It just happens when you first go. People seem to be on mute or something.
Yes, I can see he's on mute.
You remember? Do you remember X-Men? Fucking. Do you remember
February
Avengers:
Fresh,
Age of Ultron when the two AIs, Ultron and Jarvis, are sitting there and they're the two big colourful spheres? That's what's going on right now with fucking
Let's be honest.
battling it out for supremacy, white supremacy.
Excuse me, I need to go get some milk.
Well, there is a lot of this cultural warrior business going around. There's all, when we're talking about skepticism, for example, is that it does seem to be attached to this culture warrior business.
Well, is it wrong?
It's moral outrage.
Is it
It's
wrong?
moral outrage. All these skeptics have fought moral outrage for however the fuck move to wherever it goes.
Well, I wanted to make a video on the standards and current state of skepticism on YouTube because I'm not impressed, and I wanted to say that there's a difference between political punditry and actual skepticism plus the scientific method. Hang
on. You just said skepticism plus.
But that's what I was calling the current YouTube sphere with skepticism at the moment.
There is a certain crop out there that have gained some sort of notoriety and popularity, and they're looking to sort of get their arms around them and kind of go, yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Let me keep you nice and warm with all of your anxieties.
While we're talking about the need for a better kind of skeptic, I'd just like to point out to you that there is a YouTuber that I've had on my subscribe list for a while called Chocolate Hat, and he does skeptical content, like actual skeptical content. Like he even has sources.
Why didn't you invite this gentleman on here?
Because I haven't spoken to him in about a week. Yeah, sorry.
You've been here for a good year.
Oh, you mean in general? Sure. Well, I've only really it's only been recently that I have been speaking to him. Since he's been commenting on my videos quite regularly recently. But yeah, he's.
Let's make a new king.
Yeah.
I'm done with Sturkle. Now, on to the next.
Bored of me now.
But he has actually conducted experiments on his audience, as in going, hey, it was an investigation into some people who thought that something about musical notes, frequencies of musical notes or something, and that some people thought that one of them had some inherent benefit, or you could tell, and they had all sorts of amazing conspiracy theories as to why the standard for the musical notes was different than what they wanted it to be.
Well, it's like the Devil's Court.
Yeah, and he actually devised an experiment.
One second, guys. I'm just gonna restart the open house hangout for everybody else out there. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. I think the software's just got stuck there for a second. 1 moment. Come on. There we go. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
So we got one, Robin. We got one.
What was that?
We got one. Get him.
We've got an actual Nazi.
We got him.
Get him.
Quick, punch him.
What?
Punch him.
Explain. What the hell?
He's got milk.
He's drinking milk.
Okay, I can't see any of this because nobody.
Oh, that's right. Robin's in low bandwidth mode.
Oh.
I do this specifically to ward off folk who would like to slap their tackle out on screen.
Robin's covered in film. Robin's covered.
And it means that the only thing that you can try to destroy the open house with is your avatar.
Robin's part of the fucking system. He's a Nazi apologist. He's covered in
film. Fascist.
I am censoring you right now.
I see that
And
avatar, you robot skinhead fuck.
Feels great.
You're not very good at censoring.
Okay. What the fuck is former Reformer King talking about just now when he
That
says...
question.
Robin, please ask Harmful.
I can't ask
the
Harmful because
question
he can't seem to log in at the moment. He's having a bit of trouble. I've been having trouble with this as far as some software is concerned.
Oh, hashtag ban Searle. Hashtag ban Searle.
So what's happening? Are we restarting this whole thing or whatever? So it'll work for Harmful or whatever?
Sorry?
Is something happening with Tim?
I'm asking.
Yeah,
It's not his night by the look of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're all clearly harmful opinions shills. He has paid us handsomely to agree with him.
I expect my 50 in the post.
Oh, come on, you don't have so much to agree with harmful opinions. As we were already agreeing with him, any amount of money would still agree with him?
I mean, I would be happy to do an advert for him. I was thinking of doing a horror trailer, like, against all the skeptic community.
You should have fucking endorsed me, man. I need money.
Yes, but we don't like you.
We all know.
Okay, somebody said this. Thunderfoot dislike bar for Brexit and Trump video shows all you need to know about the skeptic community. Well,
same
there
with
are,
TJ.
there
TJ did
are-
a video about Trump, and
Yeah, there are a few out there that wish to downvote everything. That they have a little, for people who consider themselves individuals, they do seem to be lockstep.
No.
We are all individuals.
Wait a minute.
I'm not.
Wait a minute. But what about fucking TJ's video directed at harmful? There, that get fucking destroyed.
Well, as it should be, because that was fucking bollocks.
Yeah, it was bollocks. So it got destroyed. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the thing is it doesn't matter if you destroy someone on YouTube because this kind of conflict is just it's another perpetuation of the cycle. I mean, I think that Robin wouldn't allow me to get away with calling it the culture war, but
you
really,
can say what you like.
What that is a dog whistle for is the idea that you can perpetuate a conflict indefinitely and just feed off of the popularity that gets you.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly
I actually
the point
don't think
I made.
that's.
So
Yeah, honestly, the whole thing between Harmful and TJ is actually kind of positive for both of them.
Yes and no.
I prefer it.
Yes and no.
I like it like this.
I personally think that, from what he's said and his tone as well, I think TJ has harmed himself quite a big deal because he's basically, just.
Did he suffer a subscriber loss from it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
I unsub.
So
Did you?
here's the question:
Okay.
Do you really want this kind of thing to end? Because if you do, I have the solution for you.
Just leave YouTube. That's the only way to stop it.
Well, the thing is, I was trying to do something positive by saying, if anything is said in the name of the culture war, instead of looking at what's objectively true, can you put it under the hashtag my culture war? Reason being is because I want to nip this in the bud before it grows to real life. Because if it starts getting to real life, you get all of the idiots going, I want to take part in this culture war, and then it becomes out of control.
But I keep hearing the same solution over and over again. Every solution that I'm hearing everyone propose is a top-down solution. Namely, we need to get a better class of content creator who does these better things, and then everything will be better.
I think that the objective, not the method.
So I think we need.
Well,
the
it
opposite
does.
direction. I
Well,
think we need
they're at least. It's not so much about the quality of said conduct; it's their conduct. And the problem is,
Well,
of course, is that somebody who puts themselves into an established role at some point or another has that particular. They have their principles tested. And it really depends, this is where you find the mark of a person, if they are willing to basically shill whatever the hell, or whether they're kind of going, well, I don't want my viewers to be misinformed. Now,
Yes, but who enforces this?
well, that's a viewer count thing. It's up to them, you see. That's the
Exactly. You
And-
can't do
and,
top-down
TJ's
enforcement. You have to do bottom-up enforcement.
I have
And that
been-
means that we need a consumer base or a viewer base who is wise to these tricks and knows what they can do about it.
Okay,
and that
well,
is my solution.
Yeah, okay. As far as the
And I
Amazing
can get more
Atheist is
into that.
concerned, he certainly
He's
isn't
down to
growing.
1% in subs.
He is certainly not growing today.
No, he's not.
Now
I
and
saw
again, he's
that
gonna
he
go down,
literally.
so-
Yeah, but when you're talking about TJ, you're talking about a specific case. This solves the problem with TJ. This doesn't solve the problem with all YouTubers.
I've been meaning to ask this for fucking ages and whatnot. So, do we not think there's a culture war then?
Well, it's difficult because of that. You could say there is a culture war between Islam and the Western world if you wanted to go that way. But I would say the Sargon culture war that he keeps bringing up I think that is just so that he can perpetuate being relevant.
There's all kinds of culture wars, and all it requires are culture warriors.
Here's the thing.
No, culture war is just a dog whistle. It isn't
hang on. Yeah,
The moment you have a culture warrior, you have a war.
No, but
it depends if anybody wishes to fight it or not.
I think
there's no army without soldiers.
I really don't think that it's, even if there is, culture warriors, that it's a culture war. It's just that the majority of people are not necessarily. It's the nature of a society. The culture war isn't some abstract drama thing that's going on some very deep level everywhere. That's just what culture is. It's just this inherent conflict. And there has been something that has grown in our culture, not just in the communities that we're all connected to, but just in general. I mean, look at the political goodwill to the other side in all the political factions in the West at the moment. It's just not there. And we've become very intolerant of the differences, and our cultural differences have become social conflicts. And that's not a discrete event that's happening. That's the nature of our culture in general.
You've just touched on the reason why people look for confirmation bias.
Yeah, just to let you know, guys, HO is, by the looks of it, not making it back. He's just said computer is saying no to him.
Right. Okay.
Wait,
so that's that. Sorry.
But back to your point about the culture war. The issue is that, like, it's the big connotation is the word war. It brings a lot of baggage with it.
All right.
Existential threat's the most important thing. It's all
right,
this is where it happens.
Well, here's
you want to know something else that a war brings along with it? It brings along the idea that you have two sides in uniform or more that actually have some ethical grounds that they have to stick to.
All right, so basically the thing is, it's not the name.
Right, one at a time, guys. You're just talking over each other. Nobody can hear you. I can just hear you. Just that's all everyone can hear. So let's calm ourselves.
Okay. Let me just add a little thing about the culture war, since you are talking about it. And yeah, I do agree with you guys. Like, there's a lot of confirmation bias going around, and I do toy around with it every now and then with my YouTube and my Twitter followers. Like, just earlier today, I just Googled pictures of destroyed cities and started posting them. Like, this is what Europe looks like. and guess what? There were people who actually believed it.
Yeah,
ironically, they were like, "Yeah," they were being just, and there was this guy just arguing with everybody. It was like, "Yeah, just give it 20 years. 20 years, Muslims are going to destroy it."
But there's
my last video on my channel, by the way, is kind of touching on the culture war, but it's a very personal struggle of mine that I decided to talk about, which is how people ask the Muslim communities to assimilate, yet the moment they see a brown person dating a European girl or a guy, they just freak out. They're like, it's a white genocide. This Islamization of Europe. And
you know what?
Even though I'm not a Muslim, it does fit me directly. I am currently dating a white girl. She's in the US, and yes, I'm moving to America quite soon, probably in the summer.
How bloody genocide!
I have a very thick skin. I don't really give a fuck if someone just looks at me the wrong way and goes like, "Yeah, go back to your country" or whatever. Not me. I don't really care. I just don't want her to come to that kind of harm. So I take that kind of shit very, very seriously. However, here's the thing that is funny. But after my 7-minute rant on that video and explain why that kind of sentiment is fucking stupid, most of the comments are go like this: I am okay with interracial relationships. I am okay with mixing cultures, but
yeah, I'm not racist, but
exactly.
I'm hoping the same thing here with my girlfriend from America. She came down here not long ago, and I literally lost a few friends because I'm going out with an American, and she's not black; she's white. Like, yeah.
Wow. But what I say about this culture war is the thing that I disagree with is the methodology. the methodology of saying we need a culture war, we need to fight on all fronts, we need to. These are words out of Sargon's mouth when I was like tweeting with him. He said we need to fight, fight for free speech at every cost possible. And I was just thinking, like, you're going to create a left and right divide rather than looking at it as a debate. And I said it worked for Hitchens. Why can't it work for everyone else? Like a sensible debate is much more.
The culture war is like it creates like entrenched sides, and nobody wants to meet in the middle. So like the center basically gets destroyed because nobody can actually meet in the center.
No, but that's the
thing. That's the no man's land in the culture war.
No, but that's the thing, though. That is the narrative. This is the animal. This is the animal farm of the center, though. This is the animal farm of the center that we've got here. That we've got Sargon, who is leading a crusade against the partisans. That those people don't want us to sit down and discuss problems. Let's get them.
What do you want to? Okay, how does Sargon make his money? What are his two sources of revenue?
Patreon.
Well, basically,
an AdSense.
Being a professional idiot would be a fair way to describe it.
At this point. Shots fired.
That's a very kind way of putting it.
Direct sources of income. How does he end up with money in his wallet? His Patreon and his AdSense, right?
Yeah.
If he wins the culture war, what happens to his Patreon and his AdSense?
Yeah. Yeah, he's claimed in the past that he makes a point of not knowing who his Patreons are, but this idea that this therefore makes him immune to that kind of bias is just, oh my god, fucking what?
So what you end up with is people who are interested in entrenched sides that are in perpetual conflict, because that's how they make money.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be a resolution.
I remember
nobody's interested in a resolution. This is the same thing when it comes to the Zoe Quinns of this world. Always finding a problem, always finding something to get upset about, always trying to talk about some sort of
You just
movement.
reminded me, I need to drop a rock from the moon.
This is the thing. It's all about a movement. You've got to get people feeling as if there's a movement going on here.
So this is the case with everything.
You're part of the movement, guys. Can you smell that? That's a crowd high, that is. You must
very
love
young boys.
It just reminds me of like South Park where they're all sniffing their own farts with like wine
It's
glasses.
the delicious movement thing, you know.
I can smell your movement.
Me,
so if you really
bowel movements.
Me personally,
really want something to stop.
You go. You go.
Okay, if you really want something to stop, you look at where the revenue stream is, and then that's how you make it stop. And that is behind my 3-step solution to the candid problem, which I'll get to if the panel thinks it can stomach it.
Buy his 3-point book. It's going to be out soon. How to Stop All Culture Wars.
Yeah, I was just thinking
what
that
it
does sound
now.
like a telemarketing.
Go ahead, QQ. I mean, you've been going on.
I just thought I'd chill it first. That was all.
Give me the solution.
The final solution.
So
I wanted to get something.
I want first is
people.
Hush,
Just
hush your mouths.
Hush. QQ. Solution. Give me.
Do you really want the solution?
Go on.
Yes.
Is it the final
Get
solution?
on with it.
Hush.
Okay, so instead of making hour-long Reply Girl videos in which you go back and forth arguing about what, there's a easy way to stop everything that happened with Candid from ever happening again. And that is, step 1, find everyone who did disclose properly, report them to the FTC. Okay. Step 2, that means that everyone will either be in compliance with the FTC or they're going to be facing huge amounts of very nasty sanctions, which means that then, after this happens, all videos will have their disclosure at the very beginning if there's a paid promotion. Step 2, if there's a disclosure at the very beginning that is a paid promotion, close the video. You cannot become a more informed consumer by watching a paid promotion. They are paid to omit details. They're paid to bring up specific details. It's an ad, and as they've said on a show that's rather popular, all ads lie and all ads deceive. There's no point in watching it. And step 3 is, as a consumer, you have to become more discerning, because they're not going to fix themselves. The only way that things are going to get better is if you demand a higher standard from people as an individual. You don't need to have community standards. You as an individual need to have high standards for the content that you consume, and you need to have the self-control to hit that X button if you feel that something has fallen beneath your standards, and hit that unsubscribe button. So
the real question here is, though, what you would consider high standards, others may consider low or non-existent.
What the one thing I would add is you have to read rules for radicals. Obviously, guys, this is where we begin. Really.
Hold on. The ends justify the means.
I do agree with you, QQ, on this. And as much as I like to shit on TJ for his behavior when it comes to Candid, his last video, the 1 hour video, he did come across like he was pretty much regretting his entire thing. He's like, yeah, I made a bad choice. They were not really a good one. And he severed all ties with them, and he promised that he's going to do better in the future.
He said he severed all ties with them, but the thing is, that small change compared to the lies he has told.
Well,
and the information they admitted.
I'm not gonna just go like, oh, you've done nothing wrong, but I'm not gonna sit here and
let him. Ethrin, let him fucking finish a sentence, could you?
Jesus fucking Christ, man! I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that would scream at someone when they go like, I made a poo poo. I made a mistake. Let me be better.
Not a poo poo. That's
whatever.
Poo-poo. You should be proud of making a poo poo, not so proud of making a boo boo.
I could ask.
But here's the thing: like, I'm not the kind of guy that would shit on
finish.
people. I'm not the kind of guy that would shit on people when they apologize and go like, "Hey, I'm gonna do better in the future." I would hold them accountable for that, but I'm not gonna just go like, "Yeah, you still made a mistake." Well, they already acknowledged it. I mean, they can't just go back in time and change what happened.
If I could ask TJ any question, I would ask him, okay, so you're cutting ties with Candid. What about my likes? Because you notice that there was a very specific omission from his hour-long reply video, and that is he didn't talk about my likes at all. And my likes is the parent company of Candid that he has done multiple videos for before Candid even graced his channel. So is he really cutting all ties, or is he just doing this as a PR exercise?
Yeah, that sort of gets to what I was just saying there. Before Javi engaged me on the idea of not forgiveness, it's not. I'm not making the point of saying, "Oh well, he fucked up, therefore it's unforgivable." I'm saying, why should we believe what he has claimed?
I never said that you believe it 100%. I'm just saying that I am willing to give him a chance, and if he screws up in the future, I'd be like, "You still fucked up, man."
I've always taken people like TJ not necessarily as a point of eternal wisdom. I've taken him as an entertaining person with funny opinions. So, shills, I never clicked on them.
Well, this is not so much to do with shillage as well, folks. You've got to remember, you've got your shillage, but then you've got your other thought-terminating cliche, which is, of course, my people. And you have, I think Ryan Hugh brings this up. After the whole Milo debacle, lost all respect for Sargon. And I think this is something that probably a lot of people are going to be seeing over the next year or so, is that their personal army isn't their personal army. And they're going to, people put themselves into this comfortable position where everything they say is gold. And then when they go and say something and tell people this, that, and the other, you should go after these people, then rah, off you go, yay for me. But when you say to people that they should not go after somebody, or for some very arbitrary reason you've decided to protect said person because of your cultural warrior ethics, let's say, that's where it all starts to go wrong for you, and it starts to become undone. And this credibility that you are proffering is very much up for debate at that point. I think that's fair enough. I don't
consider TJ credible at all. I consider him a stoner that likes to rant.
I like
quite literally. That's my opinion.
I prefer watching his old atheist videos, to be honest. Like, they're pretty good. I like them.
I like what happened with TJ though is just that his recent rebuttal was just the straw man the movie. Like everything,
it was,
straw man the movie.
I was really surprised to see Tim had responded to that, and much less just because I actually felt that it's like, yeah, wow, TJ actually kind of like this defeats itself. And then I was like, oh, Harmful did a video, and I was very surprised to find it was 50 minutes long.
I have to admit, I love their thumbnails, like how TJ had Meatwad and Harmful had the banana.
It was so good. I noticed that a lot later.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted to say something about KQ's point, and the third step that he was talking about having the bottom-up regulation, or people, policing the top people on the YouTube. I think that there needs to be sort of a give and take, that the top people need to start pushing for people to police themselves, right? That say, here's what I'm saying. Here's so ideally, obviously it's not.
Police yourself on opinion.
No. What I'm saying is that you have to be able to have the community police you, but there's also this sort of give, because what's been happening with McCulture War is that people like Sargon are no longer sort of accepting comments from the peanut gallery. They're saying, I'm going to ignore you, and I'm going to direct all my people, right? And he's not really saying anymore.
Well, it's coaching your. They're trying to coach you into going after a particular person.
I'm sure I've seen it. I'm sure I heard him on a stream. Like, whilst I knew, like, this was during the week in which I had seen 3 people point out that they'd been banned by him. During that week, he was in a stream that I heard him say that. Oh well, he makes a point of continuing to talk to the little people so that he doesn't get his head in the clouds.
Yeah, he talks
to started to just ban people.
He talks to his little people who are willing to. But it's often really hard to talk to the broader, especially if there's negative comments. This can be hard. So I don't know.
By the way, fellas,
I remember seeing a stream where he was literally sitting there proposing a skeptic community.
Yeah,
sorry, Sil. Go.
For some reason, he hasn't banned me yet on Twitter.
Oh, he hasn't banned me either, because I generally, well, he does a lot of the whole, basically the way Habib described dealing with his admirer. He does that a lot, where I'll just sort of pop up. He has replied to me a couple of times, but then basically when it gets to the point in the argument where he just he can't move on, instead of saying something, he'll just leave it at that. It's possibly because he knows that he probably shouldn't try and move on to his normal next tactic of just like trying to troll the person into embarrassing themselves so that he can laugh about that. He probably isn't willing to try that with someone who is openly calling themselves the Prince of Spurgundy.
So I'm just going to say this. We're not going to be able to cover much more ground because Jim, a.k.a. Mr. Medicare, a.k.a. Internet Aristocrat, a.k.a. Game is Good and Me Bad, did a series called The Gathering Storm. There's 4 parts on it. You can find them here on YouTube. And in his first part of that, he addressed exactly this, and that is the concept of ego and how people on YouTube get big to the point where they no longer respond to anyone smaller than them.
So, in other words, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Well, you've got to remember, people get a lot of these sayings. They get these sayings wrong a lot. Power tends to corrupt. Very important.
I missed a keyword.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
There is a difference. Nobody, not one person that we're talking about right now has absolute power. They merely have power.
Oh, no, I was talking about...
That's right, and it has a tendency to corrupt because, simply for the fact is, there's all this chance for corruption.
Okay,
it's
in
up
their
to
defense,
the person themselves to rise above said corruption and kind of go, I'm not going to lower myself that way.
I've heard that Armored Shield. I've heard that Armored Shield said on
Armored Wallet.
Armored Wallet. I've heard that Armored Shield said that on Dave Rubin's show that he doesn't go below his weight class in terms of how many subs people have.
I think he's told that to God knows how many people at this point.
I have a citation saying otherwise, and it's half of his videos.
No, but he's actually just become so clownishly villainous in some respects. Can we just start calling him Tuxedo Mask?
No. Obviously not. Nobody's interested.
Mask was a good guy.
Oh, I don't know. I barely even get the reference myself.
By the way, guys, like I was trying to say
There should be a parody account called Suit and Helmet.
Guys, I've been trying to say for a while there. Sargon's watching.
Can you lock the door?
Back in a sec, guys. Just gonna let Maggie out.
Okay. And what's this about Sargon?
Sargon's watching.
How's that?
Hello.
Sargon is always watching because we criticize him.
Well, I think it'd be welcome, wouldn't it? It would be.
Yeah.
It's healthy. It's healthy.
I'm gonna toss another.
Yes, it is
another
actually
little bit.
criticize Sargon. It's really lethargic. I mean, he pisses us off to no end, and we just get to let it all out. Oh, you meant it's healthy for him to take criticism. I do apologize.
Could I throw a little bit of confusion in here because I think it'd be funny?
Go for it.
I have this theory, right, that the behavior of a lot of people on YouTube is not actually dictated by any internal agency.
Right.
A lot of them behave in the way that they do because they observe how their analytics respond, and they, without even realizing it, A/B test their behavior and veer off towards the things that make them more popular.
So basically, they're riding the wave of popularity, and wherever that wave goes, they're just surfing on it, and they're just going to...
Is anybody else's hangout freezing every now and again?
No.
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 Just here. So it's just
I've got a
it's just my potato.
By the way, the best way to cure the hangout shit is to use Firefox. It does it really nicely.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Or to have
that's ironic. Google Hangouts works better
I
on
know,
Firefox.
I know, it's daft, isn't it? And apparently they've got it says it doesn't even work, and it's like, yeah, it does. But there you go. It's all a bit fucked up.
It's a smoke screen.
Yeah, I've just been talking to Harmful about it. I think he's suffering from the same issues about that. I've just recommended Firefox to him next time it happens, but c'est la vie.
It was a shame. I wanted to ask Harmful a question.
You can ask me and I can ask him in the Hangout. I can talk to him right now, so...
Send him a fucking message. That's what I do when I talk to him.
Ask him if traps are gay, and ask him if he's ever...
Oh, we never did ask him. We never did ask him if traps are gay, did we? No.
They're not.
It's been proven traps are not gay.
They're not gay.
No, but we need his opinion on the matter as well.
Understand this. Are traps just mods, like new mods?
No.
Remember, like mods?
They're like DLC you weren't expecting.
I think it's fair to say.
All right.
You know this whole thing about are traps gay. I think we can't really claim that the conversation in the wider culture is over until there's been a Queer Kid Stuff episode on it.
And to be honest with you, are we really here the arbiters of what is and what not gay?
Robin, do I need to pay extra for my
I personally couldn't care less as long as they leave my bum alone.
Well, I'm in the gay capital of England, so I should be able to.
So, Fox, you were going to be having a conversation with
Australia.
Fox, you were going to be having a conversation with Sargon, but that's all gone wrong. Explain what's been the thing. Let's make room. Let's make room. Who's gonna bugger off and make him?
Oh,
room?
are we 10 of us? Okay.
I believe we are at the 10 mark. Fox, you want to come in, mate?
I want to chat with Fox because he's interesting to me.
Yeah, I like
okay, that doesn't sound gay at all.
Very nice young boy.
Oh my god.
Perhaps we are the arbiters of
you
gay.
You want to talk to Fox because he's cute.
Stucco, how well of an impression of Anthony Hopkins can you do? I find him very interesting.
I find him very interesting.
Okay, so let's make room for some Fox. I will ask for volunteers. Silent volunteers. That would be nice.
You know me, Robin. I always have more.
Yeah, anyone who's listening there's quite a lot of you here, and not all of you talking. If you are just listening and you would like to just listen with 20 seconds delay, if that's too much, with some light jazz in the background, then
I fucking kept trying to get a word in about the things I wanted to talk about.
I'm actually running out of time here, so I can take off.
Thank you very much, mate. That's grand of you.
Very charitable.
Because everyone else wants to be a fucking squatter.
As a parting shot,
fucking stream squatters, man.
Yeah.
As a parting shot, consider those 3 suggestions, and also think about why you haven't heard those 3 suggestions anywhere else.
QQ.
All right.
One is American.
The obvious one.
And the FDA is an American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so only so many can, of course, have any say in this particular thing. So it's more
and that's
on the
actually
American
the
side.
Actually, though,
if you look at advertising agencies in the UK, they're even more strict.
Yeah, there's room for lobbying on this, as well as the whole filtering thing as well. I actually, the whole filtering thing, which we've moved on since Harmful's not here anymore, but we could. Am I alone in thinking that actually maybe trying to appeal to government for a long-term solution on this, altering legislation to try and alter the incentives in the market?
We don't need the regulations already exist.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you leave incentives up to the market, that doesn't necessarily work out particularly well either. So there does need to be some sort of a balance. If the market ruled, if the market ruled with a soft, lovely velvet glove of touch, and everything ran absolutely perfectly, well, government would just dissolve all on its own.
No, that's the point I'm making, is that it's perfectly normal in any situation where the market has been unable to solve a problem that we just legislate. And this is clearly one of those things where the market is very unlikely to provide a solution. So, I mean, that's the thing. All of what we've been talking about is the incentives, and a lot of it is very much close to just a fundamental human nature. Like, I don't know why we should necessarily be looking first to a community solution to this.
You're saying
I'm going to say these
solutions would only be temporary.
Community solutions are natural.
I'm going to say that.
Yes, but so is dying of dysentery.
Almost every jurisdiction you look, the EU, the US, etc., there's already the laws in place to handle this. It's just no one has pointed them out or told you about them or made you aware of them. If you go look at them, you can already report candid for all the stuff that they've been doing. So the top-down solution's already there. All that's left is the bottom-up.
Crichton, if you would like the Hangout link, just say hello to me in Twitter. If you've been blocked by me on Twitter, however, that's going to be a problem now, isn't it?
But
this is where it all goes wrong for you. And this is. Here's the thing, right? The open house is a place where anybody can come in. They can come in. And if I don't like them anymore because they're fucking annoying or they're disruptive or they're just twats or whatever reason, if they annoy me the fuck out of me, then those don't necessarily get an invite onto the house. It's weird. I'm wacky like that.
Why am I here? No, that's fair enough. He's our wacky authoritarian.
Yeah, I am in my own place, in my own open house. Yes, I am a little bit authoritarian.
You are.
I'll tell you what. If I'm censoring you, you feel censored. You can always open up your own YouTube channel and tell me about that. That's how censored you might feel at this point. I think one of the things that I've noticed over the last year or so is that people use the word censorship so very readily when it comes to what's going on.
Yes, I've been following your conversation with Dave Cullen.
Same.
But
somewhat of a one-sided conversation.
Since QQ said he was going to go soon, I just want to respond there. I agree with you there on the issue about advertisement disclosure. I was also suggesting that we take a similar approach to the filtering prospect of the problem that creates with the echo chambers and people just ending up being fucking angry morons all the time because of their echo chambers.
Social media filtering?
Yeah, maybe.
I could go for a whole other hour on this, and I'm gonna say I disagree with Gething very much on this, but we'll have to wait.
What you don't like the idea of a private company having any choice of what it does?
I think that private companies are implementing technological solutions that are dumb, and that there are better ones.
You say private company, Robin, but Twitter has actually marketed itself as a utility.
And Coca-Cola has marked itself as
that completely defeats the purpose.
Daz markets itself as whiter than white. I mean, if you're really going to hold people up to the most pedantic sort of hold on that. It's still a fucking private company, mate. They can do whatever they like. They can bin every last one of us if they want to. It's up
I'm
to
a
them.
person who has every right to complain when I think a private company is doing something
Moan
stupid
away.
when there's
And
a much
as
smarter
another
solution.
person, I can say that what you're moaning about might not necessarily get you very far with them. If you can imagine, a lot of the problems that they're trying to address have been highlighted by people that are sick and tired of the problems that they're trying to address.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I'm telling you, I can
the
solve
problem that we've
Let's
been
not
discussing.
fight. I'm just making a point.
No,
and then
no,
somebody
no,
can
I
then
just-
retort.
I can solve those
Because-
problems without anything that anyone would call censorship.
Yell or scream. It's just we're just having a conversation, guys.
I just wanted to point out
Jesus
the problem.
Christ.
I just wanted to point out that the problem that we've been discussing isn't necessarily the fact that they will ban or to moderate. Let's call it moderate rather than censorship. But it's it does become effectively censorship when you can't bypass it.
We don't even need to use the word censorship or the word free speech. It's a really simple problem. The problem is as follows. A, platforms need to be moderated in order for people to want to use them. This is a sad fact. B, human moderators are really, really expensive. C, AI moderators suck balls right now. So they hide that fact by making it so that all the moderation is in shadow form so that people don't realize it's happening.
Okay, so like I was trying to say, I need to run, dudes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
I've been trying to say for like the past 2 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
you either just walk or just basically type it out or something like that, mate. If you can imagine, it doesn't stop the conversation. No matter what we like. Yeah, bye, and then carry on. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Feel
no
free to add us
problem.
all.
No problem. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Much love, mate.
Yeah.
See you again.
Cheers. Yeah.
See you, dude.
So yeah, my issue with this particular thing is that there are other people who have rights above yours when it comes to, say, for example, this is the open house, okay? I can invite whoever the fuck I like. I can disinvite whoever the fuck I like. That's my right. If I don't want somebody on my show, I don't have to have them on my show simply for some sort of free speech doctrine.
Okay. How about this?
Why are you talking about free speech? I didn't say free speech.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm just making the case here. The same principle when it comes to, say, Conservapedia, for example. They have no mandate to, say, have liberal-leaning informants on there.
All right. I'm going to set the ground rules for this argument, which is, if I'm not talking about free speech and censorship, I don't think an argument from the perspective of free speech and censorship is going to work against me.
No,
would you say that that's fair?
No,
Can I bring up a point regarding a conflicting principle in the market, and that is that there are organizations which are essentially, especially banking, which are now considered too big to fail, and that's not just a buzzword. That is like an actual status where, because of just how much of an impact on the market and society that these organizations have, we do regulate them, we do limit the autonomy of these things because of just how much a fuck up in their management affects society. But that is something we do, and why shouldn't
instead
we
of saying
extend
they're
that to
too big
social
to
media?
fail in the sense that they're too big to fall apart and they can survive anything, you mean they're too big to fail in the sense of they're too important?
They're too big for politicians to feasibly allow them to fail because of the impact that would have on society.
It's like the Ministry of Agriculture, for example.
Same with privately owned railways, for example. Privately owned railways, for example, all of them taking subsidies at the moment, all of them giving massive profits to their shareholders because they just have the leverage that they can basically do what they like because they're in that power position. Now, that's a free market power position. That doesn't make it right. It's still a private company. It doesn't make it right. It has a massive impact on our society if we allow them to fuck up without oversight.
Anyway, Fox of the West has arrived. Hello, Foxy. How you doing?
How you doing, big guy?
You sound really quiet there, mate. Is there any way you can turn your volume up a little?
All right, I'll just try. I'll eat my microphone. Well,
You sound gorgeous now. So how you doing, mate? What you were having an argument with Sargi?
No, I wasn't having an argument with Sargon. I was having an argument with that guy T. Actually.
Oh, that guy T. He's not a keen fan of centrism. If you're a centrist, you're just basically a commie.
You're even worse than the communist, actually. Now, apparently.
Oh,
because
worse
at least
than
the
a commie.
Yeah, he called for our killing.
And do you know what was amazing? Do you know what was amazing is Sargon actually called him out on it. which is just.
Well, that was an easy one, really, at this point.
I know, but I still marked out.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who considers children to be property.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about low-hanging fruit at this point.
Well, I do know a couple of
kind of
people
going,
that
oh
broke
look, Sargon tied his shoelaces. It's not like overwhelmingly impressive to have a go at that guy T. If you're listening, that guy T, if you wish to complain about taxes, you have to move out your mums.
Yeah, I think he's deliberately putting bad arguments up at the moment.
I don't even dislike T. I think he's quite likable, and his
he's
videos
a
are
lovely
sort
guy.
of
He's a lovely guy.
his videos are sort of interesting. He's kind of like a more sort of down to earth Stefan Molyneux, I'd say. Like
that's a low bar.
I've been paying attention to his Twitter recently, and it's just full of like hyperbole and bullshit, and it's just
his latest tweet: the skeptic community has been wrong this entire time. Don't at me.
Wow, silly.
Okay, someone's full of themselves a touch.
No, but I think he's deliberately fishing for hate viewers. That's what he's doing. I think that's always what he's been doing.
But I asked him, anarcho-capitalist, does that mean you're basically a raider in Fallout? And he retweeted me with no reply. So that told me a lot he him.
Yeah, when you actually reply with no reply, that's odd.
I did get a response out of him because I said because he said that centrists are very similar to communists, and I said
we're not right wing.
And then I said this is coming from the guy who essentially wants mob rule. You're not that far away from communism as you'd like to think, and he
thinks communism means Stalinism, which is obviously fucking
to these
ridiculous.
guys, to these guys, you see, the problem is, of course, is that anything else is communism. If it's not what I want, it's communism.
Everyone I don't like is a communist?
Yes, it's on that sort of
What
like, this
I
is
love about
communism, that
libertarians
is communism, this is communism, and you need to point it all out.
Well, like what I love they'll use like status as an insult, but that's like a pedophile calling you an adult fucker. It's just so retarded. Like, it's I'm a statist.
Adult fucker. I love this.
Adult fucker. That is. I didn't tweet that shit. That's great.
I think the best insult I was ever given was I was called a sphere cuck once. By a flat earther.
A sphere cuck.
I don't think she's ever called me a statist.
Yeah, but a flat earther called me a sphere cuck, so I was like...
I had Anarchy Ball literally scream statist at me in a live stream.
Literally screamed.
Yeah, he literally screamed autistically statist at me in a stream, and I was like crying with laughter because
we're talking about Anarchy Balls. That's not very hard to get him to do.
That guy.
Get up there close to your microphone and go, Rose.
The funniest thing about these guys is that they want sort of a Mad Max kind of situation, and they wouldn't last 2 minutes in a Mad Max movie.
Yeah, I would love a Mad Max situation because I'm in Australia and we totally already have to deal with PVE stuff anyway. So bring it on!
Oh, come on!
I just wanted to say,
it's hardly Mad Max there. It's just what happens when you lose your travel pass in Australia.
I just wanted to say I didn't know that.
We're a British backpacker.
I just wanted to say that I didn't know that we had Louis CK in the chat.
Apparently, I probably would be getting greater viewership if it didn't clash with Jim's stream.
Jim?
He's clashing with mine. Please get it right.
Jim?
Jim.
Yeah, Jim.
Who
Internet aristocrat. Or Mr. Medical.
James Good Me Bad.
There's plenty more. There's plenty of internet out there.
Yeah, Pole.
Jim 81 Jim.
The spring of Pole. That's how I look at him.
I think the only video I watched of his was the Gamergate one, and that was it. Never really cared.
I think this guy called Guardian in the chat has a good point. We should start gassing the roads and have a road war now.
Street war.
Look at the
streets. Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets.
Nihilistic Pillow says, I've been combining T with Ancom using tweet mashup, and that T retweeted one of them apparently.
Nihilistic pillow is great, peoples.
Yeah, T hasn't actually. I don't think he's ever called me a statist, and it's possibly because I'm just like, hey,
you need to talk to him,
nationalism needs a nice reformation, guys.
I actually have an interesting question here. Do any of you actually know an ANCOM? And if so, how is that supposed to work? How can you have anarchy?
I know someone.
I know several.
I know a few as well.
I'm guessing that they cause anarchy to create the communism later.
No, guys,
They do,
guys,
yeah,
look,
anarchy.
Communism is a form of
okay,
anarchy.
you're getting anarchy very, very wrong. That's what it is. Anarchy isn't sort of like, oh my god, the police are all dead and everyone's basically, it's a zombie apocalypse. Quick, get my bag with my Kindle mint cake in it.
Created order.
That's not anarchy, guys. Anarchy is a form of government.
Yes, it is.
You've always never played Shadow.
Yes, it is. Look at South Africa. That is fucking anarchy.
No.
Do you reckon the movie Mad Max triggers that guy too?
If anything, anarchy is more like Switzerland.
Actually, that has become more of an apt description.
If you want to look at it in its most sort of, forget all of the sort of like the people in black jumpers running around beating up Starbucks employees. Okay, imagine it is actually something of a sensible worldview that somebody has. The rest of it is people kind of, more like agitating for change. A lot of these particular anarchists think that if they agitate enough for change, that change will happen and it will be anarchy. But they just don't really understand that it'll probably be a military dictatorship. But hey, why not? Have at it anyway.
I mean, okay, when it comes to anarchy, the closest thing they can think of is Somalia. I think that guy too would fit in just
That's not
fine.
anarchy,
He's the same
though,
skin
guys.
color
That's
anyway.
not anarchy. No, that's more like a feudal society.
I was
it is
thinking of
completely anarchist society right now.
No. You're thinking about anarchy in its most craziest form. That's not like a government system. It's like, I suppose, probably, it's like kind of going, oh, you're a lefty. Does that mean that somebody's left-handed, or does that mean that they write with their left hand, or their left wing, or whatever like that? That does have a connotation. Anarchy on its own, yes, it's madness. Oh my God! Look, the dogs and the cats are lying together.
I'm thinking about it.
Fire and brimstone.
ANCAPs are, absence of government, and anyone is
No.
just
They're talking about absence. No, they're talking about absence of national governments. Federalized governments. Yeah, even state governments, they'd be pissed off with, but that doesn't mean that each individual local principality would have its own sort of group of elders as such.
Well, they basically want localized sort of.
They're devolving. It's devolving.
They want a fucking mega company to buy out a nation.
Well, essentially, what they, especially when you go to the anarcho-communist ones that want resource-based economy, no money, what they want is an agrarian society, and they just think that all of the economic, cultural progress that happened from that just won't this time.
So I can summarize ANCAPism in basically a couple of sentence pitch, and that is they think that the non-aggression principle applies to matters of state, and as a result, all participation in a state-like structure should be voluntary. As in, you could opt out of the state, you can make your own state, anything like that. It's basically the state as a monolithic thing that you are forced to participate in doesn't exist. Can anyone do a similar pitch for ANCOM ideology? Is it possible for you to do a 2-sentence or 3-sentence or 4-sentence summary, one paragraph, let's say, that summarizes what kind of final state they want to be in?
Delete fucking everything.
A system.
Yeah, Fox got it.
a system where you don't have the reliance on a top-down investor to come and essentially provide you with permission to utilize resources. You simply utilize the resources you need. You own the products of your labor directly, rather than through this sort of approximate concept of negotiation and wage and so on. They consider
I can summarize it better.
They consider all
investment
in capitalism.
You already went too long. I can do it much better in a smaller sentence. One single sentence.
Focus. I've got one.
Let her be.
I'm already started, so you just wait your turn. and it's basically Dante Alighieri's version of hell. That's it.
7 layers.
9. Well,
9. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, if you count the Malboges, yeah.
Well, this was a very
the ninth one was basically just
nice
one
explanation, Habib. I'm sure everyone's
No, it's
very well apprised
basically
now.
it's nice. You get different layers, just representing all the classes, and each one is reaping the benefits or the curses of their own deeds. So each one is.
But they don't
contributing
want
to society.
classes.
No,
There
I mean,
wouldn't be
yeah,
classes.
it's basically what you've done, you reap what you sow, and basically you just, based on your contribution to society, you get the rewards. So you get assigned a certain layer of hell. That's it.
See,
it's
all right,
perfect.
I've got a weird analogy. It's when and
weird.
yes, you're probably all gonna cringe. When Minecraft introduced emeralds, all these people were like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, I understood that you were going to giggle," but something interesting happened from a sociological point of view, where a lot of people were rejecting it because they wanted to do the work and reap the rewards and transfer the materials as opposed to transferring them for gems. It obviously died out because everyone fucking loves it now. But yeah, I was one of those people. I preferred to go and do the work and then trade what I'd worked for to get other things I needed. Bartering. But yeah.
So it's essentially like it's ANCAPism with an extra dose of less existence of things that currently exist, because ANCAPism is essentially the non-existence of the state. This is the non-existence of the state and property rights and currency and so on and so on.
However, those who actually already have the property, they're in control. As long as you've got stuff, you're the winner in this little thing.
So that's the hierarchy.
It's a level playing field. It's a completely level playing field as long as you're competing with massively rich people that can afford, say, a private army.
So how's that different from ANCAPism? Flippity hoppity, get off my property.
Nothing.
I mean, it sounds like the same thing to me.
Well, like I said, it's just junk social science, really.
Yeah, that's the thing is property rights in ANCAPistan are surely basically they are rooted on touch my stuff and I'll shoot you.
Go near my stuff and I'll shoot you.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Give me the excuse. Make my day. Type deal.
So ANCOMism is basically my stuff is everyone's stuff and I'll shoot you.
No. It's... Okay.
I'll shoot you if you make it your own.
No, actually, I actually know a very good way of explaining ANCOMism.
I'm sure
you know in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, they encounter these workers in the field, and he's like, "I am your king," and they're like, "I didn't know you." And there's just that guy. There's that guy who just stops in mid-sentence and just be like, "No. You see, power is derived from a mandate from the masses. And he's like, we've got collective. We take turns. We vote. It's like, and he's just described that this castle is a commune, not a lord's castle. And, yeah, that scene there. That guy, that's macro-communism, and it's also very true to life of the guy that I know who is one, or at least who has been, but is in fact extremely materialistic and fucking.
When it comes to shooting, I think still with ANCOM, you're not gonna have like a government per se, but again, you're gonna have some guardians or some people who control the properties, and those would be the guardians of hell. Like, for example, the fourth layer of hell is guarded by the centaurs. So if you try to swim away from that river of boiling blood, they will shoot you in the back. So yeah, they're not really part of society. They're separated from society, because society is the people being tortured in hell, but there's going to be some entities, whether they're controlled by the public or something else, to control the property. So there you go.
So instead of it being, this is my stuff, if you get near it, I'll shoot you, it's, this is everyone's stuff, and if you try to make it your stuff, I'll shoot you.
Habib?
Exactly.
How on earth did you go on a tangent that makes Burgundy look normal?
I've been noticing you're very keen on this hell analogy that I'm not seeing.
Because I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
I must admit, I'm pretty keen on the entire concept myself.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's awesome.
It's all done. Yeah, it's like. Well, I mean, I'm now 39, and I still have all these people coming at me, and they kind of go, "You know what? It's the system," and I have to keep asking them, "What system?
What
system?
builds up a system?
Yeah, where is
the
the system of which you speak?"
Excuse me, Robin. It's the fucking feminist system.
Everyone's trying to make a system, and they're all failing as they do because they keep on encountering people.
People.
I had a fantastic IT teacher, and he said a system works perfectly as long as nobody uses it. And I think that really says it for me when it comes to people and their idea of the system. A lot of the time, it's this nebulous sort of thing that you can't necessarily name, and when somebody talks about it, they've got their own idea about it, and so that they can. It's pretty much the patriarchy, the system.
Everything is breaking. Everything is breaking all the time for everyone.
Everything is the EU's fault, and you need to point it out.
Patriarchy. Everything is sexist.
Talk about the whole patriarchy shit. They bitch about a patriarchy, and then they're like, join the system. Fuckwits.
You know that song has been parodied so many times that I don't even remember the original lyrics.
Speaking with about Brexit there, because since Aethrin brought it up, I was going to be. I don't know when it will be, but it'll be whenever Sargon uploads his next video on the EU, because I know he's got one in the works. So I was thinking of doing a stream, and he said he'd be down to do sort of a stream, because I said, do you want to talk sometime about Brexit? We could have some, an interesting conversation. And he said, sure, like as soon as I get this next video out.
We'll see.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, he seems to avoid people that he knows can actually walk up and down over him in a debate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who enters?
At this point, it's sad to say, but Alex Jones has more integrity.
Yeah.
Who was it? Oh, fuck.
That's going a bit far, isn't it?
No, because Alex Jones does passionately believe his crazy nonsense. I feel like maybe as time goes on, we might actually get to see some kind of nice accidental controlled experiment type situation here, where we have, on the one hand, the progression of Alex Jones with all of these nutraceutical supplements and stuff affecting him. And then as the control group, it's Sargon going down the same path without drugs.
Yeah. Oh, no, it is with drugs. Just his own
different ones,
his own supply.
This is 50-pound cigars. Man of the people smoking 50-pound.
But it's not like some kind of hormonally based supplement.
Yeah.
Super male vitality.
Well, I've just had it.
It will make you.
You don't know his dealer.
Oh god.
I've got some information about Alex Jones. Like a friend of mine has another friend that got to know him,
Bill Hicks,
and he was on Skype with him and absolutely 100% confirmed that Alex has got 100% act on.
Yes, he is. He doesn't sound like that at all. Yeah.
That was quite a lot of layers.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had a chat with him in the 90s, and he was saying to him every time he's in front of the camera, he starts putting that voice on and starts talking like he's just about to comment on wrestling, And
no, but that's the thing. The way you present your voice is not necessarily to say that you're dishonest in your views.
But it was either with Andrew Neil or David Dimbley. I think it was Andrew Neil where he just went on Sunday Politics, where he just went completely over the top, and as soon as the camera stopped rolling, he just shut up all of a sudden.
It's like this dude I know that's black metal band. Literally, he talks all brutal when he's on stage, and then he talks when he's normal. He sounds like the most camp mofo.
There's a lot of people out there that can't be themselves online,
Surprised by him.
I mean, that kind of reminds me of Marilyn Manson. Like, if you watch his interviews,
Brian Water.
He's the most soft-spoken person ever, like in interviews. But to see him on stage, it's completely different.
But this is the whole. This that may surprise you. People keep forgetting that people on videos are playing a character, even if they're still presenting as themselves. They're playing as I guess maybe what they feel is their own ideal version.
Here's a challenge for you.
And don't forget
this is the Fox News metaphor, you see. Everybody keeps on getting this wrong about Fox News, is that they're this right-wing network. No, they're going where the money is. And where the money is getting people into this mode of thinking that they're somehow part of something. It is the irony of Fox is that they promote individualism, but they have produced a particular audience which is vehemently in one particular way. They don't really seem to care whether it's right or wrong. It's about the movement. It's about, you've got to do what needs to be done.
It's just fine.
The worst thing about Fox News is that I don't feel they have that grace. I don't feel they have that entertainment grace. No,
they're
news,
entertaining
like legitimate
but
news network
People
has
get
that grace.
entertained by their own anger. You can.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, there is a certain thing about that sort of thing. Is that when you're fighting the good fight, of course, and not only are all bets off as far as your conduct is concerned, but it's also about that feel-good factor. This is where extremists come in. You will find this in, say, let's say some event happens and a conspiracy theorist comes and kind of goes, well, I'm casting doubt on some of this official story business because this seems odd. And then you wait a good year, and then you've got people kind of going, yeah, aliens. It was aliens. I'm telling you. Yeah, well, I've got this very elaborate story that I can tell you about the fact that aliens, not only did the aliens do this, but they also made the guy who had doubts originally about it start saying that in order to move you over to some complete red herring that had nothing to do with it. He's bent. He's a shill. Kill him.
Yeah,
Robin. Far away from the topic of people who put on a character when they're doing their thing online. Here's something that is an interesting experiment to do, and that is go to someone's channel and go watch their first video. And one who will surprise you the most is JonTron. If you go to JonTron's channel and you watch his first video, it's like he's a completely different person.
I've never actually watched JonTron, not once.
No, I haven't either.
Well, it's the Flanderdization effect.
I'm just reading that guy T's tweets. They're just making me giggle.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've been here way too
watch
long
Richard
than I can
Spencer's
justify,
tweet.
so I'm gonna head out. Goodbye.
All right,
catch you, man.
Bye.
Cheers.
But does anyone else follow Richard Spencer? Now that is some fucking amazing.
I can't bring myself to do it. I just can't.
It's a fascination of mine to just look at these crazy nonsense.
I want to have a look. I'll have a gander.
No, I have those people in my actual life. I don't need them on Twitter. Fuck them.
Spencer's one of the most
They're called Australians to you,
in the
aren't they?
world.
Dude, I mean,
no. Thankfully, no.
I wish all the people with no political nuance just had Australian accents. That would make life so much more entertaining.
That's actually kind of
Are you
true.
trying to say something, mate?
No, I think all politicians should have a Brummie accent because no one can sound intelligent with a Brummie accent.
No, Liverpudlian.
They should all have Yorkshire accent. I can understand them.
Yeah, only us in the south that speak the Queen's Surrey English.
And even then, the South is a massive overstatement. It's really the Essex regional accent.
It's fine, dude. I mean, you can talk in your accents and maybe I'm going to grasp a word or two. But I can speak a whole different language that no one would understand, including people in the chat.
That's very useful, isn't it?
That's wonderful, Habib.
Nobody can
now
understand
the
you.
problem is,
Great.
Well, at least
you
your
do
language
not
isn't
have
obscure
an
like
English accent.
This is why we bothered to teach you English.
The perks of being bilingual.
Darling, do you have
But
a
even if you
well-spoken
speak a
English
different
accent?
language, you still have an accent.
Okay, one at a time. I didn't catch either.
Well, just remember,
Sorry,
Croc is on
Sylvia.
Australian time, so it does take a little bit of time. Plus, there's his thought process.
Yeah.
What's this, Richard Spencer? Spencer's law: the more the media claims a Trumpist has Russia ties, the more pro-American they are. First Flynn, then Sessions, now Ross.
Wow.
So, right now, according to Spencer, Putin is American.
Right now, according to Richard Spencer,
ties with Russia.
Right now, according to Richard Spencer, He's not a Nazi because that's a dated term.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've seen him defend, shrug off that sort of, are you a racist, are you a Nazi, anything like that. He doesn't say no. He says the term is meaningless.
He has a point. He has a point.
He doesn't just say the term is meaningless. He also says it's a dated term and belongs in the last century.
Yeah, he basically...
This isn't somebody kind of going, no, I'm not one of those guys. It's like
Yeah, he goes,
well,
I am
one of those guys, but I prefer a new flag. One that doesn't have, that whole Nazism thing and the whole sort of like,
This isn't a pyramid scheme. Think of the trapezoid.
Yeah. It's in this...
I think he wants you to respect his pronouns.
Yeah.
This is not a pyramid scheme.
Oh, well, the other month when I was mentioning that he does seem to regard his ideology as being one that was involved with and lost World War II, using direct quotes from him of him literally saying this.
I know what I tried to.
But then
it was
Jeff,
the side in what was it? Just south of China that was completely annihilated by a combination of China and Japan having a war there.
Yeah. Then you know how Jeff was just like, no, how dare you infer Nazi? They're not Nazis. Nazis are all the dangerous things, and basically came off as with this sort of basically power plus privilege kind of version of whether or not you're a Nazi. He insisted on calling Richard Spencer a LARPer, and therefore we're not allowed to take seriously the fact that he's actually encouraging. Like
Let's not take the ones that want to take themselves seriously.
We've had people with the exact ideology he preaches shoot politicians in the street recently in our country. We're not really necessarily of the frame of mind where we want to just brush this off as fucking laughing, there was a guy laughing in the streets.
But what is it with racist right wingers always picking the side in history that loses the wars?
It's the victim books. It's the victim books thing.
They didn't do nothing.
I mean, you've the South and the Nazis. Pick your right side for once, you retard.
It's because these people are fucking stupid, and if they went back in time and knew there was no way they could win the war on that side, they'd still fight it. And then you fast forward in time to today, and if they could fight the war again, they still would, and lose again.
But it's for the right reasons.
Someone in the chat said Spencer, leader of the Salt Reich.
Yeah. He spends I appreciate how Richard Spencer personally is not a threat because he is such a fucking useless cunt of a person. But his ideology, his ilk, what he represents, it's fair to call that Nazis. You can call him a Nazi LARPer, but he's still a Nazi.
Hey guys,
I think everyone LARPs as a Nazi.
See you, dude.
Take it easy, Stephen.
Take it easy, guys. Have a good week.
Much love, man.
Bye, Dummy.
Here's the thing about the alt-right and their supporters that really worry me. I mean, they're getting more and more violent, and they ended up shooting a politician in the UK. They ended up doing the shooting in Quebec. And whenever you point these things out, people tend to go well, look at the other side. Which other side they talk about? They talk about the Islamist extremists. And you know what? That's a battle that we're all fighting in one way or another.
Okay. Islamic extremists.
One thing I want to say...
Hold on. I haven't made my point yet. So before everybody just jumps at me and tries to interrupt me. Here's the thing. As much as I would like to fight, and I am still fighting the Islamic extremists in any way that I can, I don't want to fight two different fronts. There's a front that is still kind of in its infancy, and we can nip it in the bud before it expands to something more serious.
The thing is with Islam is that it has quite of a lot of similarities with the sort of retrograde right violence.
Okay. Let me quash some things here. I made a highlight of this with the recent David Cullen business. Should I judge, say, an imam like David Cullen on the quality of his fans? Should I judge out of the 200,000 odd viewers that he subscribes to his channel, the 2,000 odd that downvoted and commented? should I look and say, right, that small percentage of that overall large is a good enough sampling of the sort of people that this person attracts, the sort of person that this sort of person and what they're saying proliferates? Should that be a good enough inference of somebody? I'm not saying is he responsible for their conduct. What I'm saying is, does the words and actions of Mr. Cullen, should that be reflected in what his fans are like? Just in the same ways that if you talk about Islam, Christianity, atheists, if you look at the lowest hanging fruits out there, it's very easy to build a very good case against somebody.
Well,
but the
different lowest hanging fruits.
That's why I chose my words carefully, and I always do. I never said, "Oh, yeah, it's the Muslim threat or it's the Islam threat." I said the extremists.
That's
threat.
right. This is the point that I was trying to bring forward with what you were saying there. Is that exactly that? It's not necessarily, once again, it's not really the system's fault. It's those who interpret it in their own particular guise. Some people will take a religion and kind of go, you know what, yeah, I can use this as an excuse to murder other human beings. Other people kind of go, well, maybe I could use that as an excuse to be nice to somebody.
Yeah, but
well, Robin, like
here's
the difference between,
the
different.
I just want to make a distinction. There are people out there who don't need to, don't need religion to be, nice people, good people.
Right.
Like, so, and at the same time, yes, they don't need religion to be arseholes.
Do they want an excuse, though?
Well, it depends.
That's always my question.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about adults here, and it's a topic that I don't really want to get into because I'm getting tired here. And
I'm actually talking.
But
my point is about the whole and the extremists in any group.
When it comes to the ideology of Islam, at least, the biggest danger of it is it's being brainwashed to children. And it's hard for you guys to imagine, maybe, but if you have met me 20 years ago, I would be the kind of guy that wants to kill every single one of you. I'm not even saying that hyperbolically.
From the day I met you, I knew you were that kind of guy.
No, and I don't mean it hyperbolically. Like, yeah, I literally believe that anyone who doesn't believe in Islam deserves to die. And big part of it was because of the way I was brainwashed.
But we are kind of equal sodomites.
Yeah, I think it was one of your streams when I ranted a little bit about how I sat around the TV with my family watching how Hezbollah was displaying gibs and like dismembered bodies of Israeli soldiers that they just cut apart on a table on live TV. And they were holding a bloodied head of an Israeli soldier. And they're like, "Hey, we're gonna exchange each piece of your soldiers for one of our captives."
Yeah, you think anti-SJWs have got hate?
I mean,
yeah, you know what? It's not what Hezbollah was doing. It was the fact that I was sitting with my family. I think I was 10 or 9 at the time, and they were cheering for it. That's the kind of environment that I grew up in.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So do you think it's more the teaching of Islam rather than the actual belief of Islam? Because you could teach someone Christianity in certain ways that would make them want to blow up something. So do you think it's more the teaching of it that is the problem rather than
the way it's been propagated generation after generation, at least in my own family and in my own little environment? Because when I started going to college later on and when I started traveling, I met a lot of Muslims that grew up with the same scripture, but they were like, "Dude, you're fucking nuts. Like, what are you talking about?"
I've got a lot of Muslim friends, and majority of them aren't bad people. Like, it's the same with Christians, like I've got a lot of Christian friends and they're not bad people, but there are bad people within them, within their group.
Sectarians is what you're talking
about. That's why it's so like, I think the question was right on point when it's like the teaching. And yes, there's a widespread community of Muslims that are brainwashing this extreme ideology to children, and that's what I want to stop. It's a very focused thing, and I don't want to generalize it like every single Muslim is teaching it the same way, but it still exists.
This is the issue, you see, is that this is why I was making the analogy when it comes to Dave Cullen. He is a imam preaching hatred towards a certain demographic, who likes to put it as some sort of clash of civilizations type deal, and is making bank on that. That's really what I was saying. And
but I mean, the difference is they dislike a video.
Yeah, if you are going to complain about fucking with
blow
the
up a
rules,
building.
yeah, if you are going to complain about fucking with the rules when you know exactly what the rules are, I call bullshit. Okay?
Yep.
And if you're going to sell your channel as some sort of movement device, I'm going to call bullshit on that as well, because you're supposedly a site to do with tech, and now you're making politics pretty much your only fucking deal. People were complaining about that in Gamergate a long time ago.
My problem with
be careful.
I guess like the immigrants coming from these countries, not because they're Muslim or because they're Arab or whatever, it's just the teachings. And I think especially in a lot of European countries, is thanks to Le Pen in France, the communities are very segregated around Paris in a way that, okay, this is where the Senegals go, this is where blah, blah, blah go. So what you have is now an environment where they're already poor, and now you're having these teachings exported.
It's segregation and sectarianism. I mean, you're an Irish lad, so you probably know all about sectarianism.
I do.
Yes. That's two different versions of Christianity having a go at each other. And really, to be honest with you, it had nothing to do with the religion. It was to do with which side of the fence you were on.
It was more to do with nationalism and unionism. Like, the IRA aren't called the Irish Catholic Army, they're called the Irish Republican Army, like, for a reason.
Yeah, it's
that they just happen to be Catholic.
It's a messed up deal.
Yeah, basically.
And the last video that I made, and I expected more dislikes than what I got, but a lot of the comments, like I said, they were just like, I'm okay.
I'm about to trigger all the outrights who are listening, but I think interracial relationships are good, especially just improving just from the aspect of improving general relations within the community.
We get it. You think that you should be allowed to sleep with an English person? No, you shouldn't. You fucking Irish scum.
Okay, well that's where I draw the line. I don't do that. Like, I just car bomb them.
No, I tell you what, mate. I mean, if you're here in Dubai, just speak with that Irish accent, and the girls would fall over you.
Yeah, stop trying to put the bomb in your chest.
Yeah, America probably too.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's what pissed me off the most when it comes to the whole dating thing, and you know where it all sparked from. It sparked from that tweet, like someone just saw like a blonde girl just holding hands with some brown dude, and she went on a little rant on Twitter. It is the biggest thing that annoys me. Everyone that I talked to in the past 2 years that's been complaining that, the Muslim migrant problem in Europe is causing a lot of problems. And when you dug into it, they're like, okay, it's because they have their own enclosed enclaves, and those enclaves have a lot of issues when it comes to fostering radicalization, when it comes to, just having kind of like a parallel kind of country within a country. And then you have this example of a guy that's trying to, or a girl, I mean, sometimes it's girls, that are trying to get out of that society and mingle with the locals. And you see them in the wild.
Means mingle, he means
in public.
fuck.
Yeah, it's like, they're just mingling with it. And you end up dating them because that's how human beings, act. And you meet people that you're interested in. We don't even know if the guy in that certain tweet was dating the girl. They might be just friends.
Wow is a thing.
And it's a sign that this person is trying to assimilate into society. And then you turn around and start screeching autistically about it, like, "Oh my God, they're taking away our women, or they're taking away our men."
It's the X word. Let's be honest. This is
So,
xenophobia.
basically-
there are plenty of people out there that do suffer from xenophobia. The thing is that they can't just kind of go, "I can't fucking stand them because they're brown." So they've got to mask it and dress it up in a little way. And
let me be more pragmatic about it and just ask them one thing. Like, would you rather they stay segregated and keep to their own kind? Or do you want them to assimilate? Like, what do you want?
Get them out.
Can I give you guys some perspective here? Can I give you guys just like just a little bit of perspective here?
Go ahead.
My town never had, and I'm dead set serious, like while I was growing up, we never had pitch black people. we had like pretty much every other race, but we got an influx
not
of
even
Sudanese
Abos.
refugees.
Not even
Abos. The Abos here are sort of like they're light brown. They get blacker as you go north. But we ended up with Sudanese refugees that were originally moved to Australia into country towns to be assimilated, like to understand our culture, and then moved into bigger cities. And for the first probably year, those people were getting looks. They were, even from me, because we'd never seen them.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like, hey, what the fuck, you black cunt? Fuck off. It was like, whoa, people are actually that black. That's amazing. And they're so tall. And like, it's true though. This is innocent sort of shit, you know, but it can be misconstrued as fucking racism. Now, they are just part and parcel. You know, they're just another person in the fucking, on the street, on the bus, whatever. Like, but that first transition period was a bit jarring for people because it was like, I've never seen someone like you before. How you doing?
It's a bit like somebody who's lived in a small town all their life and then goes to London for,
they probably feel the same way as well.
They go to London to study art, for example, and then to basically, start some sort of bloody revolution.
I've lived in
That's right, Millennial Worlds. I'm talking about you.
I've lived in very,
there is a
very
flip side
white
to this too, though.
part of the country, as in until this past year, I saw less than 10 black people in my life until this year.
There's a flip side to this, right? I hear black people complain about, oh, fucking, I want to touch your hair. Well, guess what? When I was a kid, I went to fucking Malaysia. I had my red hair down to my fucking ass, which is amazing because I'm bald now. But anyway, and I had I couldn't walk without going like 20 meters without a Malaysian person coming up and grabbing my hair and like rubbing it between their fingers with the most amazed look on their face.
Yeah, that's people for you. They get amazed. I mean,
It
if you go
is.
to China, that literally you can have, if you put a black person in the middle of China somewhere, that people will form a circle and just start photographing you.
Robert, what are you playing?
I'm playing.
That's two kinds of racism in that analogy.
No, racism. Look, racism. There's
pisses me
different.
off, it gets
There's different
called
levels of it. Well, no, it is racist.
No, I was just
in
making
the
a joke
sense
about Chinese people taking photographs.
Yeah. It's so rare to see somebody, all kinds. And the Chinese do take photos, believe it or not. It's not just the Japs.
Yes, I do. A lot of photos.
There's something
The country
that
that makes most of your camera phones might have a few cameras in it. That's right.
Here's a funny thing about the.
Does not mean they can afford them.
Here's
Yes,
a funny
they
thing
can,
about
'cause they're really
Chinese
fucking
and
cheap
Japanese
over there.
tourists when they come into Dubai. We always have like these, like you'd get like a group of 20 or maybe 30 Chinese or Japanese tourists come here, and they tend to go to the big malls or the big gatherings, and they would always have a tour guide, and that tour guide would hold a long flag, like a 2 or 3 meter long flag, and they would just like move it around, and they would just lead the pack. The reason why they have a flag is because they're all too short, and they wouldn't even know, like they wouldn't even see the person in front of them, so they have to look up and see where the flag is and just follow it. It's kind of funny.
I almost got clotheslined by a Asian lady when I was in Sydney the other day because she was so short. She had an umbrella, and she was trying to block the rain. But because she's so short and I'm so tall, she damn near cut my throat with a goddamn fucking umbrella.
Okay, Stop TPP says, do you remember Charlie Hebdo? Islam does not believe in free speech. Look at what happened to atheists and religious minorities in Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Yeah,
Look,
I don't think Habib needs to be reminded what will happen to atheists in some Muslim countries.
Yeah, okay, right. The very idea that because Pakistan and Bangladesh have people in Pakistan and Bangladesh that aren't too keen on atheists in Pakistan and Bangladesh, you don't live in Pakistan or Bangladesh. Can you see the difference? There are different Muslims in Pakistan and Bangladesh than there are in, say, the UK or the USA. Some of those have indeed escaped places like Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Yeah, I overheard some students.
Probably a lot to do with the
talking about-
reasons that you're stating right now, like the fact that they can't either be atheist or they can't just be who the fuck they like. That's sort of why they're here.
A recurring thing in Bangladesh, by the way, is that they would, every now and then, you'd have like an author or a journalist that wrote anything that might be construed or interpreted as anti-Islam. The court of public opinion would just judge them guilty, and they would have a gang or a group of people that would just knock on their door very politely with machetes, and they would chop them and their families to pieces. And that happens all the time in Bangladesh. So, yeah, you don't need to remind me of that. And you know what? You might look at it and like, oh, look at all those Muslims. And I'm like, and also look at that Muslim that got hacked to pieces. That's also a Muslim guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like most of this so-called Muslim terrorism is done on other Muslims and Arabs, and
well, just like a lot of Christian terrorism gets done on other Christians,
and it's done explicitly on them because they're the wrong version.
Yeah, I mean,
but look at Ireland. It's split into fucking two over Christianity.
Once again, the most important thing that everybody has to remember is that you can take an incident that is isolated to a particular grouping. But that doesn't necessarily mean that actually works on the individual that you're talking to right now. I can go, a couple of miles down the road right now, yeah? There's a hookah bar. Fucking brilliant place it is, yeah? You get yourself a Moroccan mint tea out of those guys, man. Fucking fantastic. Say Rob sent you, and they'll basically just chat you to death.
Yeah.
Okay? And they're just fucking people. They just happen to have a religion that is different to something that you don't even have anymore, or something, or whatever.
Well, let's use an analogy.
They don't actually act that nasty.
Yeah, let's use an analogy.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's use an analogy outside of religion for a moment here, and let's say about people who take drugs. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 100% of people who break into your house and murder you to steal your possessions, so that they can sell them and buy drugs that they're desperate for. 100% of those people are drug addicts. Therefore, any drug addict is not to be trusted in any capacity.
Well,
the whole war on drugs
do you
argument.
know what? There's a lot of people out there that have got mental issues that take drugs. That means that drugs mean mental issues.
Oh, also, quite frankly, drugs are bad because they're bad. Sorry, Sil. Go for it.
One of these people is our glorious host, who has far too many drug addictions to be able to afford them.
I don't have any drug addictions. My problems with drugs is I can't afford them.
Yeah, I think Robin is not a drug addict. Or a drug taker.
Aficionado, if anything.
Yeah, I was about to use the word connoisseur.
Yeah, definitely.
You stole my thunder. I was taking too long, apparently.
I prefer to quaff my cocaine.
Now, quaffing your cocaine and bullshit aside, there's one other issue of what he said, the Charlie Hebdo thing. Did you know France has been in a state of emergency with their armed forces patrolling their own cities ever since then?
Yeah,
that's not right.
Is this a proportional response to spend a year patrolling every city with the army?
Yeah, especially
the thing is, okay.
There's been 2 more attacks since then, and they didn't.
I forgot the name of the Muslim organization, but it was pretty much the leaders of the Muslim community there. They have like a big community center, and every single one of them, like all the leaders of the Muslim community there, went ahead and condoned. They condemned it. They were like, no, this is not us. We can condemn it, and this is bad.
We get that a lot.
It's not like they would like, yay, they told these guys. Yes, there were some people that went like, yeah, we don't agree with the comic, but still, what happened to them is bad. Which is, to be honest, like it's their own freedom to not like a comic, I guess, or a cartoon.
If you would like to add to this debate, by the way, at RSOLGTP, if you'd like to send me a message and I can give you the link, you can pop in and.
One problem here where people were like, oh, Muslims have done this, so all Muslims are bad. And then we had like the institutionalized Muslim Councils of Australia, which is kind of annoying, but anyway, I don't think any religion should be institutionalized. But they turned around and outright said that they don't condone it. They were like, this is anti-Muslim. You know, yet you get all these fucking nationalist assholes here in Australia going, the fucking Morrisseys, and it's like, no, you dickheads, fuck off. Like, seriously,
I think
you piss me off. Like,
this is just my stupid fucking opinion, but I think it is worth noting to an extent like that. 430 out of 432 suicide bombings were Islamic suicide bombings. Like that is a cause of concern. I am Irish.
Are you Irish?
Yes, but
Yeah, so
100% of car bombings
bombed
for
and blew
30
up
to
people,
40
like-
years
Yeah,
were Irish.
exactly. Like you had the IRA.
I know, but
Like,
the IRA
dude,
wasn't...
I'm of Irish heritage myself.
Do you know when the last
And
IRA
yeah,
bomb
like-
went off?
2000 and...
Wasn't it Oklahoma?
No, the last one in England.
2000, was it the Manchester bombings, was it?
Yeah, there was one that went off in 2015 that was claimed by the IRA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
The difference is,
Shit,
can
I
I
didn't
just
know about
explain
that.
something?
That's
The-
your
the-
fault, that is.
Yeah, I know. The difference between, like, say, the IRA and an organization like, say, and ISIS is the IRA is more nationalistic than Catholic compared to ISIS, which is just kind of Islamic.
No, dude, no.
No, I see what he's saying. I see what
that
he's
was
saying.
somewhat of a threadbare comment there, mate. That's going to be
No, but
picked
I
apart
kind of
instantly.
I get what you're saying, but you do understand that ISIS is an attempt to make a nation, right?
Yeah, I know. No, what I
Same
mean
thing
is
the
that
IRA would do.
But
no,
where?
you're missing the point I'm trying to say. Is that like the IRA aren't Catholic first; they're nationalist first. If you get what I'm saying.
But they wouldn't have blown up shit in other countries. This is where it falls apart, dude. They haven't only blown up crap in Ireland. They like the Oklahoma bombings. I think it is. I'm fucking probably wrong. No, my luck. There's been IRA attacks in America. And
that's
yes,
fucking
America
funny.
has the second largest population of Irish people next to Ireland, just like Australia has the second largest population of Greeks next to fucking Athens. But it doesn't change the fact.
IRA bombings in IRA, and I kind of find something.
IRA bombings
I
outside
actually
of the British Empire is fucking ridiculous.
It is. It doesn't make sense.
Is that there's so many different fucking split-offs. Like there's provisional, continual, the real, the anti-drug IRA.
Yeah, I remember the real.
Yeah, the real IRA.
Yeah,
the real one,
Yeah, that was just so fucking ridiculous. It's
We're not the fake one. We're the real one.
Well, basically, there was like a ceasefire agreement thing or something, and then they were just like, "Yeah, well, we're not them."
Yeah. They were like, no, we don't like that. We want to still.
Well, I
continue
didn't
blowing up
sign
shit."
anything.
Well, this is this is the thing you see is of course the official and the unofficial.
Yeah.
Is that there's some people who have got a vested interest in keeping stuff going.
Well, the official IRA is the Irish Army. The real IRA, the RIRA, is like the parliamentary groups up north. Sorry.
Ireland is a republic. Ireland is a republic, so the Irish Republican Army will be called the IRA.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's why they're called the IRA.
I know.
They formed the IRA when Ireland was under somewhat of a stretch from the British. So if you can imagine,
it was British rule.
just because they're the army and they were at one point or another somewhat under scrutiny from the likes of us, that doesn't mean that they weren't an army. They were labelled a terrorist organisation, but so was the Russians by the Americans, so was the Americans by the Russians. Labelling someone a terrorist does not necessarily make one a terrorist in the
Well, one
traditional
man's
sense
terrorist
of the word.
is another man's freedom fighter.
Precisely, yeah.
However, when you are committing acts of terrorism, it's really, really, really vexing when you have a superpower such as America pop in and say, you're going to have to call them freedom fighters because we say so.
Yeah, America. Do you know they talk about PC language, for example? We were talking about this before. One of the earlier forms of it was calling snipers sharp shooters. in the early 2000s.
Lateral damage, sweep and clear, rather than seek and destroy.
Australian. I couldn't find anything about the IRA bombings in
yeah,
America.
the army is chief in charge.
In the U.S. military, they call killing somebody neutralizing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I have a better example for you guys. I mean, instead of just arguing about semantics, remember all the outrage about certain outlets in Australia banning the game GTA 5, and people were like, "Oh no, look at them censoring people."
Well, why don't you stop
But remember, remember this.
I was outraged.
Dude, let him finish, man.
Remember this. Remember
the way that he works is that he says something as a preface, and then he says something else alongside it. Too many people jump in. Carry
but
on,
remember a game, the last game that EA released in the series, Medal of Honor. Now, in that game, you have like the U.S. Army fighting the Taliban, and when you're fighting in multiplayer, you get to pick either the Taliban or the U.S. Army. And if the Taliban team wins, it displays on the screen the Taliban won. The U.S. Army decided to ban the game from all their bases. And EA did actually go ahead and change that to just the terrorist one, or maybe no, the other team one. They just named it like Team 1 and Team 2 or something like that. And the U.S. Army was like, no, we're still against the game. And it didn't even go just for that. They actually... that sentiment was so strong that a lot of outlets, and most of the outlets that I know of, downgraded the game to oblivion and back. Yes, it's an average game, but it didn't deserve the 3 out of 10s
America's
and 5
Army,
out of 10s.
Yeah.
You know America's Army, for example, no matter who you are, you always play as the American Army, and whoever you're playing against is the terrorist.
That was designed by the American Army, though.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, sorry, I take that back. It was designed by some people and then adopted by the American Army.
But you could have done it as a Team Red, Team Blue, for example, whatever like that. But they did it so that when you're playing you, the only person that you're ever playing is a soldier. Whereas when whoever's playing your adversary comes at you looking like they're a terrorist.
Yeah.
Just
quickly on the GTA 5 thing, that was actually banned. It took me a bit to dig through all the shit. It was actually banned here by not banned,
by targets,
not supported by particular fucking outlets because of the torture scene in the single player.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually because of anything else, and everyone else. And this is what we were talking about before, where confirmation bias. You're like, oh, the feminists did this. And it's like, actually, they kind of have a good...
well, here's the difference here, is that not everything is necessarily what you see of it on the face of it. For example, Al Capone was done for tax evasion.
Tax evasion.
And here's the thing, right? You know, we had a smoking ban in public places, and I asked everybody beforehand, what do you think of this whole smoking ban? And they're like, kind of going, well, my chances of cancer is going to decrease if there's no smoking in bars. Yay. And then when you ask them after it came through, they were like, oh yeah, it doesn't smell of smoke anymore. So I wouldn't necessarily trust, I'm not saying conspiracy theory, but there is such a thing as a conspiracy of the self. The self-propagandizing that people can do to themselves, and they say it's for this reason, it's for this reason. No, it's not for that reason, although now I've actually got it. Yeah, it was for that reason. It's fine.
And now on that
On the
subject,
smoking thing.
cannabis is not a fucking cure or medicine. Stop pushing that bullshit.
Makes everyone look stupid.
Yep.
There are other reasons.
I've heard it's like 7 times more carcinogenic than typical tobacco smoke. Obviously, it varies.
There's other reasons to legalize
it's carcinogenic
cannabis
because if you're smoking it,
then that is healthy.
You know,
it's in more carcinogenic than tobacco.
It doesn't really matter to me, to be honest with you. If it's going to kill me, it's going to kill me any quicker, then I'm all for it. But the point
just tried suicide.
Yeah, the point is that we're looking at people who use one particular way. Think of the children for something else. I mean, the idea that a computer game for adults over 18 and up is somehow... Oh, hang on a second. There's a torture scene in this. I mean...
All right.
Did they ban...
This is where I didn't get to finish.
Yeah, did they ban, for example, Inglourious Bastards?
It's not that.
No,
I mean,
but
when it comes to the
you
U.S.
also
Army,
don't see- hang on here. No, sorry, Focus. I started first. What I was getting to was is that the stores that refuse to sell it are typically family-oriented. You won't see Inglorious Bastards being sold there either.
Well, that's the whole
however,
point,
the contention I have is those fuckwits still sell 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, mate, yeah,
Just
if you
saying.
wish to contention on this point, like I said, what people say they're doing something for and what they do something for
are very
rarely correlate with each other.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Okay,
so-
Robin, do you remember the deal again? Let's go back to the U.S. Army, for example. Do you remember that game that's got a lot of attention back in 2006, 2007, on its pre-release called 6 Days in Fallujah?
No, I didn't see this one. I played a few games.
It was a game. It was Konami's answer to Call of Duty and the Modern Warfare kind of games.
Right.
And they interviewed some of the first soldiers that went to Fallujah back in 2003, and they reenacted every single aspect of that war, including the nitty-gritty and all the war crimes and everything that they were facing. Like, everything was there.
Yeah.
And they wanted to be something like Spec Ops: The Line, but in real life.
So they were gonna work towards a lot of let's call it
realism.
Well, I was going to say a sort of like a moral, very loose with it. So they're
Yeah, the thing is,
Gray,
it's, like,
morally gray.
from what I heard about the game and when they were promoting it anyway, because the game never came out. Their answer was like, yeah, most of the war games are pro-war. Like, yeah, look at us, we're the heroes. And they were like, no, it's a moral dilemma. They're gonna just go like, yeah, we're doing this because we have to, but to reach that end goal, we have to do a lot of shady and reprehensible shit. But
So
we have to keep.
I think it's interesting. Sorry.
So it was very. It felt. It's sounding very sort of Full Metal Jacket.
Exactly, Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse Now, that kind of stuff. The game never came out because the U.S. Army again and the gaming press went completely and utterly against the game because of its anti-U.S. Army.
Well, you got to remember
Konami
the
pulled the
army
plug.
needs teenagers to sign up for the army.
Yeah.
That's and games are where they're going to get the most people interested.
They could maybe train them to the same extent as other first world countries, so that they're not being meat into the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, but training people is expensive.
Yeah, you think it's interesting?
Well,
that,
yeah, exactly. So maybe they should look after their soldiers' lives a bit more then. We actually, seriously,
Well,
our
Americans
officers
we just don't strike people now.
Just to kind of
our
like
officers
go around.
have got like university educations in like strategic operations and shit. It's like that's the standard. That I'm not saying that they go to university and learn that and then but that's the standard. They actually get taught serious strategy to avoid even the risk of a fatality if possible.
Just to circle back around to the gaming thing, that the game you were saying, Habib, about the terrorist one and the U.S. Army banned, something as simple as that gets a game banned, but something like no Russians in Modern Warfare 2 doesn't get banned just because it's Russians. Like, if it was no Americans, it would have been
no Americans, that would never be released.
it would be gone.
Well,
and that was one of the missions that
Americans
I think
are and have to be included in everything.
Of
Even
course
if
we
you're having
think
a conversation
we're the
about
best.
you and yours. They'll
I think that was the last Call of Duty game that I played, and yeah, to be honest, like after playing that mission, I felt like fucking scum. Like seriously, that mission just fucks up with your head.
I was
Are you talking about that mission where you shoot up the airport?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shoot up the airport.
Fucking Irish guy.
Is it bad that I didn't register that at all? Like, honestly?
I just didn't want to skip out on something when it had that warning of the thing, and I got to the airport scene, and I was like, oh, okay, what's the deal here? And I'm just so used to this sort of idea that it's not just some shooting gallery with AI things, that there's usually some deliberate setup for this kind of stuff. And I was just like, I don't really know what to do here. And then at the end, it's just like, you're going to get shot in the face anyway.
It's like Spec Ops. There's a situation where it pretty much presents that you shoot the crowd, like of dissidents, but you can disperse them if you shoot into the air. Like Call of Duty didn't have that level of nuance necessarily, like that level. Like it was either shoot or don't. You couldn't just disperse them by shooting into the air.
No,
so to me, it was weak sauce. Like,
I mean, when it comes to that, like, yes, Spec Ops: The Line just owns everything that Call of Duty ever presents. But
it really does.
Just to go back to your point that didn't register to you, maybe there's more to me because I tend to get very immersed in gaming. Like when I play a game, I really take all my effort to just be fully in that game, and it kind of fucks with your head sometimes when you do that.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm a console peasant most of the time, so like.
No.
Sorry, guys. I'm Irish and a console peasant.
Oh man,
much worse than that.
Double whammy.
Yeah, but I played a Civ 5.
For his disabilities.
I play Civ 5.
Console peasantry is a willingly induced disability.
Yeah,
It's like ripping out your own eyeball and then getting upset that people go, "Why the fuck did you do that then?"
Well, in that case, it's a mental illness.
But I play Civ 5 on my laptop, and like 9 hours into that, you're crying when your civilization gets crushed by some future robots, and you're like, oh, that's an entire day spent just gone, and you just want to fucking curl up in a ball and cry.
Has anyone here played Red Orchestra?
I haven't, but I've seen videos of it.
It's kind of like an Arma 3 kind of uber realistic war simulator, and there was this moment that I had where it was just me and another German soldier, and we were just at a shootout, and I had like 3 bullets left. I ended up shooting him in the stomach, but he was at the end of a hallway, and I was behind this little cover that I couldn't really go anywhere. I was out of bullets, and I knew if I got out of cover, he would shoot me. And I could just hear him gargling on his own blood and crying for his mother, as he was choking and dying by drowning in his own blood, and just waiting for the gargling to stop so I can step away. And that lasted for like 5, maybe 6 minutes. That game.
The laugh at the end of that was frightening, I gotta say.
It was just, I was just like, what the fuck? Who the fuck made this game? This is fucked up.
Well, it's like GTA 3. It had to get scaled back here in Australia because when you burn people with flamethrowers, their skin bubbled.
Oh,
everything got set back in Australia.
Yeah,
especially the Aborigines.
Oh, he went there.
I went there. Everybody was thinking it. I just.
Oh my god, Aboriginals are actually running down in a car as a game there. That's kind of the problem.
Oh, looks like
I talked to a lot of Aboriginals here, older ones like the elders, and they don't like that the government supports them so much. Fun fact.
Yeah, the Boom has done a video, my harmful opinion on skeptic mafia community and culture war.
Oh yeah,
culture war.
Yeah, I saw it. Video.
Oh yeah, shit, Boom's making videos nowadays.
I think the worst thing that I've done in a game, and I'm sure that I told the story before on this stream, but hey, I'm gonna tell it again because I'm out of stories. I was playing Shogun 2 Total War, and I had 3 major armies. We were just approaching, and I forgot the capital city that I was gonna conquer.
Well, let's call it Sushi Land.
Yeah, one of the places in Sushi Land, let's say. And one of my biggest, actually the biggest general, or the most experienced general, just seceded to the enemies, and just swore allegiance to Nobunaga. And I was like, oh, you fucking bastard. I had his son serving under me. So I promoted his son. I married him off to one of my daughters, and I gave him all the money and prestige you could ever dream of. Gave him the biggest army I could ever afford, and we marched to the city. And I made sure after I conquered the city, it was just like I annihilated all the units except for his father's units, and I marched his son's unit against the father's, and I was like, I want your son to fucking kill you. And if I had the option to have the son march back into my capital with your head on a pike, I would have done so as well. You fucking asshole.
Crusader Kings.
Wow.
You can literally do that.
I should.
It's quite glorious in that sense.
The thing is, all of that stuff was optional. I mean, I had an army that could have just took the city. I was like, no. I want his son to kill him.
No,
But his son was
Habib, remind me not to get on your bad side.
Jeff,
Jesus
don't do
Christ.
it. Don't quit Plash. Don't quit Plash, Jeff. Don't do that.
Yeah, after you finish talking to Jeff,
None of these people can quit Plash at this point. Not now that Liz has her quit Plash cancer stream. There's just no point for anyone to quit Plash now. He's already got it sewn up.
Flash?
Well, apparently not.
With Crusader King 2, what you want to do is, when you've gone to war with someone, no, there's a better thing you can do. You can request that they give you one of their children as a outcome from the war after you beat their ass. Then you can forcefully marry their child to a concubine, and you can make the concubine a horse.
No, the last time I played a game like that was Total War Attila.
Right.
I fucking left like a maniac when I burnt Rome. I burnt it to the ground, and I was like, yes.
Did you play the fiddle while Rome burned?
No, I played as the Persians, and yeah, the Romans were, harassing me all the time. And I conquered Rome, and I was like, I could use the city, but no, I'm gonna burn it to the ground.
Burn all of it. I was watching the Let's Play, and it was ages ago, and it was Rome, Total War Rome, and they were the Romans, and it was basically the Second Punic War, and they just pillaged Carthage to the fucking ground. It was
Historical reenactment.
Yeah, it was amazing.
No, Attila has this thing, like, after a certain period of time, Attila will show up with his armies. And my God, he's relentless. Like, he fucking massacred most of my armies, and I was like, I can't do anything against this guy.
Oh my God, guys. Congratulations to Chris Raygun, who is about 7k short of the 300,000 follower mark. I'm going to have to start having a go at him soon.
Oh my God, the only ones that matter is when you get the silver play button and then the gold play button. Is it 100,000 or a million?
100,000, 300,000.
No, a million is the gold. No, the gold is a million.
I've always been curious. Is the gold play button actually gold, or is it gold plated?
Gold plated. Gold plated.
Have you seen the 50 million?
Thank you for making us a ton of money. Here, have a plaque.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, to be fair, he made a lot of money in the process as well.
You haven't seen the 50 million one, have you?
I love how the that channel, the Hydraulic Press, when they first got that button, they just put it in the press.
That's a great channel. Yeah, that is so good. It's so awesome. It's like, hey, we got a play button. Let's press it.
Yeah, I always avoided it until like last week. I was just bored, and I was like, I had YouTube on autoplay, and then it ended up with one of their videos. I was like, what about this suggested one? Let's see how they're pressing this. How they're pressing. Oh, they destroyed a diamond. Let's see that. And I spent like an hour watching them press random stuff.
It's a rabbit hole. It's definitely a rabbit hole.
It's one of those, like,
say science doesn't have mass appeal.
Complete lies. It is.
When it comes to science, I always compare most scientists to how Thunderfoot does science videos. They just get new toys, and they're like, we're going to play with these toys. I have a thermal camera now, so I'm going to take a shower and just...
Yeah, have you seen that?
Film myself.
Have you seen that like 2-panel comic that's just it's on one scene, it's science communicator or something, science advocate, and then it's like reporter with microphone holding up some guy in a suit going, science gives us all of these benefits, and we might use this to develop this technology and help these people. And then it's like, scientist, same situation. And it's like, the reporter's like going, so why are you trying to develop this thing? And then the scientist just there in a t-shirt and glasses just going, because it's cool!
I met one of the
half of them are
professors.
answering because I can.
I met one of the scientists that are working that were working. I think he's still working in the Large Hadron Collider, and that was before they discovered the Higgs boson. That was before they actually did the first collision. And he was here in 2009 in Dubai doing a talk in this event called Ball Talks. So because I was the photographer for the event, so I got to talk to him a little bit. And I was like, "What are you guys trying to discover? Like, what are you trying to do?" And he's like, "We don't know." I was like, "What do you mean you don't know?" I was like, "It's a thing, and we can do it. So we're just gonna try. We have no idea what's gonna happen."
Yeah, well, a lot of the times, invention isn't really there to find out what's the word? The actual
outcome,
the use of something. That's what innovation is about. Invention is about proving something that can actually happen.
No, I was asking him what they were even expecting to happen, and he was like, "We don't know. It's just a thing that we can do now. Just like
we're going to see what happens when it does."
The reason we're doing it is because it's Blue Sky's research is, hey, we have a new possibility that we can check out. Let's poke that button and see what it does.
Essentially, they have some like theoretical models of like, well, this is what the theory that we've got so far says will happen. But the whole point of doing this is to see how far that theory actually goes.
they didn't even have a solid hypothesis on what dark matter is or what the Higgs boson was at the time, though. They were just like, it's a new toy.
Well, that's the thing. Only there was a guy, Higgs himself. Basically, he was said to be the only one. This is one of my favorite things about it is that the saying was that the only person who really understands exactly what the Higgs boson is Higgs himself, but only when he's drunk.
Do I listen to Nick Abbott? Nick Abbott. Let me just remember this person. Nick Abbott. Am I getting a picture of Gerard Depardieu?
Because he's a gorgeous man. Gorgeous.
Nick Abbott. Let's have a look at his.
Oh, these guys at CERN. I saw a thing. It wasn't about the Higgs
I'm not aware
boson.
of this gentleman. No, sorry.
But it was about something to do with the standard model of physics and about how it might be wrong that some people are like trying to work out the computer models necessary to even devise the experiment to check. And there was just a shot of a scientist in his office, and he's just there with the typical like.
A scientist was shot in his office. Was he an abortionist?
Yeah. The typical scientist, white hair, slightly unkempt beard, just jeans and a t-shirt, even though he's supposed to be a highly paid professional. And he's there in his office, and his office is not an opulent room. Oh, it's large enough to have been an opulent office, and it clearly was designed with the intention that it would be a high-stature room, but it's just filled with stacks and stacks and
very
stacks
young
of paper.
Boys.
of paper, just all of these data sheets and reports from things, and it's just like, and he's literally there as they're filming him with this interview thing, and I screenshotted the shot and put the caption of what he said. It was so fucking profound given the visual. He said, "We just don't know." That's very poignant. It's very poignant given that there's like 7 trees worth of documents in the room next to him.
Did you know
we have concluded after a lot of research we have found nothing.
Did you know that the definition of science, the first definition of science on the Webster Dictionary website?
Oh, that's the first dictionary, is it?
Well, I don't know. But it's the state of knowing. that the first definition of science in the Webster Dictionary is the state of knowing.
Yet, if you listen to Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, he answers most of the questions with, "We don't know."
But well, and that's fair. Okay, that's fair to say. There's plenty of things.
I'll just illuminate you on the hypothesis. The way we do hypothesis testing and statistical modeling. We don't know is that the null hypothesis appears to hold up. When we know something, we don't know that something is true. We know that something is not true. So we don't know, and then we know it's wrong. That's the dichotomy.
Yes,
It's
and that's
easier
why
to figure out what you don't like than what you do like.
and that's why I don't believe in empiricism. So
Explain.
empiricism is so evidence, right, can only be used to nullify knowledge. You can only use evidence to say this is not true, right?
Well,
So-
it depends what you're actually trying to say. Some things are verifiable. It's just that most of the things that require statistical modeling to actually investigate, you can't prove that with a sort of absence of evidence type deal. So you can only prove wrong or not prove.
Well,
Many theories are verifiable.
Well, many theories have a repeatable experiment that you can say this is a repeatable experiment that generally is where our hypothesis leads. Like you can take Newton's laws, right, and you can drop the apple from the horse, his experiment, right, for gravity, or sorry, that for conservation of motion. You can take that experiment and rerun it and prove and quote unquote prove his law that the conservation of energy exists. Right, but that doesn't his entire theory, his branching theory, isn't actually true because then Einstein comes along and you know
No. Newton's theory was true, just not to the level of precision necessary.
Exactly. We're talking about.
But here's the thing: Einstein's model didn't say that anything Newton said was wrong. He said, basically it's like decimal places. Now, Einstein theory gave us more decimal places.
There's a higher level.
Everything Newton said was still correct on the theory.
Right. There's a higher level of precision, and we can get and so empiricism as itself, you can't. The empiricist way is you have evidence, right?
No. Look. We can't gain certainty to an infinite level of precision, but within a certain level of precision, we can verify. We can say the certainty.
Right.
Kind of like a confidence level in statistics.
Right. Exactly. No. We're not. I don't think we're in any disagreement. What I'm trying to put it into separate other words. What I'm saying is that empiricism, as it states, says that you in order to say anything, you have to have evidence for that claim, right? That in order to say anything, you have to say here's my evidence. Here's my evidence.
Okay. Can you show me where this definition is then?
I mean,
do you see what I'm doing?
Blah, blah, blah.
Well,
that's rude.
Well,
Did you have to do it in one singular sentence? That was all. You could have drawn it out a little.
The way that it's defined, even on the stream, is whether or not you have evidence, right? The way that you have.
No, your word will do for me. I don't care.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm very listen and believe. You know.
Well, but no. What I'm saying is that. What I'm saying is that evidence is evidence
that you shouldn't be allowed to sell children because they're only property. Yes, we agree.
Well,
I go onto other people's channels and tell them they're full of shit.
I mean, if you sell children to a corporation, it does help. You know, their small hands can really reach the nook and crannies, and you get a good fortune.
Yeah,
Stop
talking about Trump. Very useful.
Stop talking about Trump.
Very young boys. Very useful.
Very useful. But no, essentially that. When we're talking about evidence-based reasoning, we have a problem in that the scientific method, as you would agree, evidence can only be used to nullify, right?
No, that is not what I said.
Okay. Go ahead.
You said what he didn't
Before you've gone on this whole thing about criticism, I did clarify that there are many hypotheses that are verifiable. It depends what it is that you're asserting. If what you're asserting can just be observed to be true, then that's verifying.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually,
it's where you're trying to demonstrate the thing where it says essentially some things you just need to prove by contradiction, but not everything. Right?
Okay, I can agree with that. There's certainly
Where's
things.
your evidence of Satan,
If you say a banana exists, on the table, and you point to the banana, that's observable and verifiable.
Yeah,
right?
essentially.
There's not a banana on the block.
Okay. Allow me to explain how the research for.
As Critter says, I sense a straw man in the force.
Yeah, allow me to explain how.
1,000 skeptics were silenced.
Okay. Allow me to explain how
Robin.
verification.
I've had a couple of drinks now, so I'm just going to be loose.
Robin, he's broken. Can you fix him, please?
Yeah, boy.
Look, guys, I'm just letting him run. I just want to see how long before he breaks.
Wait till his batteries run out.
Yeah. But come on, a verification works by
jump in at any time, anyone, please.
We gain power. Basically, we gain the ability to do something. That's
How
what
much
we do.
power?
We gain the ability to do something. Wise words.
That's the thing. That's how you know you discovered something inside.
I already have the ability to do things. What is this gaining abilities?
Well, as in
and go, I'm limited.
I've made fire. I have made fire.
Well, yes.
I made wheel.
If you figure out a set of instructions which produces a result, for example, that doesn't require any kind of proof by contradiction. That's
right, but that set of instruction that set of instruction is very limited. For example, when you're talking about a larger scheme like what we should do about my culture war,
raid, just to wind up that guy T. Raid, quickly, raid.
Wait, we're raiding.
Oh, right. That guy T says, how many of you define centrist as liberal on some things, conservative on others? So he's hoping to get all his fans to prove him right. So raid. It's very important because
it's 50-50.
That's what Poll does.
Okay, but what should we vote?
If Poll is allowed to raid somebody's votes and then going to go, see leftists. I think it's all right if other people do it too, isn't it? Isn't that fair?
But when people put up Twitter polls, irrefutably, if they don't get the answer they want, they've been attacked.
I refute that.
That is the fucking.
I refute that.
No, but that's what they always seem to say.
You just said anybody.
No, but that's what they always seem to say.
You just made basically a claim across the board, sir. How dare thee!
Ah, God damn you! I did. I take that back. I mean,
back
dickheads.
Now. Bury it.
I mean, dickheads.
How dare you?
You are a fucking dickhead with the
See,
claims
look, somebody actually took back what they just said on the internet.
Whoa.
Happened here
Fuck
first.
yeah.
Right?
didn't really.
Well, it's exclusive to the open house. You've seen it here.
No, Robin, he's
Somebody
lying.
actually retracted what they just said.
He's right. He's lying, Robin. Convict him of false crime now.
Is he lying just to fuck with me? What do we vote,
right.
Robin? What do you think? Vote with your conscience.
Yeah. Actually, there we go.
My vote is roads.
Don't let me tell you what to do.
That's centrist, non-partisan raiding. Raid, but we're not going to tell you which way to vote. Just go and participate.
Yeah. The best kind of raid.
As a centrist,
eliminate his bias.
As a centrist, I'd like to guide you to this particular place and make up your own mind.
Yeah, because that's the thing. What he's doing is he's going, hey, people who probably already agree with me, do you agree with me? And then what you do is you fuck with his trick by just getting him an actual random sample.
Apparently, Chris Raygun saying that he's just about to get close to 300,000. Me saying, quick, everybody unsub. Like it. I was like, you're liking that? Self-helping Jews, man.
Yeah, but Chris isn't a shit cunt. So
Chris is a wonderful human being, and I love him
He
really
is.
like a brother.
Yeah, he
and
really
I
is.
speak to him about as regularly as I do a brother. So
Yeah, wow.
So
not very often.
Yeah, actually, I've probably spoken to him more in this last year than I have any of my family. But there you go. But that's another story.
He's the real
and a
chap.
long story at that.
Oh, did you see in the chat someone called Lothar said very empirical evidence of your claws?
Okay.
Yes,
We don't have evidence that empirically
Harmful is
boys
God. I don't. I was quite confused by the fact that TJ hadn't quite worked this out yet. That harmful is God, and TJ, if you're listening, and you probably are, stand well back, my friend. Do not touch. Don't like the blue touch paper. You don't wanna. You don't wanna. I assure you.
I replied to a poll with centrists. What are the best things about government? And the 4 options are roads, roads, and roads.
That was 3, but we'll.
Yeah. Well, all libertarian roads lead to roads.
Yes, but I would like to point out to the Irish for and free are basically the same thing, as they haven't received any education.
I personally think that guy T, and there's this guy called Zinksy or something like that, the stupid name. He's like a total socialist. And there's no jobs difference between the two of them, to be honest with you. Because you sit there and you kind of go, so you're going to sit there and opine about some sort of financial decision, and you haven't had a job and you live with your mum. Now, I would say that you don't necessarily have all of the experience to necessarily comment. Just thought I'd say. You can be all book smart and everything, but unless you've actually lived in the real world, you can see where all that book smartery gets you.
Oh my god.
Robin, are you
Smart is
telling him
actually
to
better than real smart in many ways,
No,
because...
it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
Yes, it
Rob,
is,
it's
because
not. Robin,
being
look,
experienced
we go
does
to a
not mean you're
club. We
actually
go to a
informed on
club.
this
I
shit.
get laid. You don't. Done.
Robin, are you
Because it's a club full of fucking women.
That's right. And one of us is going to be able to, go forward
Pass
with the
on.
human race, and the other one is not. The other one is going to be sitting there staring into their drink, kind of going, "My feet hurt. I want to go home."
Robin, I think you've missed the point Cyril just made there. But anyway, are you saying that T or whoever it was we were talking about, I can't remember now, should respect your lived experience?
Yes, of course they could. They should, and they should respect their own, which is none. That's the real thing. It's
I don't know. I'm skeptical about that,
there,
guys.
If you do not have any actual real world experience of, say, skydiving, I don't want you to teach me.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just not in. What, have you flown a plane before? Well, brilliant. You should know all about electronics and plumbing. No. Teach me how to fly a plane. Fine. But
what about if you've
necessarily
read
mean
every
you know what you're doing.
manual on flying a plane? Like, what if you...
Once again, that's why they teach people to fly planes after they've read the manual.
Well, right, but
if it was so, then they just hand you the manual and then hand you the plane now, wouldn't they? Practice does somewhat make perfect. And when it comes to life and talking about it and social things and, the interplay of sociology and money, all that sort of thing. If you actually have basically been sitting on the internet talking about how shit it is to your mum, it's not really good enough yet, mate. No. Jump in the job, then complain about paying taxes.
Is Zazy that guy who's on WePlay's stream?
Yes, that was.
Oh my god.
He had no experience at all. His idea of leading a revolution was to get somebody else to do it. Literally that. It's like, who's going to be doing the work when you're taking over the means of production, as you've got no work experience? It's like, somebody else will do that. Who shall murder those people that are against you and stuff like that? Well, it won't be my job. And I'm saying, what are you doing exactly while
Have you
seen bourgeoisie?
Yeah.
Have you seen those clips of Kent Hovind speaking with another like famous retard pastor, about how really an ideal system is where obviously religious people have to be non-violent, but we should apparently advocate for a state where evildoers are put to death. And this is very much in the sort of ultra Christian conservative degenerate concept, not like people who've committed heinous crimes, but like people who just, don't respect
They
God.
just get out of the way.
Yeah,
Get 'em out of the way.
Yeah, and obviously,
bunch.
Christians are supposed to be non-violent. That's what it says in the Bible. So obviously, the state should be responsible.
Does it though?
There's a lot of things in the Bible.
Does it really?
Not everywhere.
Have you actually read the fucking Bible?
Yeah.
God.
Oh, actually, that's not even the best thing about Ken Hogan. Actually, that's probably the most intimidating, scary thing about him. But it's not even the best thing. Do you know? He's got a lot of trouble with his fans being flat earthers, and he's just very frustratedly trying to explain to them all, no, look, guys, the earth is not flat. Use your fucking common sense. And it's just because he's taught them to uncritically accept the Bible.
I actually blame the whole flat earther movement on the success of Terry Pratchett's Discworld. Damn Pratchett!
Not creationists.
Yeah, that's right. I charge you.
I remember listening to a person who was a geocentrist on the Drunken Peasants, and I was just like, "How do you exist as a person thinking like, just like what?"
Was he an American?
These guys
Yes.
They must think the entire universe revolves around them.
Are there any of these
Ladies
people
and
who are
gentlemen,
not Americans?
So you can understand how ridiculous this sounds to the rest of us. This is an Irishman coming out and going, "Your beliefs are ridiculous." This is someone who sounds like some kind of clown going, "Oh, he'd ho ho ha he," as far as the listeners can tell. I legitimately have not understood a single word he said the entire stream. I'm just guessing.
No, it's all right. I can translate. I speak.
I can.
Yeah, Cyril. Yeah, thanks, Cyril. He'll be in his car at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, I don't have a car
Robin,
anymore.
you live in London, so you've got job access privilege.
Yeah, well, it does spit in the it does spit in the face of people who kind of go, "What? More people? That means less jobs."
That is the thing. People are like, "Oh, well, look at the average wage of Britain as more immigrants come in." Yeah, except that you can actually look at the average wage in a city and the immigration in that city and actually check.
Narrative.
What is? Do you know offhand what the actual numbers are?
There's a lot of stupid out there, mate. There's a lot of dumb.
There's no absolute figure that's definitely true, but
Right.
the trend is definitely towards higher population number and more diverse skill set equals higher wealth for basically everyone.
And more work.
Yeah.
More work because there's more business opportunity with that.
Well, there's a multiplier effect. The more income
But
increases,
what
the more
about the white
consumption increases, the
genocide?
more
I have a
income
question about the
increases.
white genocide. I think it's very important.
I'll just say this to all of those people living out in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere. Hi, I'm a
Hi.
voice from the internet, and I'd just like to say to you that the reason that your town hasn't got any jobs available because it's out in the middle of nowhere and nobody wants to work there. Nobody wants to live there. It's just you and Jeb stood on a fucking, sat on a hillside somewhere, wondering what the fuck. If you wish to have more work, you need to have more customers.
Boy, Jeb's charming.
We have this problem
Jeb's
here with
lovely.
fruit picking where
Jeb is a treasure. However, he's been out of work for far too long.
Yeah, but he's a national
have
president
this
has a
problem
knighthead
here.
because of how nice he is.
Indeed.
But we have this problem here, right, where there are jobs, but people don't want to travel for them, and the government's not willing to make it more incentivized for locals. So it's fruit picking, basically, because it's out butt fuck nowhere. So instead, they've incentivized backpackers and immigrants to want to go out to butt fuck nowhere and pick cherries.
Yeah.
And then you get nationalists who complain these jobs are being given away. And none of these assholes are willing to travel. None of these assholes are willing to travel to change this.
Oh,
None
Garrick,
of them.
Garrick, I can tell you, I used to actually do a lot of fruit picking when I was a kid, 17 to 19.
So did I.
Sort of thing, yeah.
I used to travel out to Young, which is 4 hours away.
We're talking about me now. It's not all about you,
Oh
Brianna.
my god, you fucking narcissist.
I know, it's my channel, my house, my rules. Yeah, and I was in a place called Worcester, which is like middle left in England.
We heard this story last
week.
Yeah.
I'm
And the week before, and the week before that, and the week before
I'm
that.
talking to fucking Garok. Go on
He's
somebody else's
reminiscing
channel
about
if you
his
want to
childhood.
change. And anyway, yeah, go somewhere good. Go and watch a Britney Spears concert or something.
Probably better quality than your input.
That's right. They have better sound.
He's an old man. Let him reminisce.
Anyway, yeah, and I was working out in Worcester, and it was me, about three other guys. I was the fourth, and those were the English ones, and then there was just a bunch of Polish people. And
they were all very young boys.
And not one of them was young or a boy. Very young or otherwise. But the interesting thing to note was that of the four guys that were British there, not one of them came from Worcester. So they were from London, one was from Liverpool, another one from Ireland.
Willing to travel.
That's right. Everyone's willing to travel.
Yep.
If
What
they
was
want
the
to work.
What was the unemployment rate in Worcester, or like was it a shithole or what?
Worcester?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it significant that there was no...
Worcester is a cathedral city. It has been around for a good couple of thousand years. It's right on the
I was about to say, it's old.
it's right on the M5 between Birmingham and Bristol. So you've got plenty of industrial estates, all that sort of thing. Plenty of work lying around, stuff like that.
But like, would there have been like a lot of unemployment is significant that
No.
like?
If you can't get a job in Worcester, then you're struggling. You're
Well, maybe that's why they're not. Maybe that's why they're not.
That's right. Because they've got other things
I'm
to
willing
do.
to bet the people who travelled. The people who travelled probably had less jobs.
No,
but
one of them came from London. They weren't. The thing is, when you're doing fruit picking and stuff like that, it's not actually the same work as work. You used to meet a lot of people who were professionals on a working holiday. So you'd have some sort of neurosurgeon. Yeah, you'd have all kinds. You'd have some fucking neurosurgeon who just just wanted to fucking just do something with his hands but not think. And just picking fruit.
That's understandable.
You can write tunes. You can do all kinds of things. You can just sit there and basically just keep
I
fruit,
found it cathartic.
Yeah, it is.
I did. I found it cathartic, and the same reason I work in kitchens. Like, I love doing prep, which a lot of people seem to hate, but for me,
my mate Tim,
it's...
he was a big thinker.
Yeah.
He loved chopping cheese. He was a big cheese chopper.
Yeah!
Yeah. Chop that cheese.
It
Get that big
sounds
old
weird to a
sausage
lot
of
of people,
mozzarella.
but you...
Yeah, slice it
there's
up.
nothing
you know
wrong
what
with
to do with
that.
it. Nothing special.
That's right. And you can just totally get lost in your own thoughts while you do it.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's fucking amazing, and it's so underrated.
Stop CETA TIP says UK economy is unbalanced. All the jobs are in the southeast. Well, I'll tell you what, Northerners,
to
stop
fucking
moving down
Dover.
here then.
No. I have a better thing. Go to fucking Dover. It's a desolate fucking wasteland for jobs. They're all in London. There's a big difference.
Thing is, London is the big place that everyone seems to go to. So the north,
London's the fucking main city of
if
the
you
East.
took London
Well, the
away,
public-
the
the
south
public
wouldn't be
spending-
that much different from the north.
Isn't it weird that the main financial hub in England voted to stay? It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Not really.
Yeah,
No,
it
no.
is fantastic.
It makes financial sense.
Hang on, isn't it also weird that the main financial hub of the UK is also the main financial hub of continental Europe, as well as the European Union and the entire Commonwealth?
Wow,
And
you mean Frankfurt? Fucking hell!
Yes,
I
was,
didn't even know that was
was.
the capital of Britain.
Yeah, it
Uh,
was the capital. Was the-
Frankfurt's not the capital yet. They're still building buildings.
No, of the banks that were in. Yeah. But
Why
no, I
did you
think
change
that
your
was
name
the
in the middle of a live stream? Whoever changed their name in the middle of a live stream? Apparently somebody did, according to Liastic Pillow.
Oh yeah,
I've
I
never known him to
think
lie.
this Stop CETA TTIP, isn't that the same person who was just called Stop TTP before?
Oh right, okay.
But here's
got a
Tyler.
new-
Hello,
new-
Tyler. I don't know if you've been in chat already.
Hello, Tyler. Ignoramus says, "Getting lost in your thoughts is why I love driving." Concentrate on the road a bit more. And then have to turn that into a job of thought. Yeah, don't. By the sounds of it, you know, if you're driving a vehicle, you do need to be a little bit more self-aware.
Little bit.
Spatial awareness would be nice. Or is it? It's always
Just a little bit.
You think humans should be self-aware? The fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. If you're chopping cheese, you kind of gotta keep your mind a little bit on the knife, right?
No, you don't. You just get calluses.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got some mad calluses.
Harmful says, I agree with you and you're correct, therefore you are wrong.
Damn it, Harmful is God.
Yeah, I'm just going to say,
How can we refute
mantra
God?
to my life. Right, every time I'm speaking to him now, I'm going to put Harmful opinions as God.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
Hoig.
So it must be true.
Hoig. Hoig. Hashtag Hoig. Just at the end of every tweet.
Harmful opinions is God. Harmful opinions is God. Harmful opinions is God. Harmful opinions is God.
We should start a stream. A live stream that goes for 4 years, talking about
what?
how Harmful opinions is God.
Okay, right.
He will not divide us.
Oh god.
He will not inside us.
He will not inside us.
Yeah. Harmful will not inside us. Oh my god.
I've got to say, 4chan really outshone themselves tracking down that flagpole. Holy crap.
Oh god.
That was amazing. It really was.
What flagpole?
The power of the Spurgs. Basically, they found the flag that Sheila Booth had put up as his "We Will Not Divide Us" thing.
It was like in the middle of
because
Tennessee
someone
too.
sabotaged his Albuquerque thing with spray paint.
Yeah. So what he did was he decided to just put a flag up in the middle of nowhere that nobody could see it and have a live stream on that. Now, the Poltards, who honestly they have absolutely no political thing in this at all. It's all just laughs, honest.
It's all for the kick.
It's all for the kicks, honestly. Are doing their level best to and have succeeded in finding where said flag was through checking plane lines and like, weather and contrails of planes going by and all this sort of thing.
They went as far as to get someone in the area that they thought it was to drive around in their car and honk their horn. It's like the level of fucking. It's like mastermind shit. It's amazing.
It's
wow.
It's a level of stupid that
I'm considering an internship at GCHQ, and I wonder how many of these people are going to be my colleagues.
More than you'd
like what like going through this incredible extreme investigation of all this data gathering. It's like, are you guys like military intelligence on your lunch break fucking around?
Yeah.
There's apparently a lot of 4chaners who are in the intelligence agencies and military agencies.
Oh, they're going to say that.
Well, yeah, right.
They are going to say that, mate.
Yeah. Let's
As a sniper, bro, I can blow your head off.
It's a combination.
What did you say about me, little bitch?
Ironically, I do know an ex-sniper who likes to use 4chan.
Yeah, it's this intersection, if you will, of the I'm a sniper of 800 confirmed kills and hacker cred. So it's like, I'm a government agent hacker.
Meanwhile, I know people that do ethical hacking courses because they're actual hackers, and ex-snipers that use 4chan just for a lol.
Yeah, you've got to.
The hacker known as 4chan.
Yeah, there's actually lots of hackers. There's lots of people who will hack your home computer if you play COD badly. There's a lot of this.
Wow, really?
Yeah, they'll sort of like kind of go, yeah, I'm going to hack your machine and all this sort of things. Like, okay, mate,
I'm glad I got good.
You're playing on Xbox. You're not going to hack my machine.
Yeah, on what? Is that a problem with you?
Yes, everything is wrong with anyone playing on Xbox.
Yeah,
I agree.
Go on, say it to my fucking face, bitch.
Hey! Just I've got a video up, motherfucker.
Let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you. Yeah. Let me explain this to you. Of the console peasants, Xbox is the peasant.
You do realize right now,
they really
Robin is a British man talking to former colonies in an authoritative and calm voice,
and that makes absolute sense. And it makes more sense than you understand. But yeah, Xbox is for Xbox is for the lowest of low tier console peasants.
I've noticed
we all rebelled against.
Look,
A lot of
it's my
PlayStation
opinion.
players
I
seem
have
to be
facts
PC players.
I have plenty of facts to back it up.
I don't want to see them facts.
You've got an Xbox, haven't you? You've got an Xbox, haven't you?
Like, you showed the controller.
Yeah, this is the fucking controller, you gobshite.
I can't see the controller.
Yeah, Robin's on low bandwidth.
You
Hey.
gobshite.
I use this
I'm not quite sure
for
what
my
that term means, but thank you for the compliment.
It means much the same as tosspot.
Oh, is it tosspot? Is it? Oh, well, how rude are you? That wasn't very nice of you. I can't be inviting you again.
I believe the
You sound like Milo.
I'm just.
You're like, "Oh, this very
I'm not saying that you, being a console owner, are a peasant, or the fact that you are the peasant of peasants when it comes to the fact that you have an Xbox. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that people who are.
Irish, did you just conflate me with Milo?
You'd like to be inflated.
I feel like we're gonna have some sort of.
Darling, we're not talking about my sexual preferences. We're talking about Irishmen's insults towards me, and such slander cannot be accepted. I hope to God, he's tying a noose with that.
So, are you suggesting that your sexual preferences and taking abuse from Irishmen are different things?
Yeah. Look at it. If you look at him very closely, he is a very young boy.
I'm sorry, but have you seen him? He looks like a fucking 16-year-old rather than hanging off the street.
Yeah, he's adorable. He's ever so
Fuck
cute.
you, Robin.
Oh my god, it's. I just want to put you on my knee and get you to tell me a story.
That could have gone a very different direction.
Wait till I get you on my knee.
He is British after all.
Oh, matron.
Oh my!
Later we
Because you're British does not mean you're gay.
No.
Later we
no,
found
it doesn't.
It just has a very strong
No,
correlation
but it does
between the
mean
two.
that. It does mean that you like young boys.
Very young.
No, it's just a cultural thing of where you're raised with a combination.
Robin, have you ever worked for the BBC by chance?
Have I ever worked for the BBC or with the BBC?
Both. Sure, why not?
No and yes.
Still, the correlation.
What?
What?
Yeah, you have a very BBC style voice, is what he's saying.
I'm well
He's in
spoken.
London.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I live in London.
No, the
And,
BBC presenters have had a history. with
I'm
very
not a
young
BBC
boys.
presenter.
Or
I
be
am
part of the BBC.
No,
so.
I've done some special effects for somebody working with the BBC.
Yeah,
so
also.
Yeah, that's how he got introduced.
But I
Hollywood
am actually
parties,
going.
beg your belief.
Yeah, I am going to. My next documentary is going to beg a belief. I'm going to be doing a documentary on a chap. Where I'm in talks with him right now, and this is basically between our project, Habib. So at some point or another, I'm obviously going to have to stop doing that and get over to Dubai. But between then and now, I'm going to be following a chap called Nigel Noyes. And if you just want to find out about him, he's a very strange individual. He's pretty much collected every single electronic device that he's had since the 70s.
Are they still working?
He's in his 50s.
Are they still working?
Most of them, yes.
Oh.
He has about 20 home computers and a similar amount of laptops from all eras.
Does he have anything that's
whole
worth
house,
value?
The whole house.
Does he have a VIC-20? Does he have a VIC-20?
He's got everything, mate. The whole house. If you go upstairs in his bedroom, there are
Those things are pretty amazing.
Gazillions and gazillions and gazillions of devices, from Walkman to VHSs to MP3 players and little Tamagotchi, like every single electronic device that you can think of, he's got one, or 20. It's mental. We went to his house over New Year's. Not New Year's. It was what were we doing? We were doing Guy Fawkes Night, November the 5th, and he basically does a party there every year, and he actually has to put bulletproof barriers up to stop people firing at his house.
Oh shit!
How does that correlate?
I'm just saying, it's mental.
But why does he have to put bulletproof?
To stop people firing air rifle rounds at his guests. because they can't.
Weird.
If you see what his party is, you'll understand why his neighbours hate him.
Okay.
If you imagine, let's say this, he does a party which is within an inch, within a centimetre's margin of what is legally allowed.
I see.
Right up to even the height restrictions, he gets that just right. You know, the lighting, the sound, everything. It has to be just near maximum. If you imagine, he never goes to 11, no, he goes to 9.999.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah.
So everyone hates him. That makes sense.
Yeah, his house is fucking mental. So, I was going to do a sort of interview that guy. I was going to call it the most interested man in the world. It should be fun. But yeah, I'll pitch that to the B probably. There's not much point. I don't think anybody would be really that interested in any other channels. I can ask, but some things are advertisable, others not so. You got to pick your battles, haven't you, Dave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been following your discourse with him. It's
our miniature spat.
I haven't. I only watched.
So offended that you even dare criticize.
I watched your initial video. I didn't watch the response though.
Yeah, the response is I actually did a play-by-play, line-by-line response, and then it ended up being about an hour and a half. And when I was listening to the end of it as I was uploading, I went, "Oh shit! I've gone slightly away from my microphone, and now half of my voice isn't even being recorded." So it did. That was a fucking waste of my time and everybody else's. So I just did a quick 20-minute rebuff and just kind of like my main point is that somebody who knows full well what the rules are breaks the rules and then cries about the fact that the rules have got him. I think that's pretty disingenuous, really, and somebody who's basically trying to sell themselves as some sort of leader in a movement. Yeah, that's pretty much what the feminists were doing, dude.
Yeah.
Same old, same old.
Yeah, I mean, I only jumped to I
Crichton,
noticed your video
I
a
know
day or
few
two.
people in the Beeb, so.
I noticed it like a day or two after it went live, and I clicked on it and it was like, oh, why does it have 2,000 dislikes? Oh god, Dave must have responded.
Yeah, such hate. And if you listen to those guys, the other point that I was trying to make is if you actually have a look at that lot and then you kind of go, right, let's do what Dave does and extrapolate from this tiny minority and splash that out to the whole. So Dave's fans are nutcases. They're absolutely fucking crazy. And these are the people that are supposed to be leading us into this new golden dawn of the third phase of skepticism.
You had to call it golden dawn.
That's right.
Well, he's British.
Yeah, it's the same kind of response that I get from people that go against Bering. They go like, "Yeah, Bering, your friends are the worst." And I'm like, dude, Bering has what? I forgot how many people he has on his YouTube.
A metric fuck ton cunting.
I believe that is the pronunciation, yes, metric fuck ton now.
Cunting.
About 100,000, and most people that he applies to would get like 1,000 dislikes. So it's like, that's just 1%. what are you doing here? All of your fans are fucking assholes.
Well, Jack Offson says Dave Cullen's fans are a bit fashy.
Well, yeah, they kind of he is very conspiratorial. Like it's something I've been aware of for a while. Like I kind of respect his intention, but he is very much fueled by the idea of this is important. Oh no, I have to do a thing. And I think it's like
what I like about
it's probably the reason why he was driven to seeking a career of self-employment, if you know what I mean.
Here's the thing about TJ that I kind of like when it comes to his fandom. You have his sycophants, and he's very aware of them. And then you go to the Drunken Peasants, and you notice that most of the fans of the Drunken Peasants actually hate TJ. And there's even the and there's people in the middle, and that's a majority. And even them, they just fucking hate the sycophants of TJ. They're like, yeah, dude, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
Not everything that he says is gold. people that.
Well, that's the thing.
Even the guys that run his social media, like not social media, like the Reddit and the wiki, some of them just go like, yeah, he's a fucking ass. So what do you want us to do?
I think if what they do, if his fans, all they do is like watch his straight to camera videos and his op-ed things, and they like, oh, drunken peasants, I don't want to watch that. That's 2 hours long or whatever, you know. And then the people who watch the podcast do actually see when he gets like put down, when he loses an argument, when he does just say something off the cuff, and it turns out to be quite good, and his brother is like, shut the fuck up, TJ.
I love it when Scotty just puts him down. He's like, shut the fuck up.
And you know what? Yeah, it's about 2 o'clock in the morning now to us. So we've been on for a good 6 hours now. So I think it's probably time to call it quits.
I was supposed to be looking at a data set on driving tests, but I've been playing Engineer.
Okay. So we've been distracting everybody from their course of action today. Ever so sorry about that. My apologies. So I would like to say thank you to Mr. Harmful Opinions and all of my guests. We've got Stircore, Searle, Focus Break. Dusty came in for a bit. This is not T. Airthrin, Satan's Opinion, QQ, Zliryu, and Jeff. Thanks for coming in. Not to mention Garrick. Guys, obviously it's every week. You know what to do. If you haven't subbed already, give us a little one. And we're almost at the 700 mark. It's starting to get special, guys. We're going to hit 1,000 soon. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Then I'll be
Robin,
internet famous.
have you seen the typical chat? It's already special.
I'm going to be internet famous.
But if you get 1,000, it means you can't punch down, right?
Well, to be honest with you,
that's how it works.
I was already acting like an arrogant twat beforehand, so there shouldn't be that much of a change of attitude.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't know what you mean, Robin.
It was.
It'll get very young.
Oh dear.
So I would like to thank everybody in the side chat. Thanks for coming, guys. And just remember, everyone, most importantly, Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God.
He will not divide us.
Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God.
He will not divide us.
Harmful Opinions is God.
Google God.
Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God. Harmful Opinions is God.
All right, we're getting too ridiculous, guys.
Just end the stream already.
No, I'm still going.
Just end it. Just end it.
No,
Put it out of its misery.
Ah!